took her in his arms for a last dance. "What amuses you so, little one?" he asked, smiling down at her and holding her much closer than was seemly. "Oh, everything," Whitney laughed. "For example, when I was a girl I was absolutely positive that no one would ever want to marry me. And now Paul wants to, and Nikki says he does, and of course you do." After a moment's thought, she announced expansively, "I wish I could marry all three of you, for you are all very nice." She peeked at him from beneath her long, sooty lashes, and asked almost hopefully, "I don't suppose you are the least bit jealous, are you?" Clayton watched her intently. "Should I be?" "Indeed you should," Whitney said merrily, "if for no other reason than to flatter my vanity, because I was jealous when you danced with Miss Stanfield." She sobered a bit and lowered her voice to the barest whisper. "I had freckles when I was a girl," she confessed. "Surely not," Clayton said in exaggerated shock. "Yes, thousands of them, right here." She jabbed a long, tapered fingernail at the general vicinity of her nose and almost poked her eye out. A throaty chuckle escaped Clayton as he quickly reclaimed her right hand to prevent its being jabbed at her other eye. "And," Whitney continued, in the tone of one admitting to a ghastly deed, "I used to hang upside down from tree limbs. All the other girls used to pretend they were royal princesses, but I pretended I was a monkey." She tipped her head back, expecting to see condemnation on Clayton's face. Instead, he was smiling down at her as if she were something very rare and very fine. "I am having a wonderful time tonight," she said softly, mesmerized by the tenderness she saw in his eyes. An hour later, Whitney sighed with contentment and snuggled deeper into the burgundy velvet squabs of Clayton's coach, listening to the steady clip-clop of the horses' hooves on the cobbled, fog-shrouded London streets. Experimentally, she closed her eyes, but dizziness made her snap them open. She concentrated instead on the weak yellow light from the flickering coach lamps that sent shadows dancing within the cozy confines of the coach. "Champagne is very nice," she murmured. "You won't think so tomorrow," Clayton laughed, putting his arm around her. Clutching his arm to help maintain her fragile balance, Whitney trailed beside him up the steps toward the front door of the Archibald's townhouse, her face turned up to the dawn-streaked sky. At the front door, Clayton stopped. Whitney finally realized that he was evidently waiting for something, and pulled her gaze from the sky to his face. Her eyes narrowed on the laughter tugging at his lips, and she drew herself up to her fullest height. In a voice of offended dignity, she asked, "Are you thinking that I have had too much to drink?" "Not at all. I am hoping that you have a key." "Key?" she repeated blankly. "To the door." "Oh, certainly," she proudly declared. After several moments passed, he chuckled. "May I have it?" "Have what?" Whitney asked, trying desperately to concentrate. "Oh, yes, of course. The key." She glanced about, trying to remember where she'd left her elegant little beaded reticule, and discovered it hanging haphazardly from her left shoulder by its short golden chain. Grimacing to herself, she muttered, "Ladies do not carry their reticules thus," and pulled it down, rummaging clumsily within it until she finally found the key. In the darkened entrance hall, Whitney turned abruptly to bid Clayton good night, misjudged the distance separating them, and collided with his chest. His strong arm encircled her, steadying her. She could have drawn away, but instead she stood there, her heart beginning to hammer as his gray eyes slid to her lips, lingering on them for an endless moment, and then he purposefully lowered his head. His mouth opened boldly over hers, his hands sliding intimately over her back and then her hips, molding her tightly to his muscular frame. Whitney stiffened in confused alarm at the hardening pressure of his manhood, then suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and shamelessly returned his kiss, glorying in the feel of his tongue insistently parting her lips, then plunging into her mouth, slowly retreating and plunging again in a wildly exciting rhythm so suggestive that she felt as if his body were plunging into hers. Dizzily, she finally pulled away, and then was disappointed that he released her so readily. Drawing a long, unsteady breath, she opened her eyes and saw two Claytons gazing down at her, one superimposed over the other on her swimming vision. "You are shockingly forward, sir," she admonished severely, then spoiled it with a giggle. Clayton grinned impenitently. "Understandably so, since you seem to find my attentions less than repulsive tonight." Whitney considered that with a hazy, thoughtful smile. "I suppose that's true," she admitted in a candid whisper. "And do you know something else? I believe that you kiss quite as well as Paul." With that backhanded compliment, she turned and started up the stairs. On the second step, she paused to reconsider. "Actually," she said, looking at Clayton over her shoulder, "I think you kiss as well as Paul, but I can't be perfectly certain until he returns. When he does, I shall ask him to kiss me the way you do, so that I may make a more objective comparison." On a stroke of brilliance, she added, "I shall make a scientific experiment of it." "The hell you will," Clayton half growled, half laughed. Whitney lifted her delicate brows in haughty challenge. "I will if I wish." A hard smack landed familiarly on her derriere. Whitney lurched around, swinging her arm in a wide arc with every intention of slapping his grinning face. Unfortunately, her aim was off, and her hand grazed the wall alongside the staircase instead, dislodging a small painting and sending it clattering to the polished floor. "Now look what you've done," she hissed unfairly. "You're going to awaken the entire household." Turning, she flounced up the stairs. 3 Archibald servants were stationed at the sideboard, which was covered with steaming platters of buttered eggs, ham, bacon, wafer-thin sliced sirloin, fresh crusty rolls, 3 kinds of potatoes, and several other tempting dishes which Emily had ordered last night after due consideration as to what was appropriate to serve a man of the Duke of Claymore's lofty rank. They were waiting for Whitney to come downstairs and join them for the meal, to which the Duke had been invited since he was escorting Whitney back home that day. Stirring her tea, Emily furtively studied the Duke as he conversed across the table with Michael, while a romantic daydream of Whitney becoming the Duchess of Claymore floated through her mind. "It appears that our house-guest is going to sleep away the day," Michael remarked. Emily saw the meaningful look which his Grace directed at her husband as he said mildly, "Whitney may be suffering from the effects of her evening." "I had no idea she might be ill," Emily exclaimed. "I'll go up and see her." "No," Whitney croaked behind them. I'm here." At the sound of her hoarse voice, all 3 turned in unison. She was standing in the doorway, arms extended, her hands braced against the door frame on either side of her, swaying slightly as if she couldn't support herself. Alarmed, Emily pushed back her chair, but the Duke was already out of his and striding swiftly across the room. A knowing smile touched Clayton's eyes as he studied her pale face. "How do you feel, little one?" he asked. "How do you think I feel?" she whispered, focusing an anguished, accusing look on him. "You'll feel better after you've had some breakfast," he promised, taking her arm to lead her toward the table. "No," Whitney rasped. "I am going to die." Chapter 22. She was still half convinced of it when their coach drew away from Emily's London townhouse. "Do you know," she whispered miserably, "I never liked champagne." With a throaty laugh, Clayton put his arm around her and drew her throbbing head against his shoulder. "I'm rather surprised to hear that," he teased. Sighing, Whitney closed her eyes and slept until they were almost at her home, occasionally clutching Clayton's arm when their coach gave a particularly sharp lurch. She awakened feeling entirely restored and very sheepish. "I haven't been very good company," she apologized, smiling ruefully at Clayton. "If you would like to come for supper, I have to start back to London tonight," he interrupted. "Tonight?" Whitney repeated, sitting bolt upright. How long will you be gone?" "A week." Elation began to pulse through Whitney's veins, and she quickly turned her face from him. If Clayton was in London, Paul and she could elope to Scotland without having to fear that he would learn of their elopement in time to come after them. His going to London now was a stroke of luck beyond any she could have hoped for. It was a boon. It was a blessing. It was a calamity. The relief she'd been feeling turned to panic, and Whitney's head began to pound with renewed vigor. Dear God, Clayton was going back to London. As gentlemen did, he would probably spend his evenings at his clubs, dining or gambling with his friends and acquaintances. In those clubs there were bound to be men who had attended the Rutherfords' ball and heard the rumor of his betrothal. In the club's atmosphere of easy camaraderie, his friends would naturally press him to confirm or deny the rumor, and Whitney could almost imagine Clayton grinning and telling them that it was true. And if he did, he would look like an utter fool when she eloped with Paul instead. Awash with misery, Whitney squeezed her eyes closed. As much as she feared Clayton's vengeance, which would now be far more awesome because he would feel publicly humiliated, she dreaded even more being the cause of that public humiliation. She couldn't bear the thought of this proud man becoming the object of derision and pity. He had done nothing to deserve that. Last night she had seen how respected and admired he was by everyone. Now, because of her, he would be humbled before them. Whitney clasped her clammy palms together in her lap. Perhaps she could prevent a public scandal. Paul was due home tomorrow. If they eloped tomorrow night, she could notify Clayton in London almost at once, and the sooner he knew of her elopement, the fewer people he would tell that he had offered for her. Naturally, she would make certain her message didn't reach him in time for him to come after her. Timing, she decided with a lump growing in her throat, was going to be essential. No matter how travel-weary Paul might be, they would have to leave within hours of his return. Once Clayton learned of her elopement, he wouldn't tell anyone he was betrothed to her. He could pass the betrothal rumor off with one of his mocking smiles, and simply appear at some public function with one of those beautiful women who panted after him. And that would be that. Everyone would believe that his betrothal to a penniless nobody like Whitney Stone had merely been a joke, a ridiculous rumor. Paul. Her heart sank when she thought of telling him they had to elope. He wouldn't want to do it. He would be concerned about the damage to her reputation that an elopement would cause. He had been so happy the night of her father's party, telling her about the plans he had for them, the improvements he would make to his house and lands to please her. Clayton's hand cupped her chin, and Whitney jumped nervously. "When Severin returns," he said in a tone that brooked no argument, "I want you to inform him at once that you aren't going to marry him. I will not tolerate people believing that my future wife has been engaged to another man. Give Severin any reason you wish for declining his offer, but tell him immediately. Is that understood?" "Yes," Whitney whispered. Clayton gave her a long, penetrating look. "I want your word on it." Whitney swallowed, profoundly touched that he was crediting her with having a sense of honor as strong as his own. She dragged her eyes to his, feeling utterly vile for betraying his trust. "I give you my word." His expression softened, and he looked at her with unbearable gentleness. "I know how hard it will be for you to tell him, little one. I promise I'll make it up to you some day." Tears burned the backs of her eyes, and the muscles of her throat constricted as he tenderly traced the elegant curve of her cheek. "Forgive me?" he asked her softly. "Forgive him?" Whitney's emotions were warring so fiercely inside of her that for one second she actually considered turning into his strong arms and sobbing out her confused sorrow. Instead, she nodded and gazed at him, trying to memorize his handsome face as it was now, because if she ever saw him again, She knew his expression would be one of icy rage. They were turning up the road toward her house, and Whitney numbly pulled on her gloves. "Why are you going back to London so quickly?" she asked, as the time to bid him a final, painful goodbye drew nearer with each moment. "Because I met with my business managers early this morning, and there are some decisions which I must make, once I've met with some people in the city. It's purely a matter of choosing which are the best investments in which to place a rather large sum of money," he reassured her, and with a grin he added, "Contrary to the gossip you heard about me at your father's party, I don't lead a life of leisurely debauchery. I have 7 estates, 1,000 tenants, and 100 business interests, all of which are suffering from the lack of my attention, which has been devoted almost exclusively to you, my pet." The coach drew to a stop in front of her house, and a footman came to open the door and let down the steps. Whitney began to turn toward the door, but Clayton's quiet voice stopped her. "My business affairs won't require that I remain in London for that long, but I thought you would want some time alone after you confront Severin. Unless you send word to me in London, I'll remain there until Sunday, a week from tomorrow." As he told her how to reach him in London, Whitney heard the guarded hope in his voice that she would indeed send for him before the week was out, and she laid a trembling hand on his sleeve, aching to plead for his forgiveness and understanding. "Clayton, She saw his pleasure at her voluntary touch and her use of his given name, and her voice broke. "Have a pleasant trip," she managed to say, pulling away and blindly climbing down from the coach. As soon as she reached her room, Whitney sent a note round to Paul's house with instructions that no matter what time Mr. Severin returned, he was to be given it. In it she asked him to send word to her that he was back, and then to go immediately to the old gamekeeper's cottage, where she would join him. There, at least, she would have some privacy, so that she could explain her predicament. Explain her predicament? How in the world was she ever going to find the words to do that? She wondered dejectedly. By nightfall there was still no word from Paul. Twice, as she dressed for bed, Whitney almost went down the hall to enlist her aunt's aid in the elopement. Each time her better judgment warned that Aunt Anne would never consent to an elopement, no matter how urgent Whitney's reasons might be. Aunt Anne would think only of the irreversible damage the elopement would do to Whitney's reputation. She would never understand that Whitney couldn't, she just couldn't, take the coward's way out now and let Paul down, even if she wanted to, which she didn't, Whitney told herself without much conviction. He loved her. He was counting on her. Since she couldn't trust Clarissa with her secret either, Whitney slowly packed her necessities and hid the case. Then she climbed into bed and gazed at the ceiling. Of all the unpleasant tasks facing her, the one she dreaded most was writing the note she would have to send to Clayton in London. Mentally she worded and reworded it. It preyed on her mind until she finally decided to get it over with, and dragged herself out of bed. "Paul and I have eloped," she wrote. "I hope some day you will find it in your heart, if not to forgive me, at least to understand." Forgive? Understand? Never would Clayton do so. She sat at her desk and stared at the note, imagining Clayton's reaction to it. At first he would smile, thinking that she was sending word to him to return early, and then his smile would fade. Shivering as if the blast from those glacial gray eyes were already leveled on her, Whitney crawled back into bed and huddled under the covers. She wasn't certain she had the courage to elope, or even if she wanted to elope. Tears trickled down her cheeks and dampened her pillow as she thought of the tall, gray-eyed man whom she would have to face when she returned from her elopement, a forceful, vital man who would turn away from her in disgust and loathing, who would never again laugh with her, never hold her in his strong arms, and never again call her little one in that tender way of his. Paul's message arrived at 11 o'clock the following morning. Dressed warmly against the frosty chill of the cloudy day, Whitney raced Con around the hillside and galloped into the overgrown yard of the deserted cottage. She tied Con beside Paul's horse, then shoved open the creaky door of the cottage. The timid little fire Paul had built snapped and flickered on the hearth, but did little to dispel the chilly gloom of the single empty room. At a movement behind her, Whitney whirled nervously. "Paul!" "I believe you were expecting me," he teased. Straightening from his lounging position against the wall, he opened his arms and said, "Come here." Whitney went to him and automatically turned her face up for his kiss, while her mind sorted through various ways to begin. "I've missed you, brat," he murmured in her hair. "Have you missed me?" "Yes," she answered absently, pulling away from his arms. She had to explain slowly, not heap all their tangled problems on him in the first minute. She moved toward the center of the room, then turned to face him. "Paul, I have some things to tell you which you are going to find—" She searched madly for the right word. "Surprising." "Go on," Paul urged, grinning. "I like surprises." "Well, you aren't going to like this one," she burst out helplessly. "You know Mr. Westland?" Paul nodded. "And do you recall at my father's party how everyone was gossiping about the Duke of Claymore, Clayton Westmoreland?" "I do," Paul said. "Well, Mr. Westland is actually Westmoreland." "The Duke who disappeared?" Paul said, his expression a mixture of amusement, curiosity, and disbelief. "The Duke who owns 50 estates, 400 of the best horses in Europe, and who is, if my memory of the party gossip is correct, on the verge of marrying no less than 50 ravishingly beautiful females? That Duke?" Temporarily sidetracked, Whitney said, "Actually, he only has 7 estates. He may have 400 horses. I don't know. But I do know that he is on the verge of marrying only 1 female. Now, Paul," she said soothingly, her voice shaky with nerves, "I know you will find this as disconcerting as I did at first, but I am the female he's on the verge of marrying." End of Side 8. Side 9. Whitney, my love. Continuing on page 311. Paul's lips twitched with laughter as he came forward to draw her into his arms. "If he persists in his suit," he teased, running his thumb along her chin, "I'll tell him what I've just discovered, that when you are left to your own company, you drink the cooking sherry." "Are you implying that I'm foxed?" Whitney gasped in disbelief. "Drunk as a wheelbarrow," he joked. Then he sobered. "Stop trying to make me jealous. If you're angry because I've been gone so long, then simply say so." In sheer frustration, Whitney lurched back and stamped her foot. "I am not trying to make you jealous. I am trying to make you understand that I've been betrothed to Clayton Westmoreland since this past June." There, it was out. "I beg your pardon?" Paul said, staring at her. "Actually, I think it was July," Whitney rambled on disjointedly. "Do you think it's important?" For the first time, Paul took her seriously. "You accepted Westland?" "Not Westland, Westmoreland," Whitney emphasized. "And I didn't accept him. My father did." "Then tell your father to marry him," Paul said tautly. "You love me. It's as simple as that." His blue eyes narrowed on her in censorious irritation. "You're playing games, and I don't like it. None of this makes sense." "I can't help it," Whitney shot back, stung. "It's the truth." "Then will you kindly explain to me how you happen to have been engaged since July to a man you didn't meet until September?" Now he was deadly serious, and Whitney almost wished he weren't. Drawing a long, unsteady breath, she said, "I was introduced to him in France, but I didn't pay any attention to his name, nor did I remember his face. The next time I saw him was at a masquerade in May, and I couldn't see his face then either. At the masquerade he decided he wanted to marry me, but he knew that my uncle was turning down all my suitors, because I wanted to come back here and marry you. So he came here and paid my father £100,000 for me. Then he had my father send for me, and he moved into the Hodges place." "Do you really expect me to believe all that?" Paul snapped. "Not really," Whitney said miserably, "but it's the truth. I had no idea of what had been done until the night you left. I went downstairs to tell my father and aunt that you and I were going to be married, and Clayton was there. The next thing I knew, my father was shouting at me that I was betrothed to the Duke of Claymore, who turned out to be Clayton, and then everything got even worse." "I find it impossible to see how this could get worse," Paul answered sarcastically. "Well, it has. Clayton took me to London with him 3 days ago, and he told one of his friends that we were going to be married." "Then you have agreed to marry him?" Paul said icily. "No, of course not." Paul turned on his heel and walked over to the fireplace. Propping his booted foot against the grate, he stared down into the fire, leaving Whitney gazing helplessly at his back. Suddenly he stiffened, and when he turned, his face was white with shocked alarm. "What do you mean he paid your father for you?" he demanded. "It is customary for the father to dower the daughter, and not the reverse." Whitney realized at once where his thoughts had drifted, and her heart turned over in pity for Paul, and for herself. "I don't have any dowry, Paul. My father had lost that, and my inheritance as well." Paul leaned his head back against the stone wall and closed his eyes, his broad shoulders drooping despondently. The time had come for Whitney to commit herself to the path she had chosen, and she went to him with legs that felt like lead. Her mind screamed that she didn't have to do this, but her heart wouldn't let her desert him. Not now. Not after seeing this tortured expression on his face. "Paul, my father told me how difficult your circumstances are, and it doesn't matter to me. Please believe that. I will marry you anyway. But we will have to act quickly. Clayton will be in London for 6 more days, and in that time we can elope to Scotland. By the time Clayton discovers what—" "Elope!" Paul's voice lashed out, and his fingers bit viciously into her arms. "Are you out of your mind? My mother and sisters would never be able to hold up their heads." "No," Whitney whispered hoarsely. "The shame will be mine." "Damn your shame," he snapped, shaking her. "Don't you see what you've done? I have just spent a small fortune on 5 horses and a phaeton." How was that her fault? Whitney wondered, recoiling from the blaze in his eyes. And then she knew. Bitter resentment twined around her heart like sharp steel bands, wringing a ragged, choking laugh from her. "You spent the fortune you thought I had. The dowry you imagined I would bring, didn't you?" Paul didn't have to answer. She could see the truth in his flaring eyes. Angrily flinging his hands away, she stepped back. 5 minutes after I accepted you, you were mentally spending my money, weren't you? You couldn't even wait to talk to my father first. You loved me so much that you didn't bother to stay here with me and ask his consent. All you cared about was the money, and you didn't even spend it on important things. Your lands are mortgaged. Your house is in disrepair. Paul, she whispered, her green eyes glittering with tears, what sort of man are you? Are you so spineless and so irresponsible that you would have married me just for money to spend on horses you don't even need? Don't be an idiot, Paul snapped, but his face was flushed with guilty embarrassment. I loved you. I'd never have asked you to marry me otherwise. Love? Whitney scoffed bitterly. None of you know the meaning of the word. My father loves me, and he sold me to save himself. All you care about is how much money I'm worth to you. At least Clayton doesn't insult my intelligence by claiming to love me. He bought me like a bondservant, and now he expects me to live up to the bargain, but he doesn't pretend to love me. Paul's breath came out in a ragged sigh. I'll think of something, but eloping is out of the question. Will Westmoreland, give you up?" Whitney looked at him and stubbornly lifted her chin. "No," she said proudly, and at that moment she would have given him that answer even if she believed otherwise. Turning, she stalked to the door, then paused to look at him over her shoulder. "Elizabeth Ashton is still available," she said bitterly. "I'm certain her dowry could cover your extravagances on this last trip. You'd better start thinking of ways to regain her favor so that you can get your hands on her money." "Shut up," Paul snapped, "or I'll do just that." Whitney slammed the door on his last word, but not until she gained the privacy of her own room did she allow the tears to come. Sinking down onto her bed, she wept all her heartbroken disillusionment into her pillow. She cried for herself, for her empty dreams and the misplaced devotion she'd lavished on Paul all these years. She cried because she had been willing to destroy her reputation for Paul, and all he had cared about was his mother and sisters. But most of all, she cried with rage at her own stupidity. When Clarissa brought a dinner tray to her room that night, Whitney's eyes were puffy and her chest ached, but the storm of misery and animosity was mostly past. She ate alone, her thoughts in a swirling melancholy turmoil that began nowhere and ended nowhere. By noon the next day, Whitney was no longer angry with Paul. In fact, she was feeling strangely guilty. She had always imagined him as her modern-day knight in shining armor, courageous, romantic, and gallant, and it really wasn't his fault that he couldn't live up to that illusion. She felt a growing sense of shame and responsibility for the unwitting part she'd played in his worsened financial circumstances. She had exerted every wile she possessed to make him offer for her, and by accepting his offer, she'd inadvertently caused him to spend money she didn't have. Late in the afternoon, as she wandered aimlessly among the last blooms in the rose garden, Whitney's active mind turned from the contemplation of problems to the consideration of solutions. Soon a hazy plan took shape. Elizabeth loved Paul. Of that Whitney was certain. Surely there must be something Whitney could do to smooth things over with Elizabeth, so that she would be receptive to Paul if he chose to renew his interest in her. Whitney hesitated, and pulled her silk shawl tighter around her shoulders. Considering the chaotic state of her own affairs right now, she was the last person on earth capable of taking a guiding hand in someone else's romance. Nevertheless, it was her responsibility, and besides, she had never been able to stand meekly by and hope that fate would make the right things happen. With a vitality that had been dormant for many days, Whitney decided to take matters into her own hands. She went into the house and dashed off a note to Elizabeth. Then she paced across her bedroom, wondering if Elizabeth would flatly decline her invitation. There had been so much competitive jealousy on Whitney's part in years gone by, so many pranks and tricks, that poor Elizabeth would be understandably suspicious of any overture by Whitney to befriend her at this late date. Whitney was so convinced that Elizabeth would refuse to come that she jumped when Elizabeth's soft voice spoke from the doorway of the bedroom. You asked me to come?" Her blue eyes were darting nervously around the room, and she looked ready to bolt. Whitney fixed a reassuring smile on her face and said graciously, "Yes, and I'm so happy that you have. May I take your gloves and bonnet?" As she reached out, Elizabeth nervously clapped both her hands to the crown of her bonnet, clutching it protectively to her curls, and Whitney recalled another bonnet of Elizabeth's, a little straw confection with pink ribbons that Paul had once complimented years ago. 5 minutes later, the bonnet was discovered beneath the treads of the chair in which Whitney was rocking. Elizabeth was thinking of it, too, Whitney realized, and a flush crept up her cheeks when she remembered poor Elizabeth's shriek of dismay. I prefer to keep it on," Elizabeth said. "I don't blame you," Whitney sighed. For the next half hour, Whitney served tea and kept up a one-sided conversation of trivialities in an attempt to put Elizabeth at ease, but Elizabeth replied in monosyllables and continued to perch on the edge of her chair as if she were going to fly from the room at the first loud noise. Finally, Whitney went to the point. "Elizabeth," she said, finding it very awkward to confess her foibles to the female she had always viewed as her arch-rival, "I owe you an apology for a grave injustice I've done you recently, as well as for some horrid things I did to you when we were young. About Paul," she blurted out. "I know how you must hate me, and I don't blame you, but I would like to help you." "Help me?" Elizabeth repeated blankly. "Help you marry Paul," Whitney clarified. Elizabeth's blue eyes widened. No, really, I couldn't," she stammered, blushing gorgeously. "Of course you could," Whitney declared, passing her a tray of little pastries. "You're a very beautiful girl, and Paul is always—" "No," Elizabeth contradicted softly, shaking her blonde head. "You are more in the way of being beautiful. I am only, well, pretty at best." After taking this monumental step in befriending Elizabeth, Whitney wasn't about to have her generosity outdone. "You have beautiful manners, Elizabeth. You always do and say the proper thing at the proper time." "The properly dull thing," Elizabeth argued prettily. "Not lively and interesting things like you say." "Elizabeth," Whitney said, unable to suppress her amusement, "I was always perfectly outrageous, while you were always perfectly perfect." Elizabeth relaxed back in her chair and giggled. "There, you see? I would have only said thank you, but you always say unusual things." "Do not pay me another compliment," Whitney warned with a laughing look. "I won't be outdone, you know, and we will be here all night admiring one another." Elizabeth sobered and said, "I'm very happy about you and Paul." At Whitney's stunned glance, she explained, "Everyone knows your betrothal is supposed to be a secret, but since everyone is talking about it, I didn't think you would mind if I mentioned it." "What do you mean, everyone is talking about it?" Whitney said hoarsely. "Who else knows?" "Well, let me think. Mr. Oldenbury, the apothecary, told Margaret and me. He said he heard it from Lady Eubank's maid, who heard it from Lady Eubank, who heard it from Paul's own mamma. I suppose everyone in the village knows." "But it isn't true!" Whitney cried desperately. Elizabeth's pretty face fell. "Please don't say it isn't true," she implored agitatedly. "Not now. Not when Peter is almost to the point of offering." "Who is Peter going to offer for?" Whitney asked, momentarily diverted. "For me. But he won't if Paul is unattached. You see, Peter is shy, and he's always believed I have a secret tendresse for Paul, which isn't in the least true. But even if it was, my papa would never permit me to marry Paul, because he's a shocking spendthrift, and his lands are mortgaged." Whitney slumped back in her chair and gaped at Elizabeth. "Peter Redfern shy?" she echoed. "Elizabeth, are we talking about the same Peter Redfern? The one who tried to box my ears the day of the picnic, when you fell out of the tree?" "Well, he's shy around me," Elizabeth said. In speechless disbelief, Whitney pictured Peter's freckled face and thinning red hair, and tried to imagine how he could have won the heart of a fragile, ethereal beauty like Elizabeth, who had always had Paul at her beck and call. "Do you honestly mean to tell me," Whitney uttered, "that you've been in love with Peter all these years?" "Yes," Elizabeth admitted brokenly. "But if you tell everyone that you and Paul aren't going to be married, then Peter will just stand back, the way he always has, and let Paul take his place. And then I'll... Elizabeth groped for her lacy handkerchief and promptly trailed off into dainty tears. Whitney cocked her head to one side. "However do you manage to cry like that?" she asked admiringly. "I always gasp and snort, and my eyes spill over like fountains." Elizabeth giggled tearily and dabbed at her eyes before lifting them pleadingly to Whitney. "You said you'd done me injustices, and you were sorry. If you truly mean it, couldn't you wait just a few days before crying off with Paul? Peter is going to say he wants to marry me any moment now. I can tell." "You don't realize what you're asking of me," Whitney said, tensing. "If a certain person were to hear the gossip and believe I've truly betrothed myself to Paul, my life wouldn't be worth a farthing." Elizabeth looked on the verge of a fresh bout of tears, and Whitney stood up, torn between the certainty that a few days really wouldn't make a difference and the inexplicable fear that they could result in disaster. "I'll give you 3 days before I put a stop to the gossip," Whitney reluctantly conceded. Long after Elizabeth's departure, Whitney sat in her room, thinking and worrying. If everyone, including the servants, was openly gossiping about her betrothal to Paul, Clayton would certainly hear of it as soon as he returned. He had made it very clear that he wouldn't tolerate people believing she had ever been betrothed to anyone but him, and Whitney tried to think of some proof she could offer him that none of this was her fault, that she had, in fact, told Paul she wouldn't marry him, exactly as she had promised Clayton she would. He had accepted her word and trusted her to keep it, and Whitney wanted him to believe she had, but the only one who could prove it was Paul, and Paul was in no mood to aid her. Whitney bit her lip, concerned with more than just the loss of her honor. Without the incentive of marrying Paul to give her courage, she now felt a deep-rooted, genuine fear of Clayton's wrath. The more she pondered it, the more convinced she became that the best way to avert certain disaster was to go to London and explain to Clayton what was happening here. He would be far less angry hearing it from her than from strangers, and he would know she wasn't to blame. After all, if she was truly planning to marry Paul, as the gossip had it, why would she return to London to see Clayton? Resolutely, Whitney got up and went down the hall to her aunt's room. She poured out the entire story, including the gossip about her betrothal to Paul and her abandoned plan to elope. Aunt Anne blanched, but she remained silent until Whitney was finished. "What do you intend to do now?" she asked then. "I think it would be best if I went to London and stayed with Emily. As soon as I arrive, I'll notify His Grace I'm there, and he'll naturally come to see me. Then I'll choose exactly the right moment to tell him about the gossip here. I don't think he'll care so much about the talk, so long as he believes it isn't my fault." "I'll come to London with you," her aunt instantly volunteered. Whitney shook her head. "I wish you could, but there's a slim chance that he might return to the village without my having been able to see him in London. If he does, he'll hear the gossip and undoubtedly come straight here to the house. I need you here to explain and calm him down." "What a cheerful prospect," Lady Anne said dryly, but she was smiling. "Very well. I'll stay here. Now, assuming you reach him in London, what reason will you give him for being there?" Whitney's smooth forehead knitted into an irritated frown. "I suppose I'll have to tell him the truth, that I was afraid he would come back to the village and believe that despite his warning I hadn't refused Paul. Although I find it excessively galling to have to tear off to London like a rabbit frightened of incurring his wrath. That man walked into my life a few months ago, and I've been like a puppet obliged to dance to his tune ever since. I think I shall tell him that, too," Whitney finished mutinously. "While you're bent on being so honest about your feelings," Aunt Anne suggested with a knowing gleam in her eyes, "why don't you also tell him that you have developed a sincere affection for him, and you are willing now to honor the betrothal contract? It will please him immensely to hear you say it." Whitney shot up off the sofa as if she'd been scorched. "I most certainly will not," she declared hotly. "Considering that he never cared whether I wanted to marry him, and has never doubted for a minute that I would marry him, I fail to see why I should flatter his vanity now by professing to want to marry him. Besides, I haven't made up my mind to marry him." "I think you have, darling." Her aunt's quiet voice checked Whitney in mid-stride as she headed for the door. "And if it will make it easier for you to admit your own feelings, I will tell you that, In my opinion, that man loves you with an intensity that would astonish him if he but recognized it, and very likely flatter your vanity." "You're wrong, Aunt Anne," Whitney said tonelessly. "He has never even said he cares for me. I'm a possession he's acquired, nothing more. Don't ask me to crawl to him. I have very little pride left as it is, and I won't sacrifice it to soothe his temper or flatter his ego." Elizabeth Ashton appeared at the house each afternoon to report her progress, but by the end of the third day there was still no cause for celebration. Clarissa and Whitney were packing for the next day's trip to London when Elizabeth trailed into the bedroom, a soldier returning in defeat from a battle that should have been easy for her to win. "Peter is no nearer declaring himself now than he was 10 years ago," she said glumly, flopping into a chair. Whitney thrust an armload of underclothing into a trunk and gazed at Elizabeth in perplexed dismay. "Are you certain?" "Positive," Elizabeth said morosely. "I suggested we dine at my house tonight without my parents, and do you know what he said? He said," Elizabeth sighed heavily, "that he likes dining with my parents." "That idiot!" Whitney burst out irritably. Slowly she began to pace back and forth. "You may be ready to accept defeat, but I'm not. At least not from Peter Redfern, of all people. That dolt has worshipped you since we were children. What he needs is some sort of motivation to force him into declaring himself without delay." Idly, Whitney shoved the fully packed portmanteau out of the way with her foot and frowned at the luggage scattered everywhere around the room. "I have it!" she burst out, whirling on Elizabeth with an impetuous, daring gleam in her green eyes that Elizabeth well remembered from days gone by. Terrified, she shrank back into her chair. "Whitney, whatever you're thinking, we aren't going to do it." "Oh, yes, we are," Whitney hooted triumphantly. "Miss Ashton, I hereby invite you to come to London with me." "But I don't want to go to London," Elizabeth sputtered desperately. "I want Peter." "Good. And you're going to get him tonight. Now repeat after me. Yes, I will go to London with you." "Yes, I will go to London with you," Elizabeth parroted. "But I don't want to." "Perfect, because you aren't going to. But I have just asked you, and you've accepted. This way, when you tell Peter you've agreed to come with me, you won't be lying to him." Advancing purposefully on a bewildered Elizabeth, Whitney caught her hand and pulled her over to the writing desk. "Now, write and tell Peter to join you here for dinner with me tonight. Tell him—" Whitney hesitated, her forefinger pressed to her lips, then chuckled at her own stroke of genius. "Tell him that you and I are planning to do the most extraordinary thing together. That should petrify him." "Peter isn't going to like our going to London together," Elizabeth said. "He'll detest the idea," Whitney agreed proudly. "Even though I've grown up, Peter still watches me as if he expects me to do something outrageous at any moment." For the first time in her sweet, acquiescent life, Elizabeth displayed a stubborn streak. "If Peter won't approve, I won't go." Stung by Elizabeth's lack of appreciation for her brilliant plan, Whitney said, "You aren't going. Don't you see? Peter will be appalled at the idea of our going off together. He doesn't think I've truly changed. He still thinks of me as the same hoyden who used to smite Reverend Snodgrass's old mare on the rump with a slingshot." "You did that?" Elizabeth gasped. "That and a great many other things Peter knows about," Whitney admitted impenitently. "He'll try to dissuade you from coming with me, but you are to tell him that I am insisting. I'll be right there to insist, and when Peter can't talk either of us out of it, he'll do the only thing he can do." "What?" Elizabeth asked, looking intrigued but dubious. Whitney threw up her hands. "Why, he'll propose, you widgeon." Taking Elizabeth's trembling hand in an affectionate, reassuring grasp, Whitney said, "Please, please trust me. Nothing wrings an offer so quickly from a man as the fear that you are going to leave him. and nothing makes a man quite so brave and bold as the opportunity to rescue an innocent female from unsuitable companions. In this case, the unsuitable companion is me. Nicolas Duville scarcely paid any attention to me unless he objected to some gentleman who was courting me. Then he swooped down like an avenging angel to protect me from some man who was not nearly as dangerous a flirt as he. It was vastly amusing, I can tell you. Now please write that note. Before this night is over, Peter will propose. You just wait and see." Reluctantly, Elizabeth did as she was bidden, and the note was dispatched to Peter with a footman. 3 hours later, against her protests, Elizabeth was draped in Whitney's most daring gown, which had been temporarily shortened, and her golden curls had been tamed into a sleek chignon. Still objecting, she was led to a mirror by Clarissa and Whitney. "Go ahead," Whitney urged. "See how lovely you look." Elizabeth's timid gaze traveled up the clingy folds of the elegant silk gown, past her slim hips and dainty waist, then riveted in shock on her exposed décolletage. Her hands flew to cover the tops of her breasts, swelling above the bodice of the gown. "I can't," she gasped, blushing. Whitney rolled her eyes. "Yes, you can, Elizabeth. Why, in France, this gown would be considered only a tiny bit daring." A nervous giggle trilled from Elizabeth as she slowly lowered her hands. "Do you think Peter will like it?" "Not," Whitney predicted happily, "when I tell him that I think your gowns are much too demure, and that when we're in London I intend to make you buy more like this one to wear at the parties we shall be attending." At 8 o'clock, Peter strode into the candlelit drawing-room and joined the 2 young women who were waiting for him. After a brief nod in Whitney's direction, he looked around the room for Elizabeth, who was staring out the window with her back to him. "What is this extraordinary thing the 2 of you are planning to do?" he demanded. Elizabeth slowly turned, and an expression of comical incredulity froze Peter's features. With slackened jaw and glazed eyes, he gaped at her. Elizabeth, who had evidently hoped he would take one look at her and fall to his knee to propose matrimony, waited in expectant silence. When he neither spoke nor moved, her dainty chin lifted with stubborn determination, and for the first time in her 21 years, Elizabeth consciously began to use the feminine wiles with which she was born. "Whitney is taking me for an extended trip to London tomorrow," she explained, while strolling back and forth, parading her blonde loveliness before a staggered Peter. "Whitney thinks I shall be all the rage in London once I have new clothes and a new hairstyle. She is going to teach me how to flirt with gentlemen, too," ad-libbed Elizabeth with wide-eyed innocence. "Of course," she finished with a spurt of inspiration, "I do hope I shan't have changed so much by the time we return that you won't recognize me." Whitney's lips trembled with admiring laughter, which she quickly suppressed as Peter's outraged glower swung toward her. "What the devil do you think you're doing?" he snapped furiously. Somehow Whitney managed to look almost as innocent as Elizabeth. "I'm only trying to take Elizabeth under my wing." "Elizabeth would be safer under an axe," he exploded. "I won't permit—" "Now, Peter," Whitney soothed, struggling desperately to keep her face straight, "be reasonable. All I intend to do is take Elizabeth to London and introduce her to some of the gentlemen I met at a ball there this week. They are a most charming, eligible group, and all of them have impeccable backgrounds and unexceptionable reputations. They may be a little fast, but I'm quite certain Elizabeth won't fall violently in love with more than 1 or 2 of them. It's time for her to marry, you know. She's a year older than I." "I know how old Elizabeth is." Peter raked his hand through his hair in frustration. "Then you should also know that you have no say in what she does. You aren't her papa, nor her husband, nor even her fiancé. So do stop arguing and admit defeat. I'll just go and see about dinner," she finished, hastily turning away to hide her brimming laughter. Whitney was absolutely certain that Peter would propose when he took Elizabeth home. She was wrong. They were standing hand in hand when she returned to the drawing-room 10 minutes later. "It grieves me to upset your plans," Peter mocked, "but Elizabeth will not be accompanying you to London. She has agreed to become my wife." "Well," he demanded irritably, "what have you to say to that?" "Say?" Whitney repeated, lowering her eyes to hide her delighted smile. "Why, how very provoking of you, Peter. I had so wanted to give Elizabeth a glorious taste of London." Peter, who was innately good-tempered, glanced with smiling tolerance at his future wife, and said in a friendlier voice, "Since you're so bent on being with Elizabeth in London, you can shop for her trousseau with her. If her papa accepts me tonight, I expect she'll want to leave tomorrow, and she has already informed me that she wants you to be a bridesmaid." Chapter 23. Upon arriving at the Archibalds' townhouse, Whitney was greeted by a flustered Emily, her brown hair covered with a kerchief, her cheeks smudged with dirt. "You look like a chimney-sweep," Whitney laughed. "You look like a godsend," Emily countered, embracing her. "Can a knight be seated beside an honorable at dinner?" she burst out desperately. Whitney blinked in surprised confusion. "It's this wretched party," Emily explained in the salon after Whitney had taken off her pelisse and Clarissa had been shown to her room. "Michael's mamma said that I must begin to entertain as suits Michael's station in life. Have you any idea how much fuss the ton can make over the simple act of sitting down to dinner? Here, just look at what I've been going through." She went over to a desk and plucked up a seating diagram for the dining tables that evening. It was obvious she had repeatedly scratched out names to rearrange them. "Can you or can you not seat an honorable beside a knight? Michael's mamma lent me a dozen books on etiquette, but they're so filled with contradictions and exceptions to rules that I know less now than I did before I read them." Whitney scanned the seating diagram and then promptly slid into the saber-legged chair at the desk. Dipping the quill into the ink-pot, she deftly rearranged the guests, then sat back and flashed a sunny smile at her stunned friend. "Thanks to Aunt Anne's training, I can do that when there are nobles from 5 different countries present," she said. Emily sank down on the sofa, her eyes still clouded with worry. "This is our first formal party, and Michael's mamma is going to be here watching every move I make. She's a stickler for formalities. She was less than pleased when her son married a nobody, and I want more than anything to show her I can have the most perfect, grandest party she's ever attended." Whitney, who had been racking her brain for some excuse to see Clayton other than the obvious one, slowly began to smile with delight. Turning back to the desk, she picked up the quill and wrote his name and title in the proper place on the seating diagram. "This should make you the hostess of the year," she announced proudly, handing the diagram to Emily. "And it will also make your mother-in-law positively envious." "The Duke of Claymore!" Emily gasped. "But he'd think me the most presumptuous person in the world. Besides, he'd not come. None of our guests is his social equal, despite their titles." "He'll come," Whitney assured her. "Give me a spare invitation and a sheet of paper." After a moment's thought, Whitney wrote to Clayton and explained that she had come to London to visit Emily, and that she hoped very much that he would join her at the party. She enclosed the invitation and gave it to one of the Archibald's footmen, with instructions to take it to his Grace's secretary, Mr. Hudgens, in Upper Brook Street, and to tell Mr. Hudgens that the note was from Miss Stone, which was how Clayton had told her to reach him if she wanted him to come back early. The footman returned a short time later with the information that the Duke had gone to his brother's country home, and would be back in London early the next day, Saturday. Emily looked simultaneously relieved and crestfallen. "He'll be too weary to come to the party tomorrow night," she sighed. "He'll be here," Whitney said with smiling certainty. After dinner, Emily tried to open the subject of Paul, and then the Duke of Claymore, but Whitney said very gently and very firmly that she didn't want to discuss either of them just yet. To take the sting out of her refusal to confide in her best friend, Whitney then regaled her with an hilarious account of how she'd coerced poor Peter into offering for Elizabeth. Elizabeth and Peter, along with their parents, and Margaret and Mrs. Merriton, all left the village this morning when I did, she finished gaily. They have come here to shop for Elizabeth's trousseau. If anyone had told me a few years ago that you would someday be Elizabeth's bridesmaid, I'd have accused them of being deranged, Emily said with a laugh. I think Elizabeth means to ask you to be her matron of honor, Whitney said. The wedding is going to take place here in London, since most of Elizabeth and Peter's relatives live here. Not until Saturday afternoon did Whitney allow herself to dwell on her forthcoming confrontation with Clayton tonight. She and Clarissa spent the morning doing errands for Emily, and on the way back, Whitney asked the Archibald's driver to turn into the park and stop. She left Clarissa in the open carriage and wandered along the path between the neatly tended beds of chrysanthemums. She had told Aunt Anne that Clayton didn't care for her, but she knew that wasn't entirely true. He had said he wanted her, which must mean he desired her. Whitney sat down on the park bench, a faint blush staining her cheeks, as she thought of his lips moving warmly on hers, and his hands caressing her body, molding her to his masculine frame. She thought about the times they had been together, beginning with the first time she'd seen him in England. He'd been standing beside the stream with his shoulders propped against the sycamore, watching her sunning her bare legs. He had already been betrothed to her that day, and she had virtually ordered him off her property. She felt a surge of righteous indignation when she recalled the way he had used the crop on her tender backside, but it dwindled away when she thought about what she'd done to deserve it. A smile touched her lips as she recalled the night they had played chess at his house, and her flush deepened as she remembered the stormy passion of his kisses before he took her home. Clayton desired her, and he was very proud of her. She had seen that at the Rutherfords' ball. He didn't love her, of course, but he did care for her. He cared enough about her to be hurt by the dreadful things she'd said to him that day beside the pavilion. Tenderness welled in her heart as she remembered how furiously he'd rejected her kiss until he finally lost control and his arms went around her, crushing her to him. And she remembered how desolate she'd felt when she believed they were saying goodbye forever. Sternly, Whitney reminded herself of the arrogant, tyrannical, and high-handed way he had negotiated their betrothal, and then she shrugged the thought aside. He was all those things and more, yet she cared for him too, and there was no point in denying it merely so that she could keep the fires of her resentment and rebellion alive. She cared for him, and if she hadn't been so obsessed with marrying Paul, she would have realized it much sooner. Her mind shied away from delving too deeply into the exact nature of her feelings for Clayton. It seemed obscene to even consider the possibility that she loved him, when 3 days ago she'd thought she loved Paul. Besides, after believing she was in love with Paul for all these years, only to discover that she'd merely been blindly infatuated, she had little faith left in her ability to judge her own emotions. But she did care for Clayton. There was no use denying it. She had always responded wantonly to his caresses, and, although he often made her furious, he made her laugh, too. They were going to be married. Clayton had decided that last spring, and his indomitable will was going to prevail as surely as the sun was going to set. It was inevitable. She was ready to accept that now. That handsome, powerful, sophisticated nobleman was going to be her husband. He was also going to be furious tonight when she told him the villagers all believed she was betrothed to Paul. Sighing, Whitney scuffed at a pebble with the toe of her slipper. Instinctively, she knew that she could assuage Clayton's anger simply by telling him that she was willing to marry him whenever he wished. Now she had to decide what tone she would use when she told him. She could salvage some of her pride by being coolly unenthusiastic and saying something like, "Since I have no real choice except to marry you, we may as well wed whenever you wish." If she told him in that way, Clayton would undoubtedly look at her with that sarcastically amused expression which never failed to irk her, and reply with something equally unenthusiastic, such as, "As you wish, ma'am." Whitney frowned unhappily. Although that would save a bit of her pride, it was an awful way for two people to begin a marriage, each pretending complete indifference. In all truth, she didn't feel indifferent to him. These past days she had missed him more than she would have believed possible. She had missed his quiet strength, his lazy smile. She had missed the laughter they often shared. She had even missed arguing with him. Since she felt this way, it seemed not only silly, but wrong, to pretend she hated the idea of marrying him. Mentally, Whitney rehearsed a different way of telling him that she was ready to marry him. Tonight, after she told him that everyone at home believed she was betrothed to Paul, she could smile softly into those fathomless gray eyes of his and say, "I suppose the best way to put a stop to the gossip would be for us to announce our engagement." Her smile would tell him that she was surrendering, unconditionally giving over in the battle of wills that had waged between them all these weeks. True, her pride would suffer a bit, but Clayton was going to be her husband, and he truly deserved to know that she was willingly accepting him. If she told him her decision in this manner, instead of replying with mocking sarcasm, Clayton would probably take her in his arms and kiss her in that bold, sensuous way of his. Just thinking about it made Whitney feel giddy. The devil with her pride, Whitney decided. She would take the latter course. As she walked back toward the carriage, anticipation and happiness began to pulse through her veins. When she returned to Emily's house, Whitney was informed that Emily was in the salon with guests. Rather than intrude, Whitney went up to the luxurious guest room she was temporarily occupying. Emily came in just as she was removing her bonnet. "Elizabeth, Peter, Margaret, and their mammas just left. Elizabeth asked me to be in her wedding." Apprehensively, Emily added, I invited them to our party tonight. I couldn't possibly avoid it, with my whole household in an uproar, obviously preparing for a party." Whitney pulled off her gloves, a puzzled smile on her lips, as she studied Emily's worried expression. "Don't fret about it. We'll just make a few changes to the seating for dinner. It's as simple as that." "No, it isn't," Emily said bleakly. "You see, while they were shopping, they encountered your friend, Monsieur Duville. He asked Margaret about you, and Elizabeth told him that you were staying here with me, and naturally he came here with them." Whitney felt a cloud of doom descending over her, even before Emily said, "I had to invite him too. I knew it might make things awkward for you with the Duke coming at your invitation, but I was absolutely certain Monsieur Duville would decline on such short notice." Whitney sank down on the bed. "But Nicky didn't decline, did he?" Emily shook her head. "I could cheerfully have strangled Margaret. He was obviously interested only in you, but she was hanging on his arm like a leech, imploring him to come. I wish her parents would marry her off to someone before she disgraces herself and them. She is the most clinging, indiscriminate, vicious female alive, and Elizabeth is so sweet she lets Margaret trample all over her." Unwilling to let anyone or anything dampen her joyous anticipation of the night to come, Whitney gave Emily a reassuring smile. "Don't worry about Margaret or Nicky. Everything's going to be fine." Chapter 24. Clayton tossed the reports his brother had asked him to read onto the opposite seat of his coach and leaned his head back, impatient with himself for returning to the village a day ahead of schedule. The horses slowed as they neared the cobbled street of the village, and he leaned sideways, glancing out the window. Heavy clouds roiled overhead, nearly obliterating the struggling sunlight of the early Saturday afternoon. The road through the village was temporarily rendered impassable by an overturned wagon and several abandoned vehicles, whose owners were trying to right the wagon and catch the fleeing sheep. "McCrae," he called irritably, "when we get close to that snarl, stop and lend a hand. Otherwise, we'll be here all day." "Aye, Your Grace," McCrae called from his perch atop the coach. Clayton glanced at his watch, and his mouth twisted with wry derision. He was behaving like a besotted idiot, racing back here a day early. Driven by a ridiculous eagerness to see Whitney, he had left his brother's house at 6 o'clock this morning and headed straight here, instead of spending the day in London as he'd originally planned. For 7 hours he'd been traveling as if his life depended upon reaching her, stopping only to change horses. He should never have given her this week by herself, he told himself for the 100th time. Instead of offering her solitude, he should have offered her firm but gentle moral support. By now she had probably worked herself into a fresh fit of rebellion because he had forced her to turn down Severin. What a stubborn little fool she was to persist in believing she loved that weakling. A beautiful, spirited, magnificent little fool. If she cared a snap for Severin, she could never respond to his own caresses the way she did. Clayton's loins tightened as he recalled the way she had kissed him and pressed herself against him after the Rutherfords' ball when he took her back to the Archibalds. The champagne had loosened her maidenly inhibitions, but the sweet desire she felt for him had been there for many weeks. She wanted him, and if she weren't so damned stubborn and so young, she would have known it long ago. She wanted him all right, and he wanted her more than he had ever wanted anything in his life. He wanted to fill her days with joy and her nights with pleasure, until she loved him as much as he loved her. Loved her? Clayton scowled darkly at the thought, and then with a long, derisive sigh, he admitted the truth to himself. He was in love with Whitney. At 34 years of age, after more women and more affairs than he wanted to count, he had fallen victim to an outrageously impertinent, gorgeous girl-woman who blithely incurred his displeasure, mocked his title, and flatly refused to yield to his authority. Her smile warmed his heart, and her touch heated his blood. She could enchant, amuse, and infuriate him as no other woman had ever been able to do. He couldn't imagine his future without her at his side. Having admitted all that to himself, Clayton was even more eager to reach her, to feast his eyes on her again and hold her in his arms, to hear her musical voice and to know the exquisite sensation of her slender, voluptuous body curved against his. McCrae pulled the coach to a stop in front of the apothecary's shop and climbed down to help capture the last of the loose sheep and put them in the righted wagon. Unable to endure the confinement of the coach any longer, Clayton climbed down and joined the knot of spectators who were watching the men scrambling after the loose sheep. A smile touched his lips as the baker made a frantic lunge for one of the woolly beasts, missed his target, and plowed into another villager who had just captured one. "Quite a comic spectacle, isn't it?" Mr. Oldenbarry said, coming out of his shop to stand beside Clayton and the other onlookers. "You've missed the real excitement, though," he added with a sly poke in the ribs. "Whole town is buzzing with the news. Betrothals," he added. "Really," Clayton said indifferently, his attention on the wagon which was finally being pulled from the street. "Yes, indeed," Mr. Oldenbarry said. "You won't be able to felicitate the brides-to-be, though. They're both in London." He lowered his voice to a stage whisper. "Personally, I thought the Stone girl would choose you, but she's wanted Mr. Severin forever, and now she got him. They're betrothed. No sooner did I hear that than Miss Ashton announced her betrothal to Mr. Redfern. Amazing how nothing seems to happen, and then—" Clayton's head jerked toward the speaker, and Mr. Oldenbarry's voice froze at the murderous look in those gray eyes. In a low, deadly voice, Clayton said, "What did you say?" I said Miss Stone and Miss Ashton both got themselves betrothed while you were gone." "You're lying or you're mistaken." Mr. Oldenbury stepped back from the furious blast of those gray eyes, and hastily shook his head. No, I'm not. Ask anyone in the village, and they'll tell you it's true. Miss Stone and Miss Ashton both left here yesterday morning within an hour of each other, on their way to shop for wedding finery in London. Mrs. Ashton told me so herself, Mr. Oldenbury reassured, a little desperately. Miss Stone is staying with Lady Archibald, and Miss Ashton with her grandparents, he added to prove how fully informed he was. Without a word, Clayton turned on his heel and headed toward the coach. Mr. Oldenbury turned to his fellow villagers, who had gathered to watch the sheep being captured, and remained to eavesdrop on his conversation with Mr. Westland. "Did you see the look he gave me when I told him Miss Ashton was in London buying her wedding finery?" he asked them, his eyes glazed with awe. "And all this time I thought he fancied the Stone girl." "The Stone estate," Clayton snapped at McCrae, and leapt into the coach. As they pulled up before Whitney's house, a footman ran out. "Where is Miss Stone?" Clayton said, his icy voice checking the servant's hand as he reached out to lower the steps. "In London, sir," the footman replied, stepping back. Before the horses came to a full stop in front of his temporary residence, Clayton flung open the coach door and vaulted out. "Have fresh horses put to," he snapped at his astonished coachman, "and be ready to leave for London in 10 minutes. Rage boiled inside of Clayton like fiery acid, destroying his tender feelings for her. To think that while he was racing back to her like a besotted fool, she was in London buying her trousseau, which, he reminded himself with a fresh surge of blazing wrath, he was paying for. Damn her conniving little heart! He ground the words out savagely as he swiftly changed his clothing. As soon as he could get a special license, he was going to drag her to the altar, by the hair if necessary. No, by God, he wouldn't get a special license. Why the hell should he wait for that? He'd haul her to Scotland tonight and marry her there. When they came back, she could endure the scandal of an elopement as her punishment for deceiving him. Bitterly, he cursed himself for having denied himself the pleasure of her body, because he was waiting and hoping she would admit she wanted to marry him. The hell with what she wanted. From now on, things were going to be the way he wanted them. Henceforth, Whitney could either bend to his will, or he'd break her to it, and he didn't give a damn which way she chose to have it. Precisely 10 minutes later, after changing his clothes, he bounded out of the house and hurled himself back into the coach. Clayton endured the long trip back to the city in alternate states of deadly calm and barely leashed fury. It was after midnight when the horses drew to a stop in front of the brightly lit Archibald house, where a party was obviously in progress. "Wait here. I'll be right out," he snapped at the coachman, and as Clayton stalked swiftly up the steps to the front door, the rage boiling inside of him turned to cold, hard resolve. He had been cuckolded by a spiteful, willful brat. Brat? She was worse, much worse than that. She was a scheming, lying bitch, he thought murderously as he strode past the astonished butler toward the music and laughter. The chilly night air cooled Whitney's heated face as she turned a dazzling, artificial smile on the gentleman who had followed her out onto Emily's terrace, where she had fled to escape the overcrowded ballroom. Despite her bright smile, her green eyes were somber as they scanned the milling crowd indoors, searching hopelessly for Clayton, even though she knew it was too late now for him to arrive. Perhaps he hadn't gotten her invitation. Perhaps he had gone directly to her home without stopping in London. Whitney shivered, wishing she hadn't written to Aunt Anne and suggested that she make her postponed visit to her relatives, since Whitney had everything under control in London. She should have waited until Clayton had acknowledged receiving her note. No, she decided miserably. Clayton's secretary had been very positive about his employer's travel plans. There was no point in deceiving herself. Clayton had cavalierly ignored her invitation. Her indignation gave way to deep hurt. She had worn her hair loose about her shoulders, because Clayton had said he liked it best that way. She had even dressed especially to please him in an alluring ivory satin gown heavily embellished with pearls. She had done everything to please him, and he hadn't even bothered to come or to decline her invitation. Perilously close to tears, Whitney tried to convince herself that this aching disappointment she felt was merely because she had finally gathered the courage to tell Clayton that she would willingly marry him whenever he wished, but her lonely dejection sprang from something much deeper. She had missed him. She had been longing to see his smile, to be able to tell him she was surrendering in this battle of wills that had raged between them, and then to have him take her in his arms and kiss her. She had hoped tonight would be a beginning for them. Whitney blinked back her tears and determined to enjoy what was left of her ravaged evening. Clayton nodded curtly to those few guests with whom he was acquainted, while he waited like a panther, watching for a glimpse of his prey. He saw Duville going toward the terrace doors, carrying 2 glasses of champagne. Clayton's eyes tracked him across the room, his jaw clenching into a tight line of rage when he saw Whitney standing outside on the terrace, surrounded by at least 6 men. With deceptive casualness, Clayton strolled toward them. His eyes turned icy with contempt when he realized that the men were pretending to play musical instruments, while his betrothed was giving a charming little imitation of leading them with her invisible baton. The role, Clayton thought scathingly, was eminently suited to her, leading men on. He was about to let himself out the doors beside the ones through which Duville had just gone, when a detaining hand was laid on his arm. "What a pleasant surprise to find you here," Margaret Merriton said. All Clayton's attention was riveted on Whitney. He started to pull his arm away, but Margaret's fingers tightened. "Disgraceful, isn't she?" she remarked, following the direction of his gaze. 34 years of strict adherence to certain rules of etiquette could not be completely disregarded, and Clayton turned, albeit angrily, to acknowledge the woman who was addressing him. Except he was so furious that it took several moments for him even to identify her. Too angry to attempt to hide his insulting lack of recognition, Clayton stared blankly into her worshipful hazel eyes while their expression changed from adoration to insulted hatred. Laughter burst from the terrace, and Clayton's head jerked in the direction of the sound. Margaret's hand tightened convulsively on his arm as she looked toward Whitney Stone, and wounded pride hoarsened her voice. "If you're so eager to have her, go and get her. You needn't worry about Duville or Paul Severin. Neither of them will ever actually marry her." "Why is that?" Clayton demanded, pulling his arm away. "Because Paul has just discovered what Monsieur Duville has known for years. Neither of them was her first." She saw Clayton's face blanch, and the muscle leaping in his clenched jaw. Turning on her heel, she hissed brokenly over her shoulder, "In case you're interested, a stable boy was the first. That's why she was sent to France." Something shattered inside of Clayton, splintering his emotions from all rational control. At another time, he would have shrugged off Margaret's words, for he was well enough acquainted with female jealousy to recognize it when he saw it. But this wasn't another time. This was the day he had realized that Whitney had been playing him for a fool, that she was a treacherous liar. He paused, waiting while Duville departed. Then he reached down, grasped the handle of the door, and jerked it open. He stepped onto the terrace directly behind Whitney, just as one of her drunken admirers dropped to one knee. "Miss Stone," the young man joked, his words slightly slurred, "it occurs to me that 2 talented musicians, such as you and I, ought to form a permanent duet. May I have the honor of your arm? No, your hand in—" Suddenly he stopped and swallowed audibly, his alarmed gaze fixed on something behind Whitney. Dissolving with laughter at the young man's comic antics, Whitney glanced over her shoulder, then half turned toward Clayton. Happiness soared through her, and she smiled joyously at him, but Clayton's attention was frozen on poor Carlyle, who was still kneeling on one leg. "Get up," Clayton snarled. With withering sarcasm, he added, "If you intend to request Miss Stone's hand in marriage, you will have to wait until she grows another. At present she has only two, and she has already pledged them both." With that, he caught Whitney's wrist in a vice-like grip and turned on his heel, dragging her with him. Whitney ran, trying to keep up with him as he strode around the wide balcony and down the front steps to his coach waiting below a street lamp. "Stop this! You're hurting me!" she panted, stumbling on the hem of her gown and falling halfway to her knees. Clayton jerked her up with such cruel force that a pain shot from her wrist to her shoulder blade. Then he snapped a command at his driver, grabbed her by the waist, and flung her into the coach. "How dare you!" Whitney hissed, angry and embarrassed at being so ignominiously hauled from Emily's house, and then manhandled to boot. "Who do you think you are?" The horses bolted from the curb, and the coach lurched violently, sending Whitney reeling against the back of her seat. "Who do I think I am?" Clayton jeered. "Why, I am your owner. By your own words, your father sold you, and I bought you." Whitney stared at him, her mind in a complete turmoil. She couldn't imagine why Clayton was so angry over Carlyle's mock proposal when he'd interrupted her cousin, Cuthbert, in the midst of a serious one, and had been laughingly good-natured about it. She had believed that tonight would be a time for sweet reconciliation between them, and it was harshly disconcerting to now find herself the target of Clayton's fury instead of his ardor. Even so, she was absurdly happy that he hadn't ignored her invitation, and she couldn't really blame him for losing his temper when he discovered yet another gentleman offering marriage to her. Very gently she said, "Mr. Carlyle was quite foxy, you see, and his proposal was only a joke. He—" "Shut up!" Clayton snapped. His head twisted toward her, and for the first time, in the flickering light of the coach lamp, Whitney actually saw the savage, scorching fury that was emanating from the man beside her. His handsome jaw was taut with rage, his mouth was drawn into a ruthless, forbidding line, and his expression was filled with cold loathing. His contemptuous eyes raked over her, and then he turned his head away, as if he couldn't stomach the sight of her. Never in her life had Whitney witnessed such controlled, menacing fury, nor had anyone ever looked at her with such scathing contempt, not even her father. She had hoped so much to see laughter, or warmth, or affection in those penetrating, soul-searching gray eyes of his tonight. She had never imagined he could look at her with this alarming, malicious hatred. Her shock faded to hurt, and very slowly the first glimmerings of fear were born in her heart. Silently, she stared out the window until the lights of the city began to glimmer less frequently, and the long stretches of lonely darkness lengthened. "Where are you taking me?" she asked unsteadily. He was coldly silent. "Clayton?" she almost begged. "Where are we going?" Clayton turned and stared down at her beautiful, frightened face. He wanted to put his hands around her slender white throat and strangle her for defiling her body with other men, for betraying his own love and trust, and for finally calling him Clayton now, when he knew her for what she was, a lying, deceiving little bitch who had freely shared her lush, ripe body with any rutting pig who asked her to. He tore his mind from thoughts of her coupling with other men, and, without answering her question, pointedly looked away. Whitney tried to combat her mounting alarm by concentrating on where they were and in which direction they were traveling. North, she realized as they turned off the main road. They were heading north. Now she was frantic. Drawing a quick breath, she swallowed what was left of her pride and said, "I was going to tell you that I'm willing to marry you. It isn't necessary to take me to Scotland to marry me. I'll—" "Not necessary to marry you," Clayton interrupted with a short, bitter laugh. "So I have heard. However, I have no desire to elope, nor have I any intention of pushing my horses much further. They've already chased across half of England today in pursuit of you." Abruptly, the coach turned west onto a smooth but less traveled road. At the same moment, the full import of his words slammed into her. If he'd been on the road all day, in pursuit of her, then he must have returned to the village today and heard the gossip about her betrothal to Paul. Pleadingly, Whitney laid her hand on his arm. "I can explain about Paul. You see—" His fingers clamped down on her slim hand, wringing a gasp of pain from her. "I'm delighted that you're so eager to touch me," he drawled sarcastically, "because in a short while you are going to have an opportunity to do exactly that." Distastefully, he removed her hand from his arm and dropped it into her lap. "However, since this is not the place for you to demonstrate your affection, you will have to control your passions until then." "Control my—" Whitney gasped, and then hopefully she blurted, "Are you foxed?" His lips twisted with cynical amusement. "I am not drunk, so you needn't worry that I will be unable to perform." He emphasized the last word, making it sound ominous. Then, almost pleasantly, he added, "You should sleep now. You've a long and exhausting night ahead of you." Frightened by his taunting and hurt by the disgusted revulsion in his eyes whenever he looked at her, Whitney tore her gaze from his. She had no idea of what he was talking about. She was on the verge of hysterical terror, and he was sitting here telling her to control her passions, assuring her that he would be able to perform. In the darkness of the coach, the vulgar crudity of his remark finally penetrated the turbulent agitation of her mind, and her eyes grew huge with fear. Now she understood his plans. Whitney searched the starlit night for sign of a village, a house, anywhere she could seek refuge. There were a few lights up ahead on her side of the road, a posting house or an inn, she thought. She didn't know what kind of injury she would sustain by jumping from the coach, and she didn't care, so long as she would be able to get up and run to the lights beside the road. Biting her trembling lower lip, Whitney inched her hand cautiously along her skirts toward the handle that would open the door. She stole a final, parting look at the granite profile of the man beside her, and felt as if something were dying within her. Squeezing her eyes closed, she tried to clear them of the burning tears that would blind her when she hurtled from the coach. She edged her fingertips along the padded leather of the door until they closed around the hard, cold metal of the handle. A few more seconds until they were even with the open gates of the inn yard, and the horses slowed against the strain of the incline. Whitney's fingers tightened. She screamed as Clayton's hand clamped around her arm, jerking her away from the door. "Don't be so impatient, my sweet. A common roadside inn is hardly the proper setting for our first coupling. Or do you prefer inns for your little trysts?" With a sharp twist of his arm, he flung her onto the seat across from him. "Do you?" he repeated savagely. With pounding heart, Whitney watched the distance widen between the coach and the inn, and with it went her hope of escape. She couldn't possibly take him by surprise again, nor could she overpower him. "Personally," Clayton continued almost sociably, "I have always preferred the comforts of my dingy home to the questionable cleanliness and worn bed linen one usually finds in these places." His cool mockery finally snapped her fragile self-control. You are a bastard," she burst out. "If you say so," he agreed indifferently. "And if I am, that makes me eminently well-suited to spend the night in bed with a bitch." Whitney squeezed her eyes closed and leaned her head back against the seat, trying desperately to bring her emotions under control. Clayton was infuriated about Paul, and somehow she had to explain. Swallowing convulsively, she whispered into the darkness, "Mrs. Severin is to blame for the gossip you heard. Despite what you think, as soon as Paul came home, I told him that I couldn't marry him. I couldn't stop the gossip at home, so I went to London." "The gossip followed you there, my sweet," he informed her in a silky tone. Now stop boring me with your explanations." "But—" "Shut up," Clayton warned with deadly calm, "or I will change my mind about waiting until we have a comfortable bed, and I'll take you right here." Tendrils of fresh terror wrapped themselves around Whitney's heart. They had been traveling for nearly 2 hours when the coach slowed and passed through gates of some sort. The dazed exhaustion which had blessedly numbed her mind vanished, and Whitney stiffened, staring out the window at the lights of a large house looming in the far distance. By the time they pulled up before the house, her heart was hammering so wildly she could scarcely breathe. Clayton climbed down, then reached in and dragged her from the coach. "I am not going into that house," she cried, writhing and twisting in his grasp. "It's a little late for you to start trying to protect your virtue," he jeered, swinging her up into his arms. His hands bit into her thigh and waist as he carried her into the dimly lit house and up the endless, curving staircase. A red-haired maid rushed out onto the balcony, and Whitney opened her mouth to cry out, then choked on the cry as Clayton's fingers dug agonizingly into her flesh. "Go to bed," he snapped at the woman who watched them pass with wide, disbelieving eyes. "Please, please, stop this," Whitney begged frantically as he kicked open the door to a bedroom and strode inside. Her mind dimly registered the splendid furnishings and a fire burning in the grate of an enormous fireplace across the room, but the object that claimed all her wild-eyed attention was the large 4-poster bed on a dais to which Clayton was carrying her. He dumped her unceremoniously in the center of the bed, then turned on his heel and headed across the room toward the door. For one relieved moment, Whitney thought he intended to leave. Instead, he reached out and rammed the bolt into place with the finality of a death blow. In a frozen paralysis, she watched him stride past the bed toward the fireplace across the room. He flung himself into one of the sofas at right angles to the fireplace, and minutes passed while he sat there, looking at her as if she were some strange, captive animal, a curiosity, deformed and loathsome to his sight. The silence was finally shattered by his order, rapped out in a cold, unfamiliar voice. "Come here, Whitney." Whitney's whole body jerked. She shook her head and inched backward along the bed toward the pillows, her gaze flying to the windows, then the other doors. Could she possibly reach one of them before he could stop her? "You can try," Clayton commented, "but I promise you'll never make it." Swallowing a panicked sob, Whitney sat straighter, struggling against the hysteria welling up in her throat. "About Paul—" "Say his name one more time," Clayton lashed out furiously, "and I'll kill you. So help me God." And then he became frighteningly polite. "You may have Severin if he still wants you. But we can discuss all that later. Now, my love, are you going to walk over here to me unaided, or must I come and assist you?" He lifted a dark brow at her, permitting her a moment to think it over. "Well," he threatened, half rising from his chair. Refusing to beg, or to give him the added satisfaction of subduing her, Whitney rose from the bed. She tried to hold her head high, to look scornful and proud, but her knees felt like water. 2 paces away from him, her shaking legs refused to move again. She stood there, staring at him with tear-brightened eyes. He surged to his feet. "Turn around," he snapped. Before Whitney could utter a protest, he caught her by the shoulders and whipped her around. With one vicious jerk, he ripped her dress down the back, and the sound of tearing fabric screamed in Whitney's ears, while satin-covered buttons scattered across the carpet to shine in the firelight. He turned her back toward him and smiled malevolently. "I own the dress, too," he reminded her. He settled back in his chair, stretched his long legs out, and for several moments watched Whitney's clumsy attempts to keep the slippery satin bodice clutched to her breasts. "Drop it," he ordered. The satin bodice slid from her fingers, and he watched impassively as yards of fine ivory satin swooshed down her hips and slender legs, landing in a heap at her feet. "The rest?" he said blandly. Choking on her humiliation, Whitney hesitated, then stepped woodenly out of the stiff petticoats, standing before him clad only in her thin chemise. He was waiting for her to remove the chemise, Whitney knew, because he intended total nakedness to be her final humiliation. He meant to punish her for the gossip about Paul by terrifying her like this. Well, she was terrified and degraded enough already, punished for whatever she'd done or thought of doing. In mute rebellion, she started to back away. Clayton was on his feet before she could take the second step. His hand shot out and twisted tightly in the thin fabric at the neckline of her chemise, drawing it taut over her thrusting breasts. Her chest rising and falling in rapid, harsh breaths, she stared down at the strong, well-manicured hand at her breasts, the same hand that had once caressed her with gentle passion. Abruptly the hand tightened, and with one sharp jerk he split the thin garment in two, flinging it away from her body. "Get into the bed," he ordered coldly. Desperate to hide her nakedness, Whitney fled to the big four-poster and quickly pulled the sheets up to her chin, as if they could protect her from him. In a blur of unreality, she saw Clayton strip off his jacket. He unbuttoned his shirt and pulled it off, and she stared blindly at the rippling muscles of his powerful shoulders and arms. When his hands went to the waistband of his pants, Whitney twisted her head to the wall and squeezed her eyes closed. His footsteps bore down on the bed, and she opened her eyes to see him towering menacingly above her. "Don't cover yourself from me." He caught the sheets and tore them from her clenched fists. "So handsomely for." Pain slashed across his features as his gaze swept over her naked body, then his jaw hardened. In a shivering trance of fear, Whitney stared at his hard, ruthless face, while her tortured mind superimposed other, gentle memories of him. She saw him bending over her the day she fell from her horse, his face white with alarm. She saw him gazing tenderly into her eyes the day she had kissed him near the stream. "My God, you are sweet," he had whispered. She thought of the night he had taught her to gamble with cards and chips. She remembered the way he had stood beside her only a few nights ago at the Rutherfords, and proudly introduced her as his fiancée. Aunt Anne had been right. Clayton did love her. Love and possessiveness were driving him to do this terrible thing to her. She had driven him to it, by denying her feelings for him for so long, by her blind determination to marry Paul. He was deliberately compromising her so that she would have no choice except to marry him, and not Paul. He loved her, and in return she had caused this proud man to become an object of public ridicule. The bed shifted beneath his weight as he stretched out beside her, and Whitney's fear gave way to a deep, shattering remorse. Her eyes aching with unshed tears, she turned her face to his and hesitantly laid her trembling fingers against his rigid jaw. "Sorry," she whispered chokily. "I'm so sorry." His eyes narrowed. Then he leaned toward her, his weight supported on an elbow, his free hand gliding over her bare arm to boldly cup her breast. "Show me," he invited, teasing her nipple with his thumb. "Show me how sorry you are." Overriding the shrieking protest of her conscience, Whitney complied, letting his fingers send shooting sensations from her breast to the pit of her stomach. She didn't struggle. She was prepared to show him she was sorry. She was prepared to let him do this to her. His mouth came down on hers, parting her lips in a deep, languorous kiss, and Whitney tried to kiss him back with all the love and contrition in her aching heart. "You're very lovely, my sweet," he murmured, as his hands began boldly to explore her body. "But then I suppose you've heard that before." His mouth burned a hot trail down her throat to the pink tips of her full breasts, his tongue teasing, flicking, and then circling. Suddenly his lips closed tightly around her nipple, drawing hard, and Whitney gasped with startled pleasure. Instantly, his hand moved down her thighs, then up between them, to cover the soft mound of hair, and she gave a leap of instinctive shock. He ignored her, his questing fingers parting her and then intimately exploring her, sending melting, tingling sensations racing along her raw nerve endings. Nuzzling her neck, he continued the arousing movement of his hand against her most sensitive place, his skillful fingers moving with unerring certainty to linger and teasingly caress the precise places where his touch could send shock waves of desire shooting through her. Whitney yielded helplessly to the hot, searing need he was expertly building within her, while a nameless panic slowly began to grip her. Something was different, wrong, in the way he was kissing her, touching her. For a man driven by possessive, unrequited love, his kisses lacked his usual smoldering ardor. His caresses were without tender urgency. His fingers moved within her, and she moaned in her throat. "So you like that, do you?" he taunted in a low whisper. Then he stopped. "I don't want you to enjoy this too much, my love," he explained abruptly, and shifted his weight on top of her, wedging his knee between her legs. He grasped her hips, lifting them. At the same moment, the cynical inflection in his voice pierced the thick, sensual haze engulfing her. Her eyes flew open. She saw his harsh, bitter expression just as Clayton drew back, and then rammed himself full length into her tight, virginal passage. Searing pain ripped through her, and she screamed, burying her face in her hands, her back arching. Above her, a savage curse exploded from Clayton's chest. He withdrew, and she stiffened hysterically, trying to brace herself for the next agonizing pain that would come when he entered her again. But the pain never came. He remained withdrawn, motionless. End of Side 9. Side 10. Whitney, my love. Continuing on page 349. Whitney's hands fell limply from her face. Through a blurring haze of tears, she saw him above her. Clayton's head was thrown back, his eyes clenched shut, his features a mask of tortured anguish. As she stared at his ravaged face, her body jerked with suppressed sobs until the burden of holding them back was more than she could bear. She wanted to be held, to be comforted, and irrationally she sought this comfort from her own tormentor. Shuddering on a lonely, convulsive cry, Whitney reached her arms up around Clayton's powerful shoulders and drew him down against her. With aching gentleness, Clayton gathered her into his arms and shifted to lie beside her. Without a word, she turned her face into his bare chest and wept, cried her heart out in harsh, racking sobs that shook her slender body with such violence that Clayton thought they would surely tear her apart. He lay there, holding her defiled, naked body cradled against him, stroking the rumpled silk of her hair, while he punished himself with the sound of her muffled weeping, lashed himself with the tears that poured from her eyes and drenched his chest. I told Paul I wouldn't marry him," Whitney cried brokenly. "The gossip wasn't my fault." "It wasn't that, little one," Clayton whispered, his voice raw with emotion. "I'd never have done this to you for that." "Then why did you?" she choked. Clayton expelled a ragged breath. "I thought you'd lain with him, and with others." Abruptly, Whitney's crying subsided. Clutching the sheet to her naked breasts, she reared up on an elbow and stared at him with scornful green eyes. "Oh, you did you?" she hissed, and tore herself from his embrace, rolling over onto her other side to face the wall. The bewildered terror that had seized her in the coach evaporated, along with her belief that he loved her. In a blinding flash of sick humiliation, she understood that he had done this to degrade her. His monstrous pride had demanded this unspeakable revenge for some imagined crime. Bile rose in her throat as she realized that she had submitted to him without struggling. He hadn't deceived her. She had deceived herself. He hadn't stolen her virtue. She had given it to him. She had given it to him. Drowning in shame and self-loathing, she struggled to pull the heavy bed-covers up to cover herself. Clayton saw her and reached across to draw them tenderly over her lovely, naked body. Realizing too late that he had just added insult to her injury, he put his hand on her shoulder, gently trying to turn her toward him. "If you'll let me," he implored, "I'd like to explain." Furiously, she shrugged his hand off. "I'd like to see you try, but do it by letter, because if you ever come near me or my family again, I'll kill you. I swear I will." The substance of this brave threat was diminished by the muffled sobs that followed it, and seemed to go on forever until she sank into an exhausted slumber. His Grace, Clayton Robert Westmoreland, Duke of Claymore, descendant of 500 years of nobility, possessor of estates and wealth so vast as to defy comprehension, lay beside the only woman he had ever loved, helpless either to comfort her or regain her. He stared at the ceiling, seeing her as she had been only hours before, conducting a group of merry would-be musicians. How could he have done this to her, when all he had ever wanted to do was pamper and cherish and protect her? Instead, he had coldly and deliberately taken her innocence. And in doing so, he had lost more than she had, for he had managed to lose the only thing he had ever really wanted to possess, this one headstrong, beautiful girl lying beside him, loathing him. He remembered all the coarse, vulgar things he'd said to her in the coach and in this room, each degrading word he had spoken, each touch that had hurt her, paraded across his mind, bringing a sharp, agonizing pain. So he punished himself by going over and over every vicious thing he had said and done to her. Near dawn, she turned onto her back. Clayton leaned over and tenderly brushed a wayward lock of mahogany hair from her smooth cheek. Then he lay back to watch her sleep, because he knew that this would be the last time Whitney would ever lie beside him. She awoke the next morning, vaguely aware of a tenderness between her legs, and at her waist and thighs. Her lashes fluttered open, and she rolled onto her back. Her mind felt sluggish and fuzzy as she glanced with half-closed, sleepy eyes at her surroundings. She was in a gigantic bed situated on a dais. The immense bedroom was 10 times the size of her large bedroom at home, and splendidly furnished. She blinked dazedly at the thick, moss-green carpet stretching luxuriously across the vast floor. The entire wall to her left was a sweeping expanse of mullioned glass, and the one across from her had a marble fireplace so large that she could easily have stood up in the opening. The 2 remaining walls were covered with wide, richly carved rosewood panels, and hung with magnificent tapestries. Wearily, Whitney closed her eyes and started to drift back into the peace of slumber. Odd that she would be sleeping in a room that seemed so masculine. Her eyes snapped open, and she sat bolt upright in bed. His bed. His room. Someone opened the door, and she cringed backward, clutching the silk sheets to her bare breasts. The diminutive, red-haired maid Whitney had seen on the balcony the night before came in carrying Whitney's mended ivory gown and chemise, which she carefully hung over a door that led into a dressing-room. As she turned to go, she saw Whitney huddled watchfully in the bed, and picked up an elegant lace dressing-gown that was draped over a chair. "Good morning, miss," she said as she approached the bed, and Whitney bitterly noted that the servant showed no surprise at finding a naked woman in her master's bed. Obviously, it was nothing out of the ordinary. "My name is Mary," the maid said in a soft Irish brogue, as she extended her arm over which was draped the lace dressing-gown. "May I help you up?" Shamed to the depths of her soul, Whitney took her outstretched hand and climbed unsteadily down from the bed. "Merciful God!" Mary gasped, her eyes riveted on the blood-stained silk sheets. "What did he do to you?" Whitney smothered a trill of hysterical laughter at the idiocy of the question. "He ruined me," she choked. Mesmerized, Mary stared at the bloodstains. "He'll pay an awful price for this in the judgment. The Lord'll not forgive this easily. The master being what he is, and knowing better, and you a virgin." She dragged her eyes from the sheets and led Whitney to a sunken marble bath which adjoined the bedchambers. "I hope God doesn't forgive him," Whitney hissed brokenly, stepping into the warm bathwater. "I hope he burns in hell. I wish I had a knife so that I could cut his heart out." Mary started to soap her back, but Whitney took the cloth from her and began to scrub every part of her body that Clayton had touched. Suddenly her hand froze. What insanity possessed her to climb obediently into this tub, when she should be dressed already and planning a way to escape? She clutched at the maid's wrist, her green eyes wild with pleading. "I have to leave before he comes back, Mary. Please help me find some way out of here. You can't believe how badly he hurt me, the things, awful things, he said to me. If I don't get away, he'll make me do that again." With confused, sorrowful blue eyes, the maid looked down at Whitney and gently shook her head. "His Grace has no wish to enter this room or keep you here. He told me himself that only I am to look after you. The coach is already waiting for you around in front, and when you're dressed, I'm to take you down myself." 2 stories above the main entrance to his house, Clayton stood at the window, waiting for a last glimpse of her, waiting to make his final farewell. The trees bent and sighed in the wind, bowing deeply to her as she stepped out into a day as bleak and dreary as his soul. Her gown flew about her as she descended the long sweep of steps to the waiting coach, and the wind caught her hair, tumbling it wildly about her. On the bottom step, Whitney paused, and for one agonizing, soul-wrenching moment, Clayton thought that she was going to turn and look up at him. Helplessly he stretched his hand out, longing to slide his knuckles over her soft, silken cheek, but all he touched was a cold pane of glass. As if she sensed somehow that he was watching her, Whitney lifted her head in that regal way of hers, gave it a defiant toss, and without looking back, she stepped into the coach. The brandy glass Clayton was holding shattered in his clenched hand, and he looked down at the bright red drops oozing from his fingers. "I imagine you'll be getting poison of the blood now," Mary, standing in the doorway, predicted with a certain amount of satisfaction. "Unfortunately, I doubt it," Clayton replied flatly. Whitney huddled in a corner of the coach, her thoughts marching dizzily in a tight circle of shame, misery, and anger. She thought of the vulgar things he had said to her, the businesslike way his hands had moved over her flesh, expertly evoking an unwilling response from her traitorous body. Bitter bile rose up in her throat, choking her. She wished she were dead. No, she wished he were dead. Last night was only the beginning of the humiliating nightmare she would have to endure. Michael Archibald would undoubtedly insist that Emily send her home, for he would never permit a woman of questionable virtue to associate with his wife. Even if Whitney could convince him that she had been forced to spend the night with Clayton, she would still be just as soiled, just as unfit to be received in polite society. Fighting down a surge of nausea, Whitney leaned her head back. Somehow she had to think of a feasible excuse to give the Archibalds to explain why she had been gone all night. Otherwise she'd be banished from her best friend's company, banished from the company of decent people. She would spend her life in lonely shame, with only her father for company. After nearly an hour, Whitney finally settled on an excuse she could give Michael and Emily. It sounded a little lame, but it might suffice if they didn't question her. Now she felt less afraid, but infinitely more alone. more vulnerable. There was no one to whom she could turn for comfort or understanding. She could write to Aunt Anne, who was staying with a cousin in Lincolnshire, and ask her to come to London, but what could Aunt Anne do except demand that Clayton marry her immediately? What a punishment that would be for him, Whitney thought sarcastically. He'd get precisely what he'd always wanted, and she would be condemned to marriage with a man she would hate for as long as she lived. If Whitney refused to marry Clayton, Aunt Anne would naturally turn to Uncle Edward for advice. When Uncle Edward learned what Clayton had done, he would probably demand that Clayton give him satisfaction, meaning a duel, which must at all cost be avoided. In the first place, dueling was illegal now. In the second, Whitney was terrifyingly certain that that bastard would kill her uncle. The only other alternative was for Uncle Edward to demand justice through the courts, but a trial and the public scandal attached to it would ruin Whitney for as long as she lived. And so, here she was, forced to bear her hurt and shame alone, with no way of avenging herself on that devil. But she would think of something, she told herself bracingly. The next time he came near her, she would be ready. The next time he came near her? Whitney's hands grew clammy, and perspiration broke out on her forehead. She would die if he ever came near her again. She would kill herself before she ever let him touch her. If he tried to speak to her, if he touched her, she would start screaming and never be able to stop. Every servant in the Archibald household seemed to be hovering in the hallways, watching her with secret condemnation when Whitney entered the house. She marched bravely past the butler, 3 footmen, and a half-dozen housemaids with her chin up and her head high, but when she closed the bedroom door behind her, she collapsed against it, her body shaking and her chin quivering. Clarissa descended on her a moment later, bristled up like a maddened porcupine, slamming drawers, muttering under her breath about shameless hussies and slurs on the family name. Whitney hid her mortification behind a stony expression and jerked off the hated ivory satin gown, self-consciously snatching on a dressing robe when Clarissa's eyes raked suspiciously over her naked body. "Your poor, sweet mother must be spinning in her grave," Clarissa announced, plunking her hands on her ample hips. "Don't say such ghoulish things," Whitney said wretchedly. "My mother is resting in peace because she knows I've done nothing to be ashamed of." "Well, it's just too bad the servants in this house don't know that," replied Clarissa, puffing up with ire. "As hoity-toity as royalty they are here, and every one of them is whispering about you." Whitney's interview with Emily late that afternoon was even more humiliating. Emily simply sat there, listening attentively to Whitney's lame tale of how the Duke had escorted her to another party across town, and when the hour had grown too late to return, her unnamed hostess had insisted that Whitney spend the night. At the end of the explanation, Emily nodded her complete, unqualified understanding, but her pretty, honest face reflected a stunned shock that was worse than any accusation she could have made. Emily went directly to her husband's study and repeated the story to him. "So you see," she said in a determinedly confident voice, while anxiously scanning Michael's face, "it was all perfectly innocent and not in the least scandalous. You do believe her explanation, don't you, Michael?" she pleaded. Michael leaned back in his chair and regarded his young wife levelly. "No," he said quietly, "I don't." He reached out and drew Emily down onto his lap. For a long moment he studied her distraught features. Then he said gently, "But I do believe in you. If you tell me she's innocent, I will believe that." "I love you, Michael," Emily said simply, her body sagging with relief. "Whitney would never do anything indecent. I know it." Whitney had dreaded the evening meal, but Emily and her husband seemed perfectly relaxed and natural. In fact, Michael even urged her to remain with them until after Elizabeth's wedding, which was slightly more than a month away. He seemed so sincere, and Emily so eager for her to stay, that Whitney gratefully and happily accepted their invitation. The last thing in the world she wanted to do was to go home to her father and face the rumors of her betrothal to Paul. But that night, as she lay in bed, loneliness and despair washed over her in a tidal wave. She wished her aunt were here to tell her what to do, but she knew in her heart there was nothing Anne or anyone else could do to help her. She was going to have to bear this alone. From this day forward, she would always be alone. She could never have a husband or children, because no decent man would want her. She was soiled, dirtied, used by another. She had always wanted to have children, but now she couldn't. A painful lump of desolation swelled in her throat. She didn't want a husband, though, she told herself bitterly. She could never care for another man or bear to be touched by his hands. In her whole life there had been only 2 men she had wanted to marry. Paul, who was shallow and weak, and Clayton, who was an animal. Paul had only disappointed her, but Clayton had destroyed her. He had insinuated his way into her heart, and then he had used her and thrown her away, sent her home without even an apology. Tears trickled down Whitney's cheeks, and she furiously brushed them away. Clayton Westmoreland had made her cry for the last time. When next they met, she would be hardened and calm. She was through thinking about him. She would never think about last night again. Despite her resolve, the following days were the most harrowing of Whitney's life. Every time the butler appeared to announce a caller, Whitney's heart leapt with terror that the caller was the Duke of Claymore. She longed to tell Emily that she would not be at home to him when he called, but how could she, when he was an acquaintance of Michael's, and she was a guest in Michael's home? Besides, Emily would want to know why, and that would reopen the topic of Clayton, a topic which Emily had already tried to reopen several times, which left Whitney with no choice but to cringe and try to steady her nerves every time a visitor arrived at the Archibald residence. She rarely accompanied Emily out of the house because she was obsessed with the morbid certainty that she could come face to face with Clayton if she did. With each passing day her tension steadily mounted, until she felt as if she would go mad with the helpless waiting, the fear and dread. But she kept the promises she had made to herself almost a week ago. She meticulously refused to think of that hideous, fateful night, and she did not cry. Chapter 25. 2 sleek, well-sprung traveling chaises waited in front of Claymore, the vast 3-story stone structure that was Clayton's principal residence. The grandeur of the house and grounds was the result of loving restoration and extensive additions, which had been carried out by Clayton, his father, his grandfather, and all of the Dukes of Claymore who had preceded them. To visitors and guests, Claymore was a place in which to wander admiringly, from domed glass rooms where one could see the sky, to rooms of breathtaking splendor where vaulted ceilings rose 3 stories in height, supported by graceful Gothic pillars. Looking up, one could behold the master genius of Rubens, who had lavishly embellished the ceilings with rich, exuberant scenes. To Clayton, however, his house was a place of haunting memories where he could not sleep, and when he did, could not escape the recurring nightmare of what had happened there 7 endless, agonizing nights ago. It was a place from which he had to escape. Seated at his desk in the spacious oak-paneled library, he listened impatiently to the solicitor who was repeating the instructions Clayton had just given him. "Do I understand you correctly, Your Grace? You wish to withdraw your offer of marriage to Miss Stone, but make no attempt to recover any of the monies you expended to secure the agreement?" "That is precisely what I just said," Clayton replied shortly. "I am leaving for Grand Oak today, and will return in a fortnight. Have the papers here for my signature the day after my return." With that he stood up, abruptly concluding the distasteful interview. The Dowager Duchess of Claymore glanced up eagerly as the butler appeared in the doorway. "His Grace's coach is just pulling up the drive," the old family retainer announced, his dignified countenance lit with unabashed pleasure. Smiling, the Duchess walked over to the windows of the lovely manor which her husband had years ago set aside as her dower house. In comparison to the vastness of Claymore, Grand Oak was small, but she entertained frequently and lavishly in the spacious house which stood before 5 guest pavilions and was surrounded by glorious gardens and arbors. She watched the 2 sleek traveling chaises draw up smartly before the front steps, then turned aside to check her appearance in the mirror. At 55, Alicia, Dowager Duchess of Claymore, was still slim and gracefully erect. Her dark hair was threaded with silver strands, but they only added dignity to her abiding beauty. A worried shadow darkened her gray eyes as she patted her elegantly coiffed hair into place and thought about Clayton's strangely uninformative note, which had arrived only 3 days ago, announcing his intention to pay her a 2-week visit. Clayton's visits were infrequent and usually disappointingly brief. It seemed odd, somehow, that he had decided to come for such an extended time and on such short notice. A controlled commotion in the entrance hall heralded Clayton's arrival, and with her face wreathed in a delighted smile, Lady Westmoreland turned to greet her eldest son. Clayton strode swiftly across the pale blue carpet, and, ignoring her outstretched hands, he caught her in a brief embrace and pressed an affectionate kiss on her smooth forehead. "You are more beautiful than ever," he said. His mother leaned back, anxiously studying the deeply etched lines of strain and fatigue at his eyes and mouth. "Have you been ill, darling? You look terrible." "Thank you, Mother," he said dryly. "I am delighted to see you, too." "Well, of course, I'm delighted to see you," she protested with a sighing laugh. "But I would like to see you looking better, which is what I meant." Dismissing the subject with a cheerful wave of her hand, she drew him down to sit beside her on the sofa, but her eyes still worriedly scanned his drawn face. "Stephen is in transports over being able to spend an entire fortnight here with you," she said. "He has planned parties and is even now en route here with a large group of people. I doubt you'll have a moment's peace and quiet, so if that's why you've come, I'm afraid you're in for a rude surprise." "It doesn't matter," Clayton replied grimly. Getting up, he walked over to the side table and poured himself a liberal glass of whiskey. "Where is that scoundrel who forced me to be a penniless younger son?" Stephen Westmoreland called from the hallway. He strode into the salon, winked at his mother, and warmly clasped Clayton's hand. Jokingly referring to the jumble of voices out in the hall, he said, "I grew tired, brother dear, of having to make excuses for your absence to the London beauties, so I brought a few of them with me, as you will soon see." "Fine." Clayton shrugged unenthusiastically. Stephen's blue eyes narrowed into a slight frown, a pensive expression which heightened the similarity of features between the two brothers. Like Clayton, Stephen was dark-haired and tall. Although he lacked the aura of power and authority that seemed to surround his brother, Stephen was friendlier and easier to know, and as the ton often remarked, he possessed the legendary Westmoreland charm in good measure. He was, despite his earlier remark, very wealthy in his own right, and perfectly content to have the ducal title, and the hundreds of responsibilities that went with it, rest on his brother's capable shoulders. Subjecting Clayton to a brief scrutiny, he said, "You look like hell, Clay." Then, with an apologetic grin at his mother, he added, "I beg your pardon, Mamma." "Well, he does," the Duchess agreed. "I told him the same thing." "You told him he looks like hell?" Stephen teased her, pressing a belated kiss of greeting on his mother's beringed fingers. "It must be a family characteristic," Clayton observed sardonically, "to ignore the common civilities and make unsolicited observations instead. Hello, Stephen." Shortly thereafter, Clayton pleaded fatigue from his 4-hour trip, and excused himself. As soon as he left the room, Lady Westmoreland turned determinedly to her youngest son. "Stephen, see if you can discover what's troubling him." Stephen firmly shook his head in the negative. "Clay won't tolerate anyone prying into his affairs. You know that as well as I, sweetheart. Besides, he is probably only tired. Nothing more." Despite his words, Stephen watched Clayton closely in the 2 weeks that followed. During the day, the members of the house party rode and hunted and jaunted off to a nearby village to explore and shop. But the only activity Clayton seemed to enjoy was riding, except that now he ruthlessly forced his mount over impossible obstacles and rode with a reckless, bruising violence that struck genuine alarm in Stephen's chest. The evenings were filled with sumptuous feasts and brilliant conversation, games of whist and billiards, as well as the predictable flirtations one could always look forward to wherever 7 lovely, well-born young women and 7 eligible gentlemen were thrown into each other's constant company for nearly 2 weeks. Clayton fulfilled his role as host to the group with his usual careless elegance, and Stephen sat through meal after meal watching in amusement as the women flirted shamelessly with him, doing everything within the limits of propriety, and frequently beyond, to hold his attention. Occasionally a lazy grin would flash across Clayton's features as he listened to whatever woman was speaking to him, but the shuttered look never left his eyes. 12 of the 14 days had passed, and the guests were due to leave the following morning. They were gathered that evening in the drawing-room, and Stephen's watchful gaze slid with increasing, concerned frequency to his brother. "I think your brother is bored with us," Janet Cambridge told Stephen, nodding playfully toward Clayton, who was standing alone, his shoulder propped against the window frame, staring out into the darkness. Clayton heard her, as she intended that he should, but he did not bother to gallantly reassure her that he wasn't bored, nor did he turn to pay her the flattering attention that Janet was seeking with her remark. Raising his glass, he took a long swallow of his drink, watching the low-hanging mists swirling and advancing in the night. He yearned to have it close over him and blot out his thoughts, his memory, as it did everything else in its path. He saw Janet Cambridge's reflection in the window-glass and heard her low, throaty laugh behind him. Until a few months ago, he had enjoyed her sensuous beauty and seductive voice, but now she lacked something. Her eyes weren't the green of India jade. She didn't look at him with that teasing, appraising, impudent, sidewise glance. She didn't tremble in his arms with shy, awakening emotions that she couldn't identify. She was too available, too eager to please him, but then other women always were. They didn't spar with him or stubbornly defy him. They weren't fresh and alive and witty and wonderful. They weren't Whitney. He took another long swallow of his drink to dull the ache that came with just her name. He wondered what she was doing. Was she planning to marry Severin? Or was she with Duville instead? Duville was in London. He would be able to comfort her and tease her, to help her forget. Duville would suit her better, Clayton decided with a wrenching pain. Severin was dull and weak, but Duville was sophisticated and urbane. Clayton hoped with all his heart that she would choose the Frenchman. Well, with half his heart. The other half twisted in agony at the image of Whitney as another man's wife. He tortured himself by thinking of the way she had said, "I was going to tell you that I would marry you." And, bastard that he was, he had mocked her, viciously, deliberately, coldly stolen her innocence. And when he had finished, she had put her arms around him and cried. Oh, Christ! He had all but raped her, and she had cried in his arms. Clayton dragged his thoughts from that night. He preferred the more refined torture of thinking about the joy of her, the jaunty way she had looked at him at the starting line of their race, just before the pistol fired. "If you would care to follow me, I shall be happy to show you the way." He could still visualize her exactly as she was that night in the garden at the Armands' masquerade, her beautiful face aglow with irreverent merriment, because he had told her he was a duke. "You are no duke," she had laughed. "You have no quizzing glass, you don't wheeze and snort, and I doubt you have even a mild case of gout. I'm afraid you'll have to aspire to some other title, my lord." He thought of the way she had melted against him, and kissed him with sweet passion that day beside the pavilion. God, what a warm, fiery, loving creature she could be, when she wasn't being stubborn and rebellious, and wonderful. Clayton closed his eyes, cursing himself for letting Whitney leave Claymore at all. He should have demanded that she marry him as soon as he could summon a cleric to the house, and when she put up a fight, he could have bluntly pointed out that since he had already taken her virginity, she had no choice in the matter. Then, in the months that followed, he could have found some way to make up for what happened. Clayton slammed his glass down and strode past the guests and out of the room. There was nothing he could ever do to atone for the profane act he had committed against her. Nothing. The guests departed early the following morning, and the brothers celebrated their last evening together by getting purposely, thoroughly, blindly drunk. They reminisced about their boyhood misdemeanors, and when they ran out of those, they began telling each other bawdy stories, laughing uproariously at the tavern jokes, and drinking all the while. Clayton reached for the decanter of brandy and spilled the last drop of it into his empty glass. "Me God!" Stephen rasped admiringly, watching him. "You drunked, finished the whole damned bottle." He grabbed another crystal decanter and pushed it across the table toward Clayton. "Here, see what you can do to the whiskey." Clayton shrugged indifferently and pulled the top from the decanter. Through slightly bleary eyes, Stephen watched him fill the glass to the brim. "What the hell are you trying to do? Drown yourself?" "I am trying," Clayton informed him in a proud, drunken tone, "to beat you to the finish line of oblivion." "Probably you will, too." Stephen nodded jerkily. "But I was always the better man. It was unkind in you to be born, big brother." "Right. Never should have done it. Wished I hadn't. But she's paid me back for it tenfold." Although the words were slurred, they were filled with such bleak pain and despair that Stephen snapped his head up and stared, as alert as his sodden wits would permit. "Who paid you back for being born?" "She did." Stephen shook his head, desperately trying to clear the alcohol euphoria from his hazy senses and concentrate. "Which she?" "The one with the green eyes," Clayton whispered in an agonized voice. "She's making me pay." "What'd you do to make her want to pay you back?" "Offered for her," Clayton announced thickly. "Gave her stupid father £100,000. Whitney wouldn't have me, though." He grimaced, taking a long swallow of whiskey. "Betrothed herself to somebody else. Everybody's talking about it." "No," he corrected himself. "She didn't get betrothed. But I thought she had, and you—" Stephen rasped softly. Clayton's features twisted into a mask of anguish. He lifted his palm to Stephen as if asking him to understand, then let it fall onto the table. "I didn't believe she was still a virgin," he grated. "Didn't know. Till I took her. And—" The tense silence that followed was suddenly shattered by a terrible sound that ripped from Clayton's chest. "Oh, God, I hurt her," he groaned agonizingly. "I hurt her so damned much." He covered his face with his hands, his voice a hoarse, ravaged whisper. "I hurt her, and she put her arms around me because she wanted me to hold her. Stephen," he choked brokenly, "she wanted me to hold her while she cried." He crossed his arms on the table and buried his face in them, finally sinking into the oblivion he'd been seeking all night. His raw voice was so low Stephen could hardly hear it. I could still hear her crying, he whispered. In dumbfounded amazement, Stephen stared at Clayton's bent head, trying to piece together the disjointed story. Apparently his self-confident, invulnerable older brother had lost his heart to some girl with green eyes named Whitney. There had been a wild rumor sweeping London this past week that Clayton was betrothed, or on the verge of it, to some female, but that was nothing out of the ordinary, and Stephen had shrugged it off as being the usual idle speculation. But it must have been true, and this Whitney must have been the girl. Stupefied, Stephen continued to gaze at his sleeping brother. It was unbelievable that Clayton, who had always treated women with a combination of amused tolerance and relaxed indulgence, could have been driven to rape. And why? Because the girl refused to marry him? Because he was jealous? Impossible. And yet the evidence was across from him. Clayton was tearing himself apart with remorse. Stephen sighed. Clayton had always been surrounded by dazzling women. Whitney must have been very special to have meant so much to him, for it was perfectly obvious that he loved her desperately, and still did. In fact, Stephen thought tiredly, if the girl had turned to Clayton for comfort after he had just forcibly deprived her of her virginity, she must have loved Clayton a little too. More than a little. The following morning the brothers shook hands on the front steps, neither able to look at the bright sunlit day without flinching in pain. The Duchess waved a cheerful goodbye to Clayton, then rounded on Stephen. "He looks awful." "He feels awful," Stephen assured her, gingerly rubbing his temples. "Stephen," she said firmly, "there is something I wish to discuss with you." She swept into the salon, closed the door behind them, and sat down in the nearest chair. Then she took an extraordinarily long time arranging her skirts to her satisfaction. In a halting but determined voice, she said, "Last night I couldn't sleep, so I came downstairs, thinking I'd spend a little more time with the two of you. When I reached the library, I realized that both of you were shockingly in your cups, and I was about to say how stunned I was to discover that I had raised two drunken louts, when I... Stephen's lips twitched with laughter at the drunken louts, but otherwise he kept his face straight. "When you overheard what Clay was telling me?" he assisted her. Miserably she nodded. "How could he have done such a thing?" "I'm not certain why he did it," Stephen began carefully. "Obviously he cared for the girl, and he's a man—" "Don't treat me like an imbecile, Stephen," her ladyship interrupted hotly. "I am a grown woman. I've been married and I've borne 2 sons. I am perfectly aware that Clayton is a man, and that, as such, he has certain urges?" Stephen provided when she began fanning her flushed face, looking agonizingly ill at ease. She nodded, but Stephen said, "What I was trying to say is that Clay is a man who has always been sought after by women, yet he never cared for any of them enough to offer marriage. Apparently he finally found the woman he wanted. If he gave her father £100,000, I assume the girl is undowered and her family is poor, but even so, she refused him." "She must have been 7 kinds of fool to refuse your brother," Lady Westmoreland exclaimed. "She would have to be stupid not to want him." Stephen grinned at her loyalty, but he shook his head. "It's unlikely the girl is stupid or foolish. Clay has never been interested in vapid, empty-headed misses." "I suppose you're right," Lady Westmoreland sighed, coming to her feet. She stopped at the door and gave Stephen a sad look over her shoulder. "I think," she said quietly, "that he must have adored her." He did. Clayton read the legal document dissolving the betrothal agreement, then signed it and quickly shoved it across the desk to the solicitor. He could barely stand the sight of it. "There's something more," he said when the solicitor began to rise. See that this note and a bank draft for £10,000 are delivered along with the document to Miss Stone at her home." Clayton pulled open one of the heavy carved drawers of his desk and extracted a blank sheet of white parchment with his seal embossed in silver at the top. He stared at the blank sheet, the moment freezing in time. He couldn't believe it had truly come to this. How could it be ending like this, with this wrenching stab of pain and loss, when he'd been so confident only a few weeks ago that it would end with Whitney standing beside him as his bride, lying beside him as his wife? He forced himself to pick up the quill and write the words, "Please accept my sincere wishes for your happiness and convey them to Paul. The enclosed bank draft is intended as a gift." Clayton hesitated, knowing that Whitney would fly into a rage over the money, but he couldn't bear to think of her having to pinch pennies for a new gown, which she would have to do as Severin's wife. If by some miracle she didn't marry Severin, then the money would be hers. At least her stupid father couldn't once more spend everything she had. Enclose the draft and this note in the same envelope as that. He jerked his head toward the hateful document dissolving their betrothal. Rising, he concluded the painful interview with a silent nod of dismissal. When the solicitor left, Clayton sank back down in his chair, fighting against the impulse to have the man stopped at the gates and brought back, to snatch the envelope from him and tear it to pieces. Instead, he leaned his head against the padded leather back of his chair and closed his eyes. "Oh, little one," he breathed aloud, "why do I have to send you that damned envelope?" He thought of the words he had really wanted to write to her. "Please come back to me. Just let me hold you, and I swear I will make you forget. I'll fill your days with laughter and your nights with love. I'll give you a son, and if you still can't love me, then all I ask is that you give me a daughter with your eyes, your smile, your—" Swearing savagely, he lurched forward and grabbed the stack of correspondence that had accumulated in his absence. With single-minded determination, Clayton threw himself into the task of forgetting her. He immersed himself in work, spending hours each day poring over reports on his present business investments and planning future ones. He drove his secretary, Mr. Hudgens, so hard that an assistant had to be hired for the man. He met with his business managers, his estate managers, his stewards, and his tenants. He worked until it was time to go out at night to attend a ball, the opera, the theater. Each evening he deliberately escorted a different woman, hoping each time that this woman would spark something within him, something that had died 4 weeks ago. But if she was blonde, Clayton discovered that he had an aversion to pale hair. If she was brunette, her hair lacked the luster of Whitney's. If she was vivacious, she grated on his nerves. If she was sultry, he found her distasteful. If she was quiet, he had a wild urge to shake her and say, "Damn it, say something." But slowly, very slowly, he found his balance again. He began to feel that if he continued to block a pair of laughing green eyes from his memory, he might actually forget her some day. As the weeks passed, he smiled more easily, and, occasionally, he was even able to laugh. Chapter 26. Whitney's days in London had established a pattern. She went shopping with Elizabeth and Emily, or for an occasional drive through the park. Nicky called regularly at the house. Rarely did she let him escort her anywhere, but at least he came, and he made her smile, and he never asked her for more than she was able to give. Elizabeth was a daily visitor. She was so caught up in her wedding plans, so eager to discuss her gown, the flowers, the banquet menu, and everything else that concerned the wedding, which was only 4 days away, that Whitney could hardly remain in the same room with her exuberant joy, and even while she was frantically thinking up excuses to leave, Whitney hated herself for not being better able to take pleasure in Elizabeth's happiness. She no longer lived in frantic expectation of seeing Clayton, but neither was she able to relax. She existed in a tense limbo, suspended between a past she refused to think about and a future she could not bear to contemplate. Today was much like the others, except that when Elizabeth launched into an enumeration of all Peter's wonderful qualities, Whitney leapt to her feet, excused herself, snatched her cape from her room, and practically ran out of the house. Ignoring the stricture, which required that she take someone with her, she fled to the small park a few blocks away, then slowed her steps and wandered aimlessly down the deserted paths. Aunt Anne and Whitney's father were coming up to London for Elizabeth's wedding. Elizabeth had surprised everyone by deciding she wished to be married in all the splendor London could provide. As much as she longed to see her beloved aunt, Whitney dreaded the confrontation. In 4 days Aunt Anne would arrive, expecting to find Clayton and Whitney acting like an unofficially engaged couple. Instead, Whitney was going to tell her that she was never going to marry the Duke of Claymore, and Aunt Anne would insist on knowing why. Why? Whitney thought wildly, rehearsing the scene with her aunt. Because he dragged me away from Emily's party, he took me to his house, and he tore my clothes off, and he made me get into his bed. Aunt Anne would be stunned and outraged, but she would want to know what had happened before that. She would want to know why. Whitney sank down onto a park bench, her shoulders drooping with confused despair. Why had Clayton believed she had given herself to Paul? And why hadn't he at least come to find out how she was faring? Or to tell her what he was going to do? Not once in the last 4 weeks had Whitney allowed herself to think about that night, but now that she had started, she couldn't stop. She tried to remember Clayton as the man who had coldly and viciously ripped her clothes off. Instead, she remembered him in that awful, pain-blurred moment when he had discovered her virginity. She saw his tensed shoulders above her, his head thrown back, his face a tortured mask of anguish and regret. She wanted to remember the names he had called her, and the insulting, degrading things he had said to her. Instead, she remembered that he had held her in his arms while she cried, stroking her hair and whispering to her in a voice raw with emotion. "Don't cry, darling. Please don't cry any more." An awful stabbing ache grew and grew in Whitney's throat, but now the pain she felt was for Clayton, not herself. When she realized it, she jumped furiously to her feet. She must be mad, utterly mad. She was actually feeling sorry for the man who had violated her. She never wanted to lay eyes on him again. Ever. She walked quickly back down the path, the gusty wind blowing her cape around her like a tourniquet. As suddenly as it had come up, the wind died, and a squirrel scampered toward her, then stopped, watching her half in fear, half in expectation. Whitney stopped too, waiting for him to move, but he sat up and chattered reproachfully at her. She saw the acorn lying beside her foot, and bent down to pick it up, offering it to him. The furry little animal blinked nervously, but came no closer, so Whitney tossed it to him. "Better take it," she told him softly. "It's going to be winter soon." The squirrel flicked its eyes to the precious acorn now lying only inches from him. For a moment he hesitated. Then he turned, fleeing from it as quickly as his legs would carry him. Not once in the week since that fateful night had Whitney broken her brave promise not to cry. She had succeeded, but she had also stored up a terrible burden of emotion. A little squirrel who preferred to starve rather than take something she had touched was the last straw. "I hope you starve," she choked as tears welled in her eyes and spilled down her cheeks. She pivoted on her heel and stalked down the path, past the park gates. Tears streamed down her face, and the wind burned her eyes, but she cried anyway. She cried until there were no more tears of bitterness or hurt left to shed, and strangely her spirits began to lift. In fact, by the time she reached the Archibald house, Whitney felt better than she had since it had happened. Lord Archibald was away that evening, so Whitney and Emily shared a cozy dinner in Whitney's room, and Whitney discovered she could actually enjoy herself again. "You look remarkably restored tonight," Emily teased her, as she poured tea. "I feel remarkably restored," Whitney said, smiling. "Good," Emily replied. Because there's something I want to ask you." "Ask away," Whitney said, sipping her tea. "My mother wrote me that you're betrothed to Paul Severin. Are you?" "No, to Clayton Westmoreland," Whitney replied in quick defense. A priceless antique teacup slid through Emily's fingers and crashed to the floor. Her eyes widened, then grew wider still, while a slow smile dawned across her pretty features. "You aren't jesting?" she whispered. Whitney shook her head. "You're certain?" "Very certain." "I don't think I believe you," Emily said. She looked so skeptical that Whitney's lips trembled with laughter. "Would you care to bet your new sable cape that I'm not betrothed to him?" "Do you want it badly enough to lie?" "Definitely. But I'm not lying." "But how? When did it happen?" Whitney opened her mouth to explain, then changed her mind. She desperately needed to talk to someone about it, but she was afraid to begin. Today, for the first time in weeks, she had begun to feel alive again. She didn't want to risk her fragile, new-found tranquility. "No, Emily," she said. "I don't think it's a good idea to talk about it." She got up nervously, and Emily rose too, advancing on her with a determined, joyous smile. "Well, you're going to." Emily laughed softly. "You are going to tell me every single tiny detail of this unbelievable romance if I have to wring it out of you with my own two hands. Now begin at the beginning." Whitney started to refuse, but Emily looked so happy and so determined that it was useless. Besides, she suddenly wanted to talk about it. She sat back down, and Emily settled beside her. "I suppose it actually began several years ago, before my come-out," Whitney started. "Clayton said he saw me in a millinery shop with my aunt. The proprietress was trying to convince me to purchase a hideous bonnet covered with artificial fruit." At the end of the story, Emily stared at her with a combination of mirth and wonder. "Oh, Lord," she whispered. "It's too delicious for words, and so romantic. Imagine, after spending all that money, he came to England only to discover that you were infatuated with Paul." She gulped down a giggle. "Michael was so worried that his Grace would break your heart, but I wasn't. I saw the way he looked at you when he came to take you to the Rutherfords' ball, and I knew." "You knew what?" Whitney asked. "Why, that he is in love with you, silly." Emily broke off in bewilderment. "But he hasn't been here in weeks, and I know he's in London because he's been seen at the opera and the theater." She watched the familiar, haunted expression return to Whitney's face. "Whitney?" she breathed. "What's wrong? You've looked like this ever since the night you didn't come home. What happened that night to make you so unhappy?" "I don't want to discuss it," Whitney said hoarsely. Emily took Whitney's cold hands in hers. "You have to talk about it. It's been tearing you apart. I'm not trying to pry. I already know you didn't tell the truth. You see, I was standing at the window the morning you returned, and I saw the gold crest on the coach that brought you back. It was the Duke's coach, wasn't it?" "You know it was," Whitney said, her head bent with shame. "And I also know you left here with him. You said you did, and Carlyle said you did, too. Although," she added with a bemused smile in her voice, "Carlyle was shockingly in his cups that night, and he kept insisting that the Duke of Claymore had descended from nowhere and forcibly dragged you off into the night. Of course, I didn't believe for a minute—" "Oh, dear Lord!" she burst out. "Is that what happened? Is it?" she pleaded. Whitney nodded. "Where did he take you?" Emily demanded, her voice tight with apprehension. "Did he take you to another party?" "No." "I will never forgive myself for laughing at Carlyle," she said, her hand tightening convulsively on Whitney's. "Whitney," she whispered painfully, "where did he take you? What did he do to you?" A pair of vulnerable green eyes lifted to Emily's, and in them Emily saw the answer. "That monster!" she hissed, leaping to her feet. "That blackguard! That devil! He ought to be hung! He—" Emily stopped, obviously deciding that Whitney needed encouragement, not more fuel for her hurt and anger. "We have to look on the bright side of this." "What bright side?" Whitney said tiredly. "It may not seem like it, but there is one. Just listen." Dropping to her knees, Emily took both Whitney's hands in her reassuring grasp. "I don't know much about the law, but I do know that your father can't force you to marry that monster. And after what he's done, Claymore must know you will never willingly marry him. Therefore, he has no choice but to release you from the betrothal agreement and forget about the money he gave your father." Whitney's head jerked up. For long moments, she stared blankly at the wall across from her. Of course Clayton meant to release her. That must be why he hadn't come to see her. He was going to withdraw his offer. A strange, sick feeling swept over her at the thought. "No," she said firmly. "He won't withdraw his offer. I know he won't." "Oh, Emily," she cried, "do you truly think he'll just walk away and let me go?" "Of course," Emily promptly reassured. "What else can he possibly—" Emily's eyes widened on Whitney's unhappy face. "Whitney?" she gasped, slowly coming to her feet and staring down at her unhappy friend. "You cannot possibly mean— My God! You don't want him to let you go!" she cried. Whitney's gaze flew upward. "It's only that I never considered that he might release me." "You don't want him to!" Emily persisted in rising tones. "It's written all over your face." Whitney stood up too, nervously rubbing her palms against the folds of her dress. She willed herself to say she hoped above everything that Clayton Westmoreland would release her, but the words lodged in her throat. "I don't know what I want," she admitted miserably. Emily dismissed that with a wave of her hand, her anxious eyes riveted on Whitney. "Has he sent word to you, or approached you in any way since that night?" "No, and he had better not." "And you have no intention of trying to see him?" "Certainly not," Whitney declared heatedly. "He can't possibly approach you. First he would need some sign from you that you would at least listen to an apology. And you can't give him that sign, can you?" "I would die first," Whitney announced proudly, and she meant it. "But if he cares for you at all, he will be filled with remorse for what he did. He'll think that you must loathe him." Whitney walked over to the bed and leaned her forehead against the poster which supported the canopy. "He won't let me go, Emily," she said with more hope than regret in her voice. "I think he cared for me very much." "Well," Emily exploded, "he certainly has a peculiar way of showing his regard." "So do I," Whitney whispered. "I constantly defied him. I would have shamed him in front of his friends by eloping with Paul. I never stopped lying to him." She closed her eyes and turned her head away. "If you don't mind," she said in a suffocated voice, "I'd like to go to bed now." Emily went to bed too, but after lying awake for hours, she finally gave up trying to sleep. Propping up the pillows, she sat back, watching Michael as he slept peacefully beside her. "Could I still love you if you had done that to me?" she whispered to his sleeping form. "Yes," she answered, tenderly smoothing the hair at his temple. "I could forgive you almost anything." But if Michael had done that, he would have an opportunity to make amends. They were married, and no matter how battered or angry she felt in spirit, they would still be forced to be in each other's company in order to keep up appearances. Before long, matters would inevitably come to a head, and then the breach could be healed. But Whitney wasn't married to Claymore. They were both avoiding each other, and they would continue to do so. Whitney's pride and hurt would prevent her from making the first move, and the Duke would continue to believe that she hated him and wanted nothing to do with him. Unless something brought them face to face, and soon, this breach could never be healed. Torn between interfering in a highly explosive situation or politely staying out of it, Emily pulled up her knees and perched her chin on them. After several minutes' contemplation, she slowly shoved the bed-covers aside. Trembling with guilt and uncertainty, she crept out of bed. Downstairs she groped in the darkness for a tinder and lit a candle. Then she tiptoed into the yellow salon and put the candle on the desk, while she searched through the drawers for one of the unused wedding invitations she'd helped Elizabeth address. She slid into the chair and nibbled on the end of a quill, trying to think of what she could say. It was imperative that the Duke not mistakenly believe she was acting on Whitney's instructions, for there was every likelihood that when Whitney first saw him, she would turn on him in hurt outrage. The important thing was bringing them face to face and leaving the rest to fate. Hastily, before she lost her courage and changed her mind, Emily wrote on the bottom of the invitation, "Someone we both care very much for will be in attendance on the bride this day." She signed it simply, Emily Archibald. A footman wearing vaguely familiar livery was shown into Clayton's library on Upper Brook Street. "I have an invitation which my mistress instructed be given directly to you, Your Grace," he explained. Clayton was deeply engrossed in his morning correspondence. "Are you to await a response?" he asked absently. "No, my lord." "Then leave it there." Clayton nodded at a small table near the door. He was getting dressed to go out for the evening when he recollected the envelope left lying in his library that morning. "Send someone for it, Armstrong," he murmured to his valet without looking away from the mirror, which reflected the success of the intricate folds he was putting into his snowy neckcloth. Clayton shrugged into the jacket Armstrong held for him. Then he took the envelope a footman had just brought up. Opening it, he extracted what appeared to be yet another invitation for his secretary to attend to. The name Ashton leapt out at him, and his heart instantly contracted with painful memories. "Tell my secretary to decline, but to send an appropriate gift in my name," he said quietly, handing the invitation back to the footman. As he passed it across, however, a tiny handwritten message along the bottom caught his eye. Clayton read it, then read it again, his pulse beginning to hammer. What in God's name was Emily trying to tell him? That Whitney wished to see him? Or that Emily wanted him to see her? Impatiently waving his valet and the footman away, he carried the invitation into his bedchamber and reread Emily's words 3 more times, growing more agitated with each reading. Futilely, he tried to find something in the brief note to indicate that Whitney had forgiven him, but there was nothing. That evening, Clayton sat through the play at the Crown Theatre, paying no more attention to the raven-haired beauty beside him than he did to the performances on the stage. His emotions veered back and forth between hope and despair. There was nothing about Emily's note to give him any encouragement, except that she had sent it to him. Emily Archibald and Whitney had been fast friends since childhood. If Whitney hated him, Emily would have discovered that by now, and she would never have sent him the invitation. On the other hand, if Whitney had forgiven him, she would have sent it to him herself. Suppose Whitney didn't want to see him. Suppose she took one look at him in the church and fainted. A sad smile touched Clayton's eyes. Whitney might hurl her bouquet in his face, but she wouldn't faint. Not his brave, courageous girl. Chapter 27. At the back of the crowded church, Elizabeth Ashton stood with her father, watching her third bridal attendant drift slowly down the carpeted aisle. Then she turned to Whitney, who would be next. "You're going to steal the day from me," she smiled, surveying the yellow and white roses entwined in Whitney's lustrous hair and the flowing yellow velvet bridesmaid gown she wore. "You look like a jonquil in springtime." Whitney laughed. "You look like an angel, and don't you dare try to begin another flattery contest with me. Besides, as a bride, you're supposed to be nervous." "Isn't she, Emily?" Whitney whispered. looking over her shoulder at her friend, who would follow her down the aisle. "I believe so," Emily said absently. This morning she had confessed to Michael that Whitney and the Duke had had a dreadful rift, which was certainly the truth, and that she had invited the Duke to the wedding in hopes of bringing them back together. Michael's reaction had been alarmingly unencouraging. He told her that she should not have interfered, that she might be doing both parties an injustice, and that, in the end, they might both despise her for her well-intentioned interference. Now Elizabeth was also involved in Emily's scheme. When the guest list was originally prepared, Mr. Clayton Westland had been on it, but at Whitney's panicked insistence, Elizabeth had removed his name. 3 days ago, Emily told Elizabeth that a secret romance had been blossoming between Whitney and Mr. Westland, but that the couple had quarreled, which was also the truth. Elizabeth had delightedly agreed that sending him a secret invitation was a splendid way to effect a reconciliation. She still did not realize, of course, that Mr. Westland was actually the Duke of Claymore, for despite her weeks spent in London, she moved in very different circles from the Duke. Today Emily cursed her plan as the worst idea she'd ever had. "You're next, miss," Emily's maid told Whitney as she bent down and straightened Whitney's train. The other bridesmaids had cringed in nervous terror from making the long, solitary walk down the aisle, but the prospect didn't bother Whitney in the least. She'd done it a dozen times in Paris for Thérèse d'Youville and other friends, but today she felt especially joyous, for she had played a very large part in bringing this wedding about. With a breezy smile, Whitney accepted her bouquet of yellow and white roses from the maid. "Elizabeth," she whispered affectionately, "when next we speak, you'll be married." And she stepped out into the aisle. Clayton's gaze riveted on her the instant she stepped into view, and the sight of her had the devastating impact of a boulder crashing into his chest. Never had she looked so radiantly beautiful or so serene. She was a shaft of glowing moonlight moving down the center of the candle-lit aisle. He was standing only inches from her as she swept gracefully past him, and he felt as if he were stretched on the rack. Every muscle in his body tightened, straining to endure the torture of her nearness. But it was a torture he welcomed, an agony he didn't want to be spared. Whitney took her appointed place at the front. She stood quietly through the ceremony, but when Elizabeth began softly repeating her vows, the words held a poignancy for Whitney that she'd never felt before, and sentimental tears suddenly stung the backs of her eyes. Without turning her head more than an inch or two, Whitney could view half the audience in the church, and as her gaze touched the crowded rows, she noticed that most of the women were dabbing at their eyes. Aunt Anne smiled a silent greeting. Whitney acknowledged it with an imperceptible tip of her head, feeling a surge of comfort at the sight of her aunt's reassuring face. As the thread of tears passed, and the lump of emotion in her throat began to dissolve, Whitney let her eyes drift back over the rows of guests, past her father, past Margaret Meryton's parents, past Lady Ewbank, who was wearing one of her outrageous turbans, past a very tall, dark-haired man who... Whitney's heart gave a leap, missed a beat, then began to thump madly as a pair of penetrating gray eyes looked straight into hers. Paralyzed, she saw the bitter regret carved into his handsome features and the aching gentleness in his compelling eyes. And then she tore her gaze from his. Dragging air into her constricted lungs, she stared blindly ahead. He was here. He had finally come to see her, she thought wildly. He couldn't be here to attend the wedding because he hadn't been invited to it. He was here, looking at her in a way that he had never, ever looked at her before. It was as if he were offering himself to her. Standing very straight and very tall, he was humbly offering himself to her. She knew it. She could feel it. Whitney wanted to scream, to drop to her knees and weep, to hurt him as he'd hurt her. Fury, humiliation, and wild uncertainty all collided into one another. This was her opportunity to repay him, she thought hysterically, to show him with a single contemptuous glance that she despised him. She might never have another chance. He hadn't tried to see her before this, and he would leave after the wedding. He couldn't attend the banquet without an invitation. Emily said he couldn't possibly approach her without some sign from her, and he was asking her for that sign now. Oh, God! He was silently asking for her forgiveness, standing there and offering himself to her. If her answer was no, he would walk out of this church when the wedding was over, and out of her life. Whitney closed her eyes in an agony of indecision, not caring that Clayton would see her doing it, and know the struggle raging within her. He had abused her body and ravaged her soul, and he knew it. Her pride demanded that she look up at him, and show him that she felt only contempt for him, but her heart screamed not to let him walk out of this church. "Don't cry, darling," he whispered in her memory. "Please don't cry any more." Whitney couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. "Help me," she prayed to someone. "Please, please help me." And then she realized that the someone she was praying to was Clayton, and she loved him. The moment Whitney stirred, Clayton knew that she was going to face him, that his answer would be there. His knuckles whitened as he gripped the bench in front of him, bracing himself. Her eyes lifted to his, and the gentle yielding in their melting green depths nearly sent him to his knees. He wanted to drown himself in her eyes, to pull her into his shaking arms, to carry her from the church and beg her to say aloud the same 3 words she had just spoken in silence. Everyone rushed down the aisle behind the bridal procession, pushing and jostling gaily for position on the broad, crowded steps outside. Clayton was the last to leave. He strolled slowly along beneath the high vaulted ceiling, his footsteps echoing hollowly in his ears. Outside the massive doors of the church he stopped, watching Whitney smiling and nodding, her hair shining in the late afternoon sunlight. He hesitated, knowing that if he went to her now, they'd not be able to exchange more than a few words, yet he couldn't bring himself to wait until the banquet. Meeting as few eyes as possible to avoid being waylaid by any of his former neighbors, he stepped into the crowd, wending his way toward Whitney until he was standing only an inch behind her. Whitney instantly sensed his presence as if it were a tangible force, something powerful and magnetic. She even recognized the elusive, tangy scent of his cologne, but she scarcely recognized his voice. It was raw with emotion, a hoarse, aching whisper. "Miss Stone, I adore you." The shattering tenderness of the words sent a jolting tremor up Whitney's spine, a reaction which was not lost on Clayton. He saw her stiffen, and for one chilling second he thought he'd only imagined what had passed between them in the church. But then she took an imperceptible step backward. Very lightly, he felt her lean against him. His breath froze at the exquisite sensation of her body pressing against him. He dropped his hand to her waist, gently sliding it around in front of her, drawing her nearer and tighter to him, and she made no resistance at all, but stood quietly in his embrace. Clayton's mind flew to the cleric in the church. If he led Whitney inside now, would she stand beside him like some gorgeous greenhouse flower and repeat the same words Elizabeth had just said? Would he need a special license? With a sublime effort, he thrust the idea of marrying her now, today, out of his mind. Whitney would be a breathtaking bride, and he'd not attempt to cheat her of her day of glory. He'd already cheated her of so much. Emily turned to Whitney without seeming to notice that Clayton was standing shockingly close behind her friend, with his arm around her waist. "They're signaling us to go now," she said. Whitney nodded, but Clayton sensed her reluctance to leave him, and he had to fight down the impulse to tighten his hand. Finally she stepped away, and without a backward glance, she melted swiftly into a flurry of bridesmaids. Emily hesitated before climbing into the carriage behind Whitney. Turning, she looked for the Duke and found his inscrutable gray eyes leveled on her. She smiled with shy uncertainty. He returned her hesitant greeting with a deep, formal bow, Then he grinned at her, a broad, devastating grin filled with boyish gratitude. "He was there," Whitney blurted, twisting around in the carriage, her gaze fastened on the waning vision of Clayton, who was still standing on the church steps, watching the Archibald's carriage pull into traffic. "Did you see him?" Laughter trembled on Emily's lips. "Indeed I did. He was standing right behind you with his arm around your waist." "Please don't hate him for what he did," Whitney whispered. "I couldn't bear it if you hated him. Emily, I love him so much." "I know you do," Emily said gently. Clayton watched her carriage until it had disappeared from view, his heart filled to bursting. He knew why Whitney had never turned to face him. It was for the same reason he'd not told her that he loved her just now. Neither of them wanted to begin again, surrounded by a group of strangers. Although some of the guests weren't strangers at all, Clayton finally noted, glancing around him. There were several people here whom he knew from London. Simultaneously it dawned on him that the murmurings of the crowd were rising to a fever pitch. He walked down the steps, past women who were beginning to curtsy to him, and men who were respectfully murmuring, "Your Grace." Clayton stopped in his tracks, staring at his coach, which was pulled up smartly at the curb. The coach! In his agitated preoccupation with seeing Whitney again, he'd forgotten to tell McCrae to use the plain black one, which he'd purchased to use as Whitney's neighbor. Clayton turned to face his gaping former neighbors who had known him as Mr. Westland. He looked at them ruefully, with a faint smile of wry apology for his deception. Then he climbed into a magnificent midnight blue coach with his ducal seal emblazoned in shining silver on the door panel. Whitney had arranged to spend the time between the wedding and the banquet with her aunt at the Archibalds, so that she could tell her aunt of the permanent estrangement between Clayton and herself. She had dreaded this meeting for weeks, but now she could scarcely wait to see her aunt. "You are positively glowing," Aunt Anne smiled, coming into the salon and hugging Whitney tightly. She stripped off her gloves and pulled Whitney down on the settee beside her. "Really, darling," she said with laughing severity, "I began to wonder if the two of you were going to be able to tear your eyes from one another in that church." Whitney beamed. "I could never hide anything from you, could I?" "Darling, you didn't manage to hide it from anyone. Half the people there were craning their necks to watch the two of you outside, after the wedding." Whitney looked so horrified that her aunt burst out laughing. "And you may as well know that there were at least 24 people from London at the wedding who recognized him. The crowd started buzzing with his name the moment he walked into church. By the time I left, everybody knew who he was, including all your neighbors from home. I'm afraid Mr. Westland has been unmasked." Whitney heard that with an inward burst of pride. She wanted everybody to know who he was, and she wanted all of them to know she was betrothed to him. She wanted to shout it to the world. They chatted gaily for an hour and a half before Whitney remembered to inquire about Uncle Edward. "He's in Spain," her aunt said with a tolerant smile. "His 2 letters were almost as uninformative as yours are, but I gathered that there was some calamity brewing there, and he was dispatched with haste and secrecy to try to smooth matters before they got out of hand. He promised to be here in 6 weeks. Apparently none of my letters ever reached him." After a moment she said, "Would you mind very much if I didn't attend the banquet tonight? I only came to the wedding because you never mentioned Claymore in your letters, and I wanted to see for myself how the two of you were getting on. Since it's obvious that you're both in perfect accord, I would like to start back to Lincolnshire at once. My cousin is a sweet, helpless creature, and she's become quite dependent on me for company. As soon as you and His Grace decide to put London out of its suspense and announce your betrothal, I'll return, and we can start preparing for your wedding." The day fled so quickly that Whitney could hardly believe it when it was time to hug her aunt goodbye. "By the way," Aunt Anne said, lingering at the front door, "your father brought 2 more trunks of your clothes. I sent them upstairs, and Clarissa is unpacking them. Oh, and your father said there's some mail for you, too." Whitney flew upstairs and slid into the chair at the dressing-table. While Clarissa fussed with the roses in her hair, Whitney joyously imagined her reunion with Clayton tomorrow. He would come to see her early, of course, and She noticed the thick packet propped against her mirror. She picked it up and opened it, dreamily extracting some official-looking documents. At first glance they were filled with so many parties of the first part, and parties of the second part, and whereases and wherefores, that Whitney thought the packet must have been intended for Lord Archibald, and put in her room by mistake. She flipped to the last page, and a signature leapt out at her. Clayton Robert Westmoreland, 9th Duke of Claymore. Dismissing Clarissa, she slowly began to read the documents. They set out in cold legal terms that she was no longer betrothed to the Duke of Claymore, that his offer of marriage was herewith withdrawn, and that whatever moneys, jewels, considerations, tokens, etc., the Stone family had received from the Duke were to be retained by them and considered as gifts. Whitney's hand shook violently as she unfolded a note in Clayton's bold handwriting enclosed with the documents. Please accept my sincere wishes for your happiness and convey them to Paul. The enclosed bank draft is intended as a present. A bank draft for £10,000 slid from Whitney's numb fingers onto the floor while nausea surged in her throat. Clayton had used her to satisfy his vengeance and lust. Now he was paying her off with a generous check as if she were a common trollop or one of his mistresses, and suggesting that she give her soiled body to Paul in marriage. "Oh, my God," Whitney whispered. "Oh, my God." Emily tapped on her door and asked if she were ready to leave. "I'll be down in a few minutes," Whitney called hoarsely. "Emily," she added, dragging her voice through the constricted pain in her chest. Do you know how the Duke came to be at the wedding? I mean, did Elizabeth decide to invite him after all?" Emily sounded both guilty and gay. "Yes. And aren't you glad now that she did?" The room reeled and tilted. Whitney started to lurch from her chair, thinking that she was going to be ill, but her legs refused to move. Gulping long, uneven breaths of air, she stayed where she was. The tumultuous upheaval settled slowly, leaving a dull, throbbing ache that was intensified with every moment. End of Side 10. To continue. Side 11. Whitney, my love. Continuing on page 387. Clayton hadn't come to the wedding to see her. He'd been invited, Whitney realized with a blinding streak of suffocating humiliation. Since his note and documents were dated weeks ago, he would naturally think she'd known about them today, when she saw him. Wild, hysterical laughter welled up within her. He had simply been attending the wedding, and how gratified he must have been when she had smiled adoringly at him. She hadn't merely smiled at him, Whitney remembered with a fresh streak of mortified fury. She had leaned against him. She had let him put his arm around her and hold her. And that vile, conceited, arrogant lecher probably thought she was inviting him to use her body again. He was probably planning to take her home with him after the banquet, and, considering the way she had acted, he would be confident she was willing to go. The banquet. Whitney put her face in her hands and moaned aloud. Clayton was going to be at the banquet. She would have to face him there. When she joined Emily and her husband downstairs, Whitney was a little pale, and there was a suspicious sheen in her eyes, but her head was high, and her delicate chin was stubbornly set. Outwardly she was composed and very calm, but it was the deadly calm that precedes a hurricane while it gathers force, preparing to strike. The first thing she did when she arrived at the huge home of Elizabeth's paternal grandparents was to smile her very best smile at the two handsomest groomsmen. Clayton had accused her once of trying to collect as many fawning admirers as she could squeeze around her skirts, and for a beginning, that was exactly what she intended to do. As she stood between both groomsmen in the receiving line, she spoke to each guest as they made their way past, but if the guest happened to be a bachelor, Whitney was her most dazzlingly vivacious self. Within 15 minutes she had caused a tie-up in the proceedings, and she was surrounded by 6 gentlemen, all of whom were vying for her attention. Only once did her composure slip a notch, and that was when Paul bent over her hand. Her bright smile faded uncertainly as she gazed into his handsome face, but he looked so sheepish and so contrite that she immediately decided to add him to her entourage. Tightening her fingers a little on his, she drew Paul into the circle of men surrounding her. Now she was fortified, surrounded, insulated from Clayton. For the moment, this was all she needed. Clayton arrived just as the receiving line disbanded. He paused in the doorway, his tall, commanding frame clad in an elegantly tailored black suit and waistcoat. Whitney watched his glance slide over the guests, then instantly halt when it reached her. A rosy peach tint suffused her high cheekbones as she shifted her gaze from Clayton to the men around her. "We are quite ignoring the bride," she teased with a gorgeous smile, and without a backward glance she led her entourage toward Elizabeth. Clayton was positive she had seen him, and his eyes darkened with surprise and puzzlement as he watched her walk away. After a moment he realized that Whitney had an obligation to attend the bride, and he felt slightly better. But as he watched her laughing gaily with the men who trailed after her, no, damn it, flirting with them, his patience began to fray. A footman appeared beside him bearing a tray, and Clayton took a glass of champagne, his hungry gaze following Whitney. She knew he was here, and she was obviously waiting for the appropriate moment to come to him. He ached to touch her, longed to hear the soft music of her voice, had been driven half out of his mind these past 2 hours, just thinking of being near her again. Dinner was announced, but Clayton hung back, hoping that Whitney might come to him before she went in to the banquet. "Ah, Claymore! Good to see you again," a jovial, masculine voice said at his elbow. Clayton glanced briefly at the short, elderly man beside him, recognizing him as Lord Anthony, an old friend of his father's. "How's your lovely mother?" Lord Anthony asked, sipping from his champagne. Clayton watched Whitney walk into the banquet room. She was not going to come to him. "She's well," he answered absently. "And yours?" "I imagine she's about the same," Lord Anthony replied. "She's been dead for 30 years. "Good," Clayton said. "Glad to hear it." He put his glass down and strolled off to take his assigned place at one of the banquet tables. In the true spirit of a matchmaker, Elizabeth had contrived to place Clayton at the table facing the bridal parties, directly across from Whitney. Clayton ate little of his meal, and what he did eat he couldn't taste. He was too preoccupied with an elusive and beautiful young woman who owned his heart, but who seemed either afraid or unwilling to meet his gaze. He watched her chatting playfully with the groomsmen on either side of her, winding them around her slender fingers, and jealousy pulsed through his veins. To add to his mounting frustration, he was seated between 2 matrons who had discovered his title and immediately singled him out as a prospective husband for their unmarried daughters. "My Marie plays the pianoforte like an angel," one mother said. "You must come to one of our musicales, Your Grace." "My Charlotte sings like a bird," the other mother instantly countered. "I'm tone-deaf," Clayton drawled, without taking his eyes from Whitney. After what seemed like an eternity, the guests adjourned to the ballroom. Peter guided Elizabeth to the center of the floor, and they danced together, their fine young bodies moving in perfect harmony with each other. Then the newly married couple was joined by the bridal party, who also danced together. When the required first dance was finished, Clayton waited for Whitney to come to him. Instead, she drifted into the arms of another groomsman, and then another, smiling into their eyes in a way that made Clayton want to wring her neck. She was dancing the 4th dance with Paul Severin, when it finally dawned on Clayton that Whitney was waiting for him to come to her, and he was dumbstruck at his own stupidity. She had taken the first step toward a reconciliation at the church, and naturally she expected him to take the next one. The instant the dance ended, Clayton strode directly to her. "Good to see you again, Severin," He lied politely as he firmly placed Whitney's hand on his arm. "I believe the next dance is mine," he added, covering her long fingers with his, and drawing Whitney onto the dance floor. Although she didn't object, Clayton was a little taken aback by the courteous but impersonal smile she gave him as she turned into his arms for the waltz. She was slimmer than before, and Clayton drew her protectively closer to him. It was his fault that she had lost weight. "Are you enjoying yourself?" he asked, his voice unfamiliar to her with its tone of tenderness and guilt. Whitney nodded brightly. She nodded because she couldn't trust her voice. From the moment he had walked into this house, her senses had been screamingly aware of his presence. She felt as if she were dying inside, slowly and painfully suffocating. He had stolen her virginity and then coldly withdrawn his offer of marriage, suggested calmly that she marry Paul, and then tossed his money in her face to appease her. And even so, it was all she could do not to humble herself at his feet, to plead with him to tell her why, to beg him to want her again. Only one thing kept her silent and upright: pride. Outraged, stubborn, courageous, abused pride. Her face ached with the effort it took to smile, but she had been smiling all night, and she was going to keep right on doing it until Clayton walked out of this room. And then she was going to die. For the first time since he had met her, Clayton didn't know what to say to her. He felt as if he were in a dream, and he was afraid to speak lest he say the wrong thing and break the spell. He thought of apologizing for ravaging her, but in view of the crime he had committed against her, an apology was ludicrously inadequate. What he really wanted to say was, "Marry me tomorrow." But having already deprived her of her wedding night, Clayton was resolutely determined that she would have a spectacular wedding, complete with all the splendor and trappings, all the glittering pomp and circumstance that she was entitled to enjoy as the bride of a duke. Since he couldn't beg her forgiveness or ask her to marry him at once, he decided to say the only other thing that mattered to him. Gazing down at her bent head, he said the words he had never spoken to another woman. Very quietly and very tenderly he said, "I love you." He felt the emotional impact his words had on her because she went rigid in his arms, but when she lifted her beautiful face, the laughter in her expression almost made him stumble. "I am not in the least surprised to hear it," she teased breezily. "I seem to be all the rage this season, particularly with tall men." She tipped her head to the side, considering the possible reasons for such a thing. "I believe it is probably because I am rather tall for a woman. It must be quite awkward for tall men to be forever bent over, trying to speak to tiny women. Or," she added jokingly, "it could be because I have very good teeth. I take excellent care of them, and—" "Don't," Clayton commanded, trying to stop her banter. "I shall never brush them again," Whitney agreed with sham solemnity. Clayton gazed down at her entrancing cream and roses face, and wondered how in the hell he had started to speak of love and ended up in an inane discussion of personal hygiene. If his emotions weren't in such a turmoil, if he weren't trying so desperately to make things right between them, he would have noticed that her overbright eyes were sparkling with suppressed tears, not laughter, and that the muscles in her slim throat were constricting spasmodically. But he was in a turmoil, and he didn't notice. "Elizabeth is a beautiful bride," he said, trying to guide their discussion around to marriage. Whitney laughed. "All brides are beautiful. It was decreed centuries ago, by a duke, no doubt, that all brides must be beautiful, and blush." "Will you blush?" he asked tenderly. "Certainly not," she said, managing to smile despite the catch in her voice. "I have nothing left to blush about. Not that I mind, you see, because I've always harbored a secret contempt for females who blush and swoon at the slightest provocation." Clayton's frustrated confusion reduced his voice to a tense whisper. "What's wrong? You weren't like this when you were in my arms outside the church." Whitney's jade green eyes widened in apparent bewilderment. Was that you?" Ignoring the wild curiosity they were generating among the wedding guests, Clayton jerked her hard against his chest. "Who in the living hell did you think it was?" Whitney felt as if her heart was breaking. "Actually, I couldn't be absolutely certain who it was. It might have been—" She inclined her head toward the two groomsmen who'd been dancing attendance on her all night. "John Clifford or Lord Gilmore. They say they adore me. Or it might have been Paul. He adores me. Or it could have been Nicky. He—" In one swift motion, Clayton whirled her off the dance floor and thrust her away. He stared down at her with cold, savage contempt, his voice dangerously low, hissing with fury. "I thought you were a woman with a heart, but you're nothing but a common flirt." Whitney lifted her chin in scornful amusement. "I'd hardly say I was common. After all, I fleeced you out of £110,000, and even so, all I have to do is smile, and you still come straight to heel, just as you did today. We are neither of us common, my lord," she taunted. "I am an accomplished flirt, and you are a sublime fool." For a split second, Whitney thought he was going to strike her. Instead, he turned on his heel and strode swiftly away. She watched him stalk past the staring guests, past the servants stationed at the doors, and knew that he had just left her life forever. Forcing back her dammed-up tears, she searched the crowd for Emily. "Emily," she mumbled brokenly, keeping her face down, "please explain to Elizabeth that I felt quite violently ill. I'll send your driver back with your carriage as soon as he leaves me at your house." "I'll come with you," Emily said quickly. "No, I prefer to be alone. I have to be alone." Later that night, Emily and Michael both paused outside Whitney's door, listening to the wrenching sound of grief being poured into a pillow. "Let her be," Michael advised compassionately. "She'll cry it all out of her system." However, when Whitney failed to appear for breakfast the next morning, Emily went up to her room and found her sitting in bed, her knees drawn up to her chest, as if she were trying to curl into a cocoon. She looked pale and fragile, but when she saw Emily, she managed a wan smile. "How do you feel?" Emily asked softly. I'm much better today." "Whitney, what happened last—" "Don't!" Whitney implored tightly. "Please don't." When Emily nodded, the tension in Whitney's face gave way to gratitude, and she relaxed against the pillows. "I've decided to begin enjoying the remainder of my time in London. Would you object if I had callers in occasionally?" "Of course not. In fact, Lord Gilmore and the other groomsmen are downstairs right now, hoping to see you." Despite Emily's determined cheerfulness, her voice wavered, and she sat down beside Whitney, putting her arm around her. "Michael and I both want you to stay with us as long as you can. He understands that you're more like my sister than my friend." Whitney gave her a hard hug and tried to laugh. "Sisters argue abominably. Friends are better." Chapter 28. That day began a month of frenetic social activity for Whitney. With courage and determination, she purposely kept herself too busy to think. Each night she fell into bed exhausted, and slept until it was time to dress for the next day's engagements. Nicky was her favorite and most frequent escort, but two of the groomsmen and the other eligible gentlemen she'd met at Emily's party and Elizabeth's wedding were frequently at her side as well. With Emily normally acting as chaperone, she was escorted to rout parties, to musicales, the opera, the theater, and balls, and she met more eligible men at those places, who then appeared with gratifying predictability at the Archibald townhouse to invite her to more parties and more balls. If Paris had welcomed her, London embraced her with outstretched arms, for her charm and her wit were even more rare here. Whispers began and heads turned when she walked into a room. Her humor was softer now, and shy men who would have been terrified to approach her before flocked around her. She was courted and sought after, and she was unhappy beyond words. She was never alone, and she was never at peace. Occasionally, at one of these functions, Whitney would hear Clayton's name mentioned, and she would die a little inside. But no one who saw her dazzling smile brighten even more would have guessed she cared. Only once during that first month did Whitney even come close to encountering Clayton. The young Viscount, who was her escort for that particular evening, handed her into his closed carriage and announced with obvious pride that tonight he was going to escort her to the ball of the year. Then he had turned to his coachman and instructed, "Number 10 Upper Brook Street." The address struck Whitney like a pitcher of ice water in her face. Number 10 Upper Brook Street was Clayton's London address, the address he'd given her long ago, in case she wanted to reach him. "I detest large parties," she desperately informed him. "They give me the vapors." "But Claymore gives the best parties in London," he objected with equal vehemence. "And last week you said you adored large parties." "That was last week. This week the noise makes me quite ill." The Viscount undoubtedly found her recently acquired allergy to noise rather extraordinary, but Miss Stone was beautiful and entertaining, and very popular. He took her to the opera instead. That marked the end of Whitney's good fortune. She saw Clayton the following night. She was at the theater with Nicky, seated in a private box with an excellent view of the stage and the 5 tiers of seats above it. Just before the play began, her curl caught in her amethyst brooch, and Nicky leaned across to help untangle it. As he did so, Whitney's gaze wandered aimlessly across the crowd, then riveted in stricken paralysis on Clayton and Vanessa Stanfield, who were just entering a box nearby which was already occupied by the Rutherfords. Clayton's hand was resting familiarly on Vanessa Stanfield's waist as the two couples exchanged gay greetings. Unable to tear her eyes away, Whitney watched them take their seats. She saw Vanessa speak to Clayton, who leaned closer, the better to hear her, and whatever she said to him made him throw back his head and burst out laughing. Her body trembling violently, Whitney watched as the Rutherfords turned to Clayton and Vanessa, obviously curious about the reason for his hilarity. Clayton spoke, and he must have repeated what Vanessa said, because Vanessa blushed gorgeously, and the Rutherfords also joined in the laughter. In the rows of seats below and the tiers above, heads were twisting and turning, and Whitney heard the murmurings about Claymore and His Grace and the Duke. Clayton's presence in the theater, and Vanessa's with him, was being duly noted by all. "Sherry, are you ill?" Nicky asked, frowning at Whitney's paleness. Thinking that she was going to be sick, Whitney started to rise. As she did so, Clayton glanced up and saw her. His eyes turned as flinty as steel, and his expression changed from icy distaste to bored contempt. And then he simply looked away. Whitney told herself that she had to stay in that box until the play was over, that she wouldn't let Clayton see that she was affected by his presence. She left 10 minutes after the curtain went up. She left because tears had started to stream down her cheeks, and because she was so jealous, so unbearably, agonizingly, helplessly jealous, that she couldn't bear to remain. 2 nights later, Nicky escorted her to their second party of the evening. Arriving extremely late, Whitney handed her fur cape to the butler, then took Nicky's arm as he led her through the throngs of departing guests who were all waiting for their conveyances to be brought round. Near the rear of the group, Whitney saw Clayton helping Vanessa with her wrap, grinning down at her in that bold, intimate way of his, and her fingers tightened convulsively on Nicky's arm. "Where are you leading me next, my lord?" Vanessa asked Clayton, as Whitney tried helplessly to move past them. "Astray," Clayton told her with a blunt chuckle. He glanced up and saw Whitney standing directly in front of him, but this time Clayton didn't bother to communicate his loathing. He merely looked through her as if she didn't exist for him, and then he turned his attention back to Vanessa. On a cold, blustery December afternoon 2 weeks later, Nicky proposed. Without flowery, fervent professions of his affection, Nicky gathered a pale Whitney into his arms and said simply, "Marry me, love." His quiet offering of himself nearly destroyed Whitney's fragile grip on her emotions. I can't, Nicky," she whispered, trying to smile at him despite the tears gathering in her eyes. "I wish with all my heart that I loved you, but it would be wrong for me to marry you, feeling the way I do. I know exactly how you feel, chérie, he said gently, tipping her chin up. But I'm willing to gamble that if you marry me and come back to France, I can make you forget him. Whitney reached up and laid her hand against his jaw. Nicky had been someone she could count on and trust. If she refused him now, he would leave, but she couldn't bring herself to give him false hope. "My dear, good friend," she whispered brokenly, "I will love you forever, but always as my friend." Tears glittered on her long lashes, and Whitney's voice shook. "I cannot tell you how honored I am that you would have me for your wife, or how much you have meant to me these past years. Oh, Nicky, thank you. Thank you for being all the things you are." Pulling out of his arms, she turned and fled. She ran blindly up the stairs, holding back her tears until she heard the front door close behind him. And then they came, streaming down her cheeks as she covered her face with her hands and rushed past Emily and Michael's open door, down the hall to the bedroom, which had become her private hell, to weep out the misery which seemed to have no end. Emily turned to Michael, her eyes wide with alarm. "Dear God!" she cried. "What could have happened now? If Clayton Westmoreland has done anything else to her, I'll strangle him with my bare hands." Michael drew Emily back into their bedroom and firmly closed the door. "Emily," he said cautiously, "Claymore married Vanessa Stanfield at her home 4 days ago. Everyone who is in a position to know has been talking about it." "I refuse to believe it," Emily burst out. "Ever since I came to London years ago, I've heard endless gossip about him, and it's scarcely ever been true." "Perhaps, but this time I believe it. And whether it's true or not, what difference does it make? Whitney has forgotten him completely these last weeks." "Oh, Michael," Emily said miserably, "how can you be so utterly blind?" Without waiting for her stunned husband to reply, she pulled the door open and walked determinedly down the hall to the blue guest bedroom. She tapped once on Whitney's door, and when there was no answer, boldly opened it and stepped into the room. Whitney was lying in a crumpled heap on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, her face streaked with tears. "Why are you crying?" Emily asked in a kind but firm tone. Whitney's eyes flew open, and she sat up in embarrassed surprise, groping for her handkerchief. "It seems to be the thing I do best lately," she said ruefully, dabbing at her eyes. "This is the silliest thing I've ever heard. I've known you since we were babies, and I can't ever remember you shedding so much as one tear until a few weeks ago. Now, Miss Stone," she demanded, "why are you crying?" "Nicky proposed," Whitney sighed, too exhausted to try to evade the question. "Which made you so happy that you burst into tears?" Whitney smiled, but there was a catch in her voice. "I seem to have a difficult time coping with marriage proposals. You would think, with as much practice as I had in France, that I—" "What happened to the last one?" Emily interrupted flatly. Whitney looked at her in silence for a long moment. Then she shrugged and looked away. "Clayton didn't want to marry me after all." "Oh, rubbish! How can you expect me to believe such flummery? I've seen the way that man looks at you." Whitney dragged herself off the bed and went over to the little French desk from which she extracted the packet Clayton had sent her. Without a word, she handed it to Emily. Emily sank into a chair as she began to read. Her face registered no particular reaction when she read the legal documents, but she frowned at the bank draft and rolled her eyes in absolute disgust when she read Clayton's note. "Really?" she exclaimed in wry exasperation. "Sending you this note was too foolish for words. If he wasn't drunk as a wheelbarrow when he wrote it, I can't think what was wrong with his brain. But what has all this," she gestured to the pile of papers, "to do with the way you behaved at Elizabeth's banquet? I saw the way you avoided and ignored him." "I should have avoided him at the church," Whitney said feelingly. "And I would have, except that I thought we were still betrothed. I didn't know about these papers until we came back here after the wedding. They were with the things my father sent from home." "Surely you aren't upset because the Duke withdrew his offer? It would seem to me he acted correctly, knowing that he had wronged you, and believing that you could never forgive him. I'm certain he was only trying to excuse you from an obligation he believed would be repugnant to you." Whitney gaped at her. "How can you be so gullible? Emily, he dragged me to his bed and stole my honor. Then he gave me a bank draft to pay me off, broke our betrothal, and sent me a note suggesting I marry Paul." "I suppose," Emily sighed, "that were I as emotionally involved as you are, I might feel the same way. But please, just for the sake of argument, forget about the bank draft. That was too foolish for words, and very generous of him, too." Whitney opened her mouth to object angrily, but Emily shook her head and firmly interrupted her. "Whitney, I saw him at the church, after he sent you these papers. He loved you. A fool could have seen that. He stood in that church worshipping you." Whitney leapt to her feet. "He stood in that church because Elizabeth invited him to her wedding, and if I'd known it at the time, I wouldn't have made such a horrid fool of myself, and—" "Elizabeth didn't invite him," Emily said guiltily. "I did. I sent him a note on the bottom of one of Elizabeth's invitations, telling him that you were going to be there, and he came because he wanted to see you. He scarcely knew Elizabeth and Peter, and I doubt he attends weddings of distant acquaintances he doesn't care in the least about." Whitney looked as if she were either going to faint or scream. "You told him? But why? Why would you do that to me? He surely thought I had put you up to it." Emily shook her head. "He couldn't have thought anything of the sort. I simply told him that you were going to be there, and he came because you were. Whitney, listen to me. He came after he signed those documents, after he wrote that note, which, by the way, seems to me to have been only foolish and not vile, and after he sent you the bank draft." A torrent of conflicting emotions battered Whitney as Emily went determinedly on. "He probably knew that Paul's circumstances are very strained. Everyone in the village knew it but you." "He knew," Whitney admitted. "He was in my father's study the night I found out about Paul's problems." "And he also knew you wanted to marry Paul?" Whitney nodded. "Whitney, for the love of heaven, can't you see what he was trying to do? He thought you hated him, and he knew you wanted to marry Paul, so he sent you this fortune to help make your life easier. He gave you money to help make your life better with the man you preferred to him. Dear God, he must have loved you even more than I thought, to do a thing like this." Whitney snorted derisively and looked away, but Emily marched to the bed where she sat, and plunked her fists on her slim hips. "Whitney, I think you are a fool. You love that man. You told me so yourself, so don't deny it. And he loved you. He offered for you. He assisted your father when he didn't have to. Then he stood by while you flirted with Paul and did 100 other things that had to provoke him beyond words. What did you say to him at the banquet?" she demanded. Whitney's eyes flew to Emily's face, then slid away. In a small voice she answered, "I mocked him when he said he loved me." "You mocked him?" Emily gasped. "Why, in heaven's name, would you do such a thing after standing in his arms on the church steps?" "Please," Whitney cried in agitation, leaping to her feet. "I told you why. Because I had just gotten the documents and his note and his wretched bank draft. Because I thought he had merely been attending Elizabeth's wedding, and I had practically thrown myself at his feet." "And now I suppose you think he'll come crawling to you?" Whitney shook her head and stared at the floor. "No. When he sees me, he acts as if I don't exist." "What else would you expect him to do? He loved you enough to want to marry you, and he gave your father a fortune. He loved you so much he committed a terrible act out of jealousy, so much that he gave you up, hoping to make you happy, so much that he came to Elizabeth's wedding to be near you. But believe me, he will not come near you again." A kaleidoscope of disbelief, misery, loneliness, and despair hurtled through Whitney's mind. But the fragile hope Emily had given her burst like white sunshine in the midst of it all. She bent her head, and her hair tumbled forward over her shoulders, concealing her face. In a pained, choked voice, she said, "However will I get him back without crawling to him?" A smile of joyous relief flashed across Emily's features. "Actually, I'm afraid that's the only way. You trampled his pride every time you had the opportunity. Your pride is going to have to suffer now." I'll think about it," Whitney whispered. "You do that," Emily applauded, cautiously laying down her trump card. "And while you're thinking about it, consider how you're going to feel when he marries Vanessa Stanfield. The gossips say he already has, but they are never entirely accurate. Probably he is about to marry her." Whitney leapt to her feet. "What can I do? I can't think where to begin." Emily hid her smile as she walked to the door. "You will have to go to him and explain why you behaved in such a freakish way at the banquet." "No," Whitney said, frantically shaking her head. "I'll send him a note and ask him to come here." "You can, but he won't do it, which will only make it doubly embarrassing when you have to go to him anyway, provided, of course, that in the meantime he doesn't marry Miss Stanfield." Whitney flew to the desk and snatched up her notepaper, but after Emily left she paused to think. There had to be some way to make Clayton come to her, some ruse she could use. It was too humiliating to crawl to him, particularly when he was on the verge of marrying Vanessa Stanfield. After several thoughtful minutes, her eyes widened with inspiration and her cheeks pinkened with embarrassment. There was a way. It was a horrid deception, but she was in no position to quibble over niceties now. Clayton had taken her to his bed, and if he believed he had gotten her with child, then he couldn't possibly refuse to come to see her. And what's more, he certainly couldn't marry Miss Vanessa Stanfield. Not only that, he would also have to marry Whitney immediately. But if he loved her as much as Emily thought he did, then surely after they were married he would forgive her for deceiving him. Whitney wrote the date on the note, then paused. What sort of salutation was appropriate to use when addressing a man who never wanted to hear from her again, but who was to be informed he was the father of her forthcoming baby? "Dear sir?" Hardly. "Your Grace?" Ridiculous. "Clayton?" Not under these circumstances. Whitney decided to omit the salutation completely. She thought for another minute, and then wrote, "To my very great mortification, I find I am with child. Therefore I ask that you call upon me here at once." She signed it Whitney, then reread it. Her face burned with shame. It was degrading, and because it wasn't true, it was contemptible as well. It was also nearly impossible for Clayton to have fathered a child in the incomplete act, but Whitney was blissfully unaware of that. She called Emily, and, blushing to the roots of her hair, she showed the note to her. I'm not certain I could send it, even if it were true," Whitney said with a shudder, shoving the hateful thing in a box of unused stationery to prevent its discovery by a servant. "Whitney," Emily said firmly, "send a note saying that you wish to speak to him and would prefer to do it in the privacy of his home, rather than in the busy confines of this one. Tell him that you will come there tomorrow. It's as simple as that." "It isn't as simple as that," Whitney argued, staring apprehensively at the blank piece of notepaper. "Even if Clayton agrees to see me, there's every chance he'll let me apologize and then send me away. You can't imagine how awesome he is when he's angry." "Then don't even try to see him. He'll marry Vanessa Stanfield, and if Michael and I are invited to the wedding, I'll tell you all about it." With that motivation, Whitney's quill fairly flew across the paper, and the note was dispatched to number 10 Upper Brook Street with a footman who was instructed to learn from one Mr. Hudgens, the Duke of Claymore's secretary, where the Duke was, and then to deliver the note to that place. The footman returned within the hour. The Duke, he said, had been away from home visiting Lord and Lady Stanfield. However, his Grace was returning to his estate at Claymore late this evening. Mr. Hudgens, who was leaving to join him there, had taken the note and promised to give it to the Duke as soon as he saw him tonight. In the note, Whitney had told Clayton that if she didn't hear from him by noon the next day, she would assume that he was willing to see her at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Now there was nothing for her to do but wait out the torturous hours until noon tomorrow. Chapter 29. At precisely 11 o'clock the following morning, 4 elegant traveling chaises swept through the gates of Claymore. The first was occupied by the Dowager Duchess of Claymore and her son Stephen, the second by Stephen's valet and the Duchess's personal maids. The remaining 2 were filled to capacity with trunks of clothing and accessories, which the Dowager Duchess deemed absolutely essential for any extended visit, particularly when one expected to meet one's new daughter-in-law, that is, the future mother of one's grandchildren. "It's always been so lovely here," her Grace sighed, letting her gaze roam appreciatively over the vast estate's manicured lawns and formal parks which paraded majestically on both sides of the curving, paved road. Pulling her gaze from the familiar scenery, she gave her son a penetrating look. "You're quite certain that your brother is bringing me a daughter-in-law to meet tonight?" Stephen grinned at her. "I can only tell you what I know, darling. Clay's note said simply that Vanessa and he had remained an extra night with her parents, but that they would both join us here at 4:30 this afternoon." "He only referred to her as Vanessa?" her ladyship said. "Are you certain he meant Vanessa Stanfield?" Stephen sent her a wry look. "If the rumor mill is to be believed, her name is now Westmoreland." "I saw her years ago. She was a beautiful child." "She's a beautiful woman," Stephen said with a roguish grin. "Very blonde, very blue eyes, very everything." "Good. Then I will have beautiful grandchildren," the Duchess predicted happily, her thoughts ever reverting to that. Glancing sideways, she discovered her son frowning out the coach window. "Stephen, is there something about her you don't like?" Stephen shrugged. "Only that her eyes aren't green and her name doesn't happen to be Whitney." "Who? Oh, Stephen, that's ridiculous. What can you be thinking of? Why, the girl, whoever she was, made him positively miserable. He's obviously forgotten all about her, and that's for the best." "She's not that easy to forget," Stephen said with a grim smile. "What do you mean?" she demanded suspiciously. "Stephen, have you met that girl?" "No, but I saw her at a ball at the Kingsleys a few weeks ago. She was surrounded by London's most eligibles, including Clay, of course. When I heard her name was Whitney and saw those eyes of hers, I knew who she was." The Duchess started to demand a description of the young woman who had brought such torment to her eldest son, then dismissed the idea with a shrug. "That's all over now. Clayton is bringing home his wife." "I can't think he'd so easily forget someone who meant so much to him. And I can't believe Clay is bringing home a wife. More likely a fiancée." "I almost hope you're right. There'll be the very devil to pay if Clayton married Miss Stanfield so abruptly. The gossip will be terrible." Stephen gave her a mocking, sideways glance. "Clay wouldn't care 2 hoots about the gossip, as you well know." "Time to get up," Emily announced gaily, throwing back the curtains. "It's past noon, and there's been no word from His Grace telling you to stay away." "I didn't go to sleep until dawn," Whitney mumbled. Then she sat bolt upright in bed, catapulting from deep sleep to total awareness in the space of an instant. "I can't do it," she cried. "Of course you can. Just swing your feet over the side of the bed. It works every time," Emily teased. Whitney pushed the covers aside and slid from the bed, her mind groping frantically for ways to extricate herself from the arranged meeting with Clayton. "Why don't we spend the day shopping and see that new play at the Royal?" she suggested desperately. "Why don't we wait until tomorrow and begin shopping for your trousseau instead?" "We are both candidates for Bedlam," Whitney cried. "This entire scheme is insane. He won't listen to me, and even if he does, it won't change anything. I've seen the way he looks at me now. He despises me." Emily shoved her in the direction of the bath. "That's encouraging. At least he feels something for you." She came back, just as Whitney finished dressing. "How do I look?" Whitney asked uncertainly, turning in a slow circle for Emily's inspection. Her gown of rich aquamarine velvet had long sleeves and a low, square-cut bodice. Her heavy mahogany hair had been brushed until it shone, then pulled back off her forehead, and fastened at the crown with an aquamarine and diamond clip, letting the rest fall in natural waves that curled at the ends halfway down her back. The lush gown was enticing and yet demure. The hairstyle framed her slightly flushed face, setting off her heavily fringed green eyes and finely sculpted features, giving her a softly vulnerable appearance. Solemnly, Emily said, "You look like a beautiful temple goddess about to be sacrificed to the bloodthirsty gods." "You mean I look frightened?" "Panic-stricken." Emily crossed to Whitney and took her cold, clammy hands in her own. "You've never looked better, but that's not going to be enough. I've met the man you're going to see, and he'll not be swayed by a poor-spirited, terrified young woman with whom he is still furious. He loved you for your spirit and courage. If you go to him all meekness and timidity, you'll be so different from the girl he loved that you'll fail. He'll let you explain and apologize. Then he'll thank you and say goodbye. Do anything. Argue with him. Make him angrier if you must. But don't go there looking frightened. Be the girl he loved. Smile at him. Flirt with him. Argue or fight with him. But please don't be meek and supplicating." "Now I know how poor Elizabeth must have felt when I made her defy Peter." Whitney half sighed, half laughed, but her chin came up, and she was once again regal and proud. Emily walked her out to Michael's coach, and Whitney gave her a fierce hug. "Whatever happens, you've been wonderful." The coach pulled away with a much calmer Whitney and left behind a wildly nervous Emily. After an hour of her journey, Whitney's fragile serenity began to slip, and she tried to calm herself by imagining their meeting. Would Clayton open the door himself, or would he have the butler show her into a private room? Would he make her wait? Would he stalk in and loom over her, his handsome face cold and hard, while he waited for her to finish so that he could thrust her out the door? What would he be wearing? Something casual, Whitney thought with a sinking heart, as she glanced down at her gorgeous finery, which he had paid for. With firm determination, she pulled her mind away from this nonsensical preoccupation with the possible dissimilarities in their attire, and concentrated on their meeting again. Would he be angry, or would he be merely cool? "Oh, God," she thought miserably, "let him be angry or even furious. Let him storm at me or say terrible things to me. But please don't let him be coldly polite, because that will mean he doesn't care any more." A terrible premonition of failure quivered through her. If Clayton still cared about her, he would never have waited impassively for her to come to him today. He would have at least sent her a terse note acknowledging that he would be there at 5. The coach made a sharp eastward turn and approached a pair of gigantic iron gates barring their way. He'd had the gates closed against her, Whitney thought frantically. A gatekeeper dressed in burgundy cloth trimmed in gold braid stepped out of the gatekeeper's house and spoke to the Archibald's coachman. An audible sigh of relief escaped Whitney as they were permitted to pass, and the coach lurched forward onto the smooth private road. They swayed gently along the curving drive bordered with wide-sweeping lawns and huge formal parks dotted with leafless trees. The gently rolling landscape seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. They clattered over a wide bridge whose arches spanned a deep flowing stream, and at long last a magnificent house with immense expanses of mullioned windows and graceful balconies came into view. It loomed against a backdrop of clipped lawns, rising to a height of 3 stories in the center. Gigantic wings swept forward on both sides of the main structure, creating a terraced courtyard that was the size of a London park. So bleak had been her mood the last time she had seen this house, Whitney could scarcely remember it. She laid her head back and closed her eyes in sublime misery. Had she called the house dingy, or was that his word? Her own large house would fit into one of the wings, with room enough left over for 4 more like it. She felt as if she were coming to see a stranger. Whoever owned this palatial estate was not the carelessly unaffected man who'd raced against her on Dangerous Crossing, or taught her to gamble with cards and chips. Darkness had settled on the November afternoon, and the windows of the great house were aglow with lights when the coach pulled to a stop, and the coachman climbed down and lowered the steps for Whitney to alight. Comfortably ensconced in the white and gold salon at the front of the house, Stephen glanced away from his mother's anxious face and considered with distracted admiration the 18th century furnishings covered in white silks and brocades. A magnificent Axminster carpet stretched across the 70-foot length of the room, and the walls were papered in white-watered silk, with paintings by Rubens, Reynolds, and Cheererts hanging in ornate gold-gilt frames. His gaze shifted restlessly to the clock, and he rose to pace impatiently. As he passed the wide bow windows, he saw the coach pulled up in the front drive, and, with a quick grin over his shoulder at his mother, he strode from the room. The butler was just opening the front door as Stephen stepped into the foyer with a welcoming smile on his face, expecting to see his brother with Vanessa Stanfield. He halted in surprise, staring instead at a vaguely familiar, beautiful girl wrapped in a blue-green velvet cape lined with white ermine. When she reached up and pushed the hood back onto her shoulders, Stephen's pulse gave a wild leap of recognition. "My name is Miss Stone," she told the butler in a soft, musical voice. "I believe His Grace is expecting me." In that brief flash of time, Stephen thought of his brother's anguished, drunken ramblings, debated whether it was likely Clay was bringing home a wife or only a fiancée, considered the wisdom of involving himself in his brother's personal life, and on a wild impulse made his decision. Stepping quickly forward to intervene before the butler could say that his master wasn't at home, Stephen put on his most engaging smile and said, "My brother is expected at any minute, Miss Stone. Would you like to come in and wait?" 2 very conflicting reactions flickered across the beautiful young woman's face. Disappointment and relief. She shook her head. "No, thank you. I sent word yesterday that I would like a few moments of his time, and asked that he let me know if today wouldn't be convenient. Perhaps some other day," she murmured, half turning to leave. Stephen reached out and firmly grasped her elbow. The reaction earned him a surprised look from the young woman, which deepened to astonishment as Stephen gently, but forcibly, drew her back into the entrance foyer. "Clay was delayed and didn't return yesterday," Stephen explained with a disarming smile. "So he doesn't know you intended to call on him today." Before she could utter a protest, he reached up and politely lifted the aquamarine velvet cape off her shoulders. Then he handed it to the butler. Whitney's gaze was riveted on the immense marble staircase, which swept in a wide, graceful half-circle, terminating in an arc along the broad balcony above. She remembered how Clayton had carried her up that staircase, and she recalled vividly how brutal his rage could be. Abruptly, she turned toward the door. "Thank you for inviting me to stay, Lord Westmoreland." "Stephen," he corrected. "Thank you, Stephen," she said, taken aback when he insisted she use his given name. "But I've decided not to wait. If I could have my cape, please?" She looked at the butler, who looked at Stephen, who firmly shook his head, whereupon the butler crossed his arms over his chest and simply pretended not to have heard her request. "I would like you to stay," Stephen said, his voice firm but his smile cordial. Bewildered laughter crept into Whitney's voice as she accepted Stephen's outstretched arm. "I don't think I've ever been made to feel quite so welcome, my lord." "Westmorelands are famous for their hospitality," Stephen lied with a roguish grin as he drew her inexorably toward the salon where his mother was waiting. At the sight of the Duchess seated on one of the settees, Whitney drew back in startled embarrassment. "My mother and I will both be pleased to have you wait for Clay with us," Stephen urged gently. "I know he will be delighted to see you, Miss Stone, and that he would never forgive me for letting you go before he returned." Whitney halted and stared at him. "Lord Westmoreland," she began, with a hint of a smile touching her soft lips. "Stephen," he corrected. "Stephen, I think you ought to know that there's every chance your brother won't be in the least delighted to see me." "I'll risk it," Stephen said with a grin. Whitney was overawed by the white and gold room, but she carefully refrained from gazing at the intricately carved plasterwork on the ceilings and the masterpieces displayed in ornate gold frames along the walls, while Stephen led her to his mother. "Mother, may I present Miss Stone?" Stephen said. Since Clay did not return last night, he is unaware of Whitney's intention to call, but I have persuaded her to stay and wait with us until he arrives. As Whitney curtsied to the Duchess, she heard the emphasis Stephen placed on her first name, which she hadn't told him, and she saw the Duchess's blank, answering look. "Are you a friend of my son's, Miss Stone?" the Duchess politely inquired as Whitney took the indicated seat across from her. "Occasionally we have been friends, Your Grace," Whitney replied honestly. The Duchess blinked at the unusual response, studied the jade-green eyes regarding her solemnly from beneath a heavy fringe of dark lashes, then suddenly half rose from her chair, caught herself, and sat back down. Her gaze flew to Stephen, who nodded imperceptibly at her. Cheerfully ignoring his mother's apprehensive glances, he relaxed back in his chair and listened while she and Whitney discussed a variety of topics, from Paris fashions to London weather. After nearly an hour, the front door was swung wide, and voices drifted in from the entryway. The words were inaudible, but there was no mistaking the soft murmur and throaty laughter of a woman as she answered Clayton. Stephen saw Whitney's stricken expression as she realized that Clayton was accompanied by a female. Rising quickly, he flashed a sympathetic, encouraging look at her, and then carefully placed himself so that he was standing in front of her, blocking her from Clayton's view to give her time to compose herself. "I'm sorry we're late. We were delayed," Clayton said to his mother as he leaned down and pressed a light kiss on her forehead. Teasingly, he added, "I trust you had no trouble finding your rooms without me?" Turning aside, he drew Vanessa forward. "Mother, may I present Vanessa—" Stephen expelled his breath in a rush of relief when Clayton finished. "Stanfield." Vanessa sank into a deep curtsy before the Duchess, and when the two ladies had exchanged the proper civilities, Clayton waved a casual arm in Stephen's direction, and laughingly added, "Vanessa, you already know Stephen." With that, he turned back to his mother and bent low, speaking quietly to her. "A pleasure seeing you again, Miss Stanfield," Stephen said with amused formality. "For heaven's sake, Stephen," Vanessa laughed, "you and I have been on a first-name basis forever." Ignoring that, Stephen reached behind him, touched Whitney's arm, and she rose with quaking reluctance to her feet. "Miss Stanfield," Stephen raised his voice slightly, "may I present Miss Whitney Stone?" Clayton jerked erect and swung around. "And this stony-faced gentleman," Stephen continued lightly to Whitney, "is my brother, as you know." Whitney actually flinched at the cold, ruthless fury in Clayton's eyes as they raked over her. "How is your aunt?" he inquired icily. Whitney swallowed and replied in a barely audible whisper, "My aunt is very well, thank you. And you?" Clayton nodded curtly. "As you can see, I have survived our last encounter without scars." Vanessa, who apparently recognized Whitney as her rival for Clayton from the Rutherfords' ball, gave Whitney a faint inclination of her elegantly coiffed head, and said with a frosty smile, "Esterbrook was introduced to you at Lord and Lady Rutherford's affair, Miss Stone." She paused as if trying to recall the occasion more clearly. "Yes, I remember that he spoke of you at some length to many of us." Realizing that Vanessa was waiting for an answer, Whitney said cautiously, "That was very kind of him." "As I recall, what he said was not in the least kind, Miss Stone." Whitney stiffened at Vanessa's unexpected and unprovoked attack, and Stephen waded into the deafening silence. "We could all discuss our mutual acquaintances at dinner," he announced cheerfully, "providing that I can convince my beautiful guest to dine with us." Whitney shook her head in a desperate, emphatic no. "I really can't stay. I'm sorry." "Ah, but I insist," he grinned. Arching a brow at his white-faced brother, he said, "We both insist, don't we?" To Stephen's infinite disgust, Clayton didn't bother to second the invitation. Instead, he merely glanced over his shoulder and nodded curtly to the servant hovering in the doorway, indicating that another place should be set at the table. Without another word, he turned on his heel and strode to the sideboard, where he snatched a bottle of whiskey and a glass. Stephen seated himself beside Whitney, then looked around to where Clayton stood, his tall frame rigid with anger, his back to them as he poured himself a drink. "Me too, big brother," he called good-naturedly. Clayton threw Stephen a look of unwavering distaste and said in a voice of tightly controlled fury, "I am certain, Stephen, that included among your other brilliant talents is the ability to pour your own drink." "Correct," Stephen said serenely, getting up from the settee where he was seated beside Whitney. "Ladies," he offered, "a glass of wine?" Vanessa and Whitney both accepted, and the Duchess stifled the urge to request a full bottle. Stephen strolled over to the sideboard, poured himself some whiskey, and began filling 3 crystal glasses with wine, blithely ignoring the simmering rage emanating from his brother. Under his breath, Clayton snapped, "Is there the slightest chance that you don't know who she is, to me?" "Not the slightest." Stephen grinned imperturbably, picking up 3 of the 4 glasses. As he turned toward the ladies, he said in a carrying voice, "Will you bring Whitney's glass, Clay? I can't manage all 4. Carrying her wine-glass, Clayton bore purposefully down on Whitney, and she unconsciously pressed further back into the seat cushions, searching his forbidding countenance for some sign that he still cared for her. But there was none. In a state of acute misery, she absently sipped her wine surreptitiously, studying Clayton, who was seated across from her beside Vanessa, with his gleaming booted foot resting casually atop the opposite knee, his long legs encased in superbly tailored gray trousers. Seeing him here, relaxed and at home in the splendor of this white and gold room, he was every inch the aloof, elegant nobleman, the master of all he surveyed. Never had he looked more handsome, or more unattainable. And to make everything worse, Vanessa Stanfield, who was draped in flowing blue silk, was more haughtily, breathtakingly beautiful than Whitney had realized that night at the Rutherfords' ball. In the hour before dinner was announced, Stephen carried the greatest share of the conversational burden, with Vanessa contributing 2 more pointed insults aimed at Whitney. Clayton spoke in clipped, abrupt phrases only when absolutely necessary, and Whitney replied to Stephen's light banter with weak monosyllables. The Duchess had 3 more glasses of wine, and said nothing at all to anyone. Curled into a tight ball of suspended anguish, Whitney silently counted the minutes until dinner could be finished, and the ordeal over, so that she could creep away. She now knew she should never have come. It was too late. Mercifully, dinner was announced shortly thereafter. Clayton rose, and without so much as a glance in Whitney's direction, he offered his arm to his mother, and, with Vanessa on the other, escorted both women from the room. Whitney stood and took Stephen's arm, her gaze clinging hopelessly to Clayton's back. She started to follow in his wake, but Stephen stopped her. Damn Vanessa, he laughed softly. I could strangle her. It's time for us to change our strategy, although everything has been going well so far. Strategy? Whitney gasped. Going well? Perfectly. You've been sitting here looking beautiful and vulnerable, and Clayton can't tear his eyes off you when he thinks you aren't looking. But it's time for you to do something to get him off alone with you. Whitney's heart soared precariously. He can't tear his eyes? Oh, Stephen, are you certain? I don't think he even knows I'm here. He knows you're here, Stephen said, laughing. Not that he doesn't wish to God you weren't. In fact, I can't recall ever seeing him this furious. Now it will be up to you to push his anger beyond the limits of his control. What? Whitney whispered. Dear God, why? They had reached the entrance of the dining room, but Stephen turned and paused before a portrait on the wall opposite the double doors. Their backs were in full view of the diners, who were already seated at the table. He gestured at the painting as if pointing out its merit to Whitney. You have to make him furious enough to leave the table and take you with him. If you don't, as soon as dinner is over, he'll find some excuse to draw Vanessa and my mother off somewhere else and simply leave you with me. The prospect of actively trying to engage Clayton in verbal combat filled Whitney with an odd mixture of fear and anticipation. She reminded herself of what Emily had said about not being meek, and told herself bracingly that if demure Elizabeth Ashton could do it, so could she. Stephen, she said suddenly, why are you doing this? There's no time to go into that now, Stephen replied, guiding her toward the dining room. But remember this, no matter how angry he is, my brother is in love with you, and if you can get him alone, I think you'll be able to prove it to him. But your mother will think I'm the gauchest female alive if I deliberately provoke him. Stephen grinned boyishly at her. My mother will think you are brave and wonderful, just as I do. Now, courage, young lady. I'm expecting to see more of the gay, spirited female I watched at the Kingsleys the other night. There was just time for Whitney to flash an astonished, grateful look at him as he led her to her place at the table. As Stephen seated her, Clayton remarked with withering sarcasm, It's kind of you finally to join us. It was kind of you to ask me, Your Grace, Whitney returned pointedly. Clayton ignored her and nodded to the servants to begin serving. He was seated at the head of the table, with his mother on his right and Vanessa on his left. Whitney was next to the Duchess, and Stephen took a place opposite Whitney, beside Vanessa. As the servant poured champagne into Whitney's glass, Clayton drawled caustically, Leave the bottle next to Miss Stone. She is overly fond of champagne, as I recall. Whitney's spirits gave a leap of joy. Clayton was no longer able to ignore her. Surely he must still care for her to be angry enough to say such a thing. She smiled enchantingly at him over her glass and sipped the bubbly wine. Not overly fond of champagne, although at times it does help to reinforce one's courage. Really? I wouldn't know. Ah, yes, you prefer whiskey to reinforce yours, she quipped as he lifted his glass to his mouth. His eyes narrowed ominously, and Whitney quickly looked away. Please love me, she implored him silently. Don't make me go through this for nothing. Do you play the pianoforte, Whitney? The Duchess asked, nervously stepping in to cover the charged silence. Only if I wish to give offense, Whitney replied with a shy smile. Do you sing, then? Her Grace persisted, in sheer desperation. Yes, Whitney laughed, but without the slightest attention to tune, I'm afraid. Really, Miss Stone, Vanessa drawled, it's extraordinary to meet a gently reared Englishwoman who has not been taught either to sing or to play. Exactly what are your accomplishments? Whitney is a proficient flirt, Clayton interjected scathingly, answering Vanessa's question himself. She is conversant in several languages, and could undoubtedly do a creditable job of cursing fluently in all of them. She plays a fair game of chess, a poor game of solitaire, and is a capable horsewoman when deprived of her crop. She claims to excel with a slingshot, a talent for which I can't vouch firsthand, and she is a convincing actress, a talent for which I can. Have I treated you fairly, Whitney?" he snapped. "Not entirely, Your Grace," Whitney said softly, stinging from the cruel whips of his words even though she was smiling. "Surely my chess game is better than fair, and if you doubt my skill with the slingshot, I shall be pleased to demonstrate it to you, providing that you volunteer to be my target, as I have just been yours." Stephen gave a sharp crack of laughter, and his mother croaked, "Have you attended many social functions since you've come back from France?" Whitney felt Clayton's scorching gaze on her, and could not quite meet it. "Many parties and balls, although no one has given a masquerade, and I particularly enjoy them. I believe my Lord Duke enjoys them equally." "Do you also enjoy weddings?" Vanessa asked her smoothly. "If so, we shall be certain to invite you to ours." The silence of an ancient tomb settled over the table. Whitney tried valiantly to continue eating, but could not swallow past the lump of desolation swelling in her throat. She looked miserably at Stephen, who shrugged imperturbably and arched a brow in Clayton's direction. She knew that Stephen meant for her to continue, but she couldn't now. It was over, as transparent as it would be to everyone when she pleaded sudden illness. Whitney couldn't bear to stay at that table. She was too bruised and battered to care that everyone would know that the announcement of Clayton and Vanessa's betrothal was the reason she was leaving. She took her napkin off her lap and put it on the table beside her plate. As she reached down to slide her heavy chair back, a feminine hand suddenly came to rest over hers. The Duchess gave her fingers a brief, encouraging squeeze, then held them tightly in a gesture that clearly said, "Stay and finish what you have begun." Whitney smiled uncertainly, hesitated, then replaced her napkin. She glanced at Clayton, who was moodily contemplating the wine in his glass, then at Vanessa. Whitney couldn't bear to think of Clayton married to such a haughty beauty, not when she herself loved him so much, and had come this far, in this embarrassing fashion, to tell him so. She thought of Clayton holding Vanessa in his arms and kissing her in that intimate way of his, and that made Whitney angry and jealous enough to stay. Vanessa put her hand on Clayton's arm. "I hope you aren't angry with me for blurting out our secret in front of a stranger." "I'm certain he isn't in the least angry, Miss Stanfield," Whitney said quietly, but her eyes were on Clayton. "We all do foolish things when we're in love. Don't we, Your Grace?" "Do we?" Clayton countered repressively. "I hadn't noticed." "Then you either have a very short memory," Whitney challenged softly, "or a very convenient one. Or perhaps you've never been in love after all." Clayton's wine-glass slammed on the table. "Precisely what is that supposed to mean?" he demanded. Whitney withered before the blast of those gray eyes. "Nothing," she lied softly. The clink of silver began again. She watched Clayton's hand flexing on his goblet of wine, clenching it and loosening, then clenching again, and she knew he was wishing that her neck, not his goblet, were in his grip. After several minutes, his mother nervously cleared her throat and cautiously said to Whitney, "Tell me, my dear, were things very different here in England when you returned?" Whitney started to reply impersonally, but then she realized that the Duchess had just unknowingly given her exactly the opening she needed. Since Clayton wasn't willing to let her explain in private, perhaps she could at least make him partially understand, here at the table. "Very different," she said with feeling. "You see, shortly after I returned to England, I discovered that while I was still in France, my father had arranged for my marriage to a man I had scarcely met, and did not even recognize when I saw him again here." "How distressing," replied the Duchess with a dawning look of understanding. "Indeed it was, particularly because I have a freakish streak in my nature which positively rebels against being coldly ordered about by anyone. And the man I was to marry although he was kind and understanding in many ways, was quite horridly arbitrary and imperious about the betrothal. He acted as if I had no choice in the matter whatever. These arranged marriages can be difficult to adjust to at first, the Duchess agreed. What did you do then? She betrothed herself to another man who was thoroughly spineless and an idiot, Clayton announced coldly. But not dictatorial and tyrannical, Whitney shot back. And I did not betroth myself to Paul at all. Angry silence reigned until Stephen laughingly said, "My God, don't keep us in suspense. Then what happened?" Clayton answered for her in a contemptuous drawl. Since there were another 1,000 eligible men in London, Miss Stone set about seeing how many of those she could betroth herself to as well. Whitney couldn't endure it when he used that tone of voice. She bit her lip and meekly shook her head. "No, I was only ever betrothed to one man, but he's so angry with me, he won't give me a chance to explain. He's already withdrawn his offer." "The beast!" Stephen said cheerfully, helping himself to a second portion of duck à l'orange. "He sounds like an evil-tempered sort. You're probably much better off without him." I have a rather formidable temper myself," Whitney admitted. "In that case, he's better off without you," Clayton snapped. Then his gaze swung on Stephen with deadly menace. "Stephen, I find this conversation not only excessively boring, but in excruciatingly bad taste. Am I making myself clear?" Stephen met his brother's look with sham bewilderment and nodded, but even he didn't dare to reopen the subject. Servants moved about the room, and all 5 people at the dining table studiously concentrated on the sumptuous fare on their plates, but only Stephen ate with any enjoyment. Whitney told herself she would try once more, just once more, to make Clayton leave the room with her, although how she was going to cope with him if she succeeded was beyond her imagination. "Stephen asked you a question, Clayton," Vanessa whispered. "What?" Clayton demanded, staring at Stephen with blazing animosity. "I asked how your horses did at the last race." "They did well," was the curt answer. "How well?" Stephen persisted. Although he addressed the table at large, the smile that tugged at the corner of his mouth was aimed at Whitney as he explained. "We had a bet that 3 of Clayton's and 2 of mine would come in the money. I know mine placed, and only 2 of his did, which means he lost the bet, and he owes me £300. Stephen's conspiratorial grin widened meaningfully at Whitney. He doesn't care about the money, but he hates to admit he lost. He's never learned to accept defeat. Clayton laid down his knife and fork, preparing to give Stephen the brutal set-down he'd earned hours before, but Whitney, taking Stephen's cue, immediately drew off Clayton's fire. "How strange you should say that," she said to Stephen, looking genuinely amazed. "I have found that your brother accepts defeat without even putting up the slightest struggle. Why, faced with the tiniest discouragement, he simply gives up and—" Clayton's open hand slammed down on the table with a crash that made the dishes dance. He surged to his feet, a muscle leaping furiously along the taut line of his jaw. "Miss Stone and I have something to say to each other which is best said in private." He gritted out the words, flinging his napkin down on the table. Swiftly he strode around the table and jerked Whitney's chair back. "Get up," he snapped in a low, terrible voice when Whitney remained frozen in her seat. His hand clamped down painfully on her forearm, and Whitney rose unsteadily. The Duchess looked at her in helpless dismay, but Stephen lifted his glass to Whitney in a silent toast and grinned. Forcibly pulling her beside him, Clayton strode purposefully from the room and down the carpeted marble hallway. As they passed the front door, he snapped at the butler, "Have Miss Stone's carriage waiting in front in 3 minutes." He turned down a side hall and nodded curtly to a servant who opened the doors of a luxurious study for them. Clayton hauled her halfway across the room, which was lined with books recessed behind richly carved arches of polished oak, then flung her arm away and stalked to the fireplace. Turning, he regarded her with a look of undiluted loathing, while he visibly strove to bring his rampaging temper under control. Suddenly his voice slashed through the silence. "You have exactly 2 minutes to explain the purpose of this unexpected and unwelcome visit of yours. At the end of that time, I will escort you to your carriage and make your excuses for your absence to my mother and brother." Whitney drew a tortured breath, knowing that if he saw her fear now, he would use it against her. "The purpose of my visit?" she said in a small, distracted voice, her mind frantically counting off the passing seconds. I would have thought by now it was obvious." "It is not obvious." "I've come to explain why I said what I did to you at the banquet. You see," she said, stammering in her haste to finish in the minutes he'd allotted her, "earlier at the church, I thought we, you and I, still had an agreement, and—" Clayton's eyes raked contemptuously over her. "We have no agreement," he said scathingly. "It's over. Done with. It should never have begun. The betrothal was an insane idea, and I curse the day I thought of it." Sick with failure and defeat, Whitney dug her nails into the flesh of her palms and shook her head in denial. "It never had a chance to begin because I wouldn't let it." "Your 2 minutes are almost up." "Clayton, please listen to me," she cried desperately. You told me a long time ago that you wanted me to come to you willingly, that you didn't want a cold, unwilling wife." "And?" he demanded furiously. Whitney's voice shook. "And I am here, willingly." Clayton stiffened, his whole body tensing into a rigid line as her meaning pierced the armor of his wrath. He stared at her for a moment, his jaw tight and hard. Then he leaned back against the mantel and closed his eyes. He was fighting her, Whitney knew, trying to shut her out. In a paralysis of fear she waited, watching him. It seemed an eternity before he reluctantly straightened. His eyes flicked open, meeting hers, and Whitney's heart gave a wild leap. She had won. She could see it in the slight softening of his rugged features. Oh, God, she had won! He looked first at the long stretch of carpet separating them, and then at her. When he spoke, the harsh edge of his voice was tempered, but his words were low and meaningful. "I'll not make this any easier for you," he told her evenly. The distance between them stretched like a mile, and Whitney knew that he meant she would have to make the trip across the room to him if she wanted him, that he would not so much as meet her halfway, because, even now, he didn't entirely trust her. His eyes never left hers as Whitney started walking toward him on legs that felt like water. A mere step away from him, she had to pause to still the slamming of her heart and quaking of her knees. She took the final step on legs that felt as if they were about to buckle beneath her, and stopped so close to him that her breasts were only inches from his gray jacket. With her head bowed, she waited, but the seconds ticked by, and Clayton made no move to touch her. Finally she lifted her head and raised green eyes shining with surrender to his. "Would you please," she whispered achingly, "hold me now?" Clayton started to reach for her and stopped. And then he caught her arms and jerked her to him, crushing her against his chest as his mouth came down hungrily on hers. With a smothered moan of joy, Whitney returned his kiss, glorying in the feel of his lips locked fiercely to hers. Twining her arms around his neck, she pressed against him, fitting her melting body to the hardening contours of his. A shudder shook him as she leaned into him, and his hands tightened possessively on her back and hips, molding her closer to him, sliding up her spine, then lower, gathering her willing body into his. "God, how I've missed you," he whispered hoarsely against her lips, and he deepened the kiss. At the first tentative touch of his tongue, Whitney's lips parted without further urging, and Clayton groaned, clasping her tighter as his tongue plunged into her sweet softness, searching with an almost desperate urgency, taking what she was offering. The exquisite feeling of her in his arms, the taste of her lips clinging to his, the fullness of her breasts against his palms, was unbearable joy to Clayton. He couldn't go on, and he was afraid to stop, afraid that if he broke the contact, she would vanish, and the aching desire racking him would become an aching emptiness instead. When he finally tore his mouth from hers, he kept his arms around her, resting his chin atop her shining head, waiting for his breathing to even out. And Whitney stayed there, as if being in his arms were the only place in the world she wished to be. Drawing back slightly, Clayton looked down into the limpid pools of her eyes and quietly asked, "Are you willing to marry me?" Whitney nodded. She nodded because she could not speak. "Why?" he persisted evenly. "Why do you want to marry me?" From the moment he had made her cross the room to him, rather than meeting her halfway, Whitney had known Clayton was going to require an unconditional surrender from her. She knew what he was demanding of her now. Through joy and tears and relief constricting her breath, she found her voice and softly said, "Because I love you." His arms closed around her with stunning force. "God help you if you don't mean it," he warned fiercely, "because I'll never let you go again." Shamelessly yearning to be kissed, Whitney whispered, "I shall be very happy to prove I do mean it." She saw his eyes darken with passion as he bent his head to her, and she leaned up on her toes to prove it. She kissed him with all the aching longing that being this close to him evoked. She kissed him in all the ways he had ever kissed her, feeling faint with joy when he began to kiss her back, his mouth moving with fierce tenderness, then opening with fiery demand over hers, until their breaths were mingled gasps, and they were straining to one another. It was Clayton who broke the kiss and forced his hands to stop their exploration. The pleasure-torture of caressing the cherished curves and hollows of the slender, voluptuous body that had haunted his dreams. But he kept her in his arms, tangling his hand in her heavy hair, loving the familiar texture of it. "Why did you make me wait so long?" he breathed. End of Side 11. Side 12. Whitney, my love. Continuing on page 424. Leaning back, Whitney tipped her head in the direction of the dining room where Vanessa was. "Why couldn't you have waited a little longer?" "Little one," he chuckled tenderly, "you are the only female alive who would bring up Vanessa at a time like this." Whitney's expression suddenly turned solemn, and Clayton didn't see the smile that glowed in her eyes as she said, "I have a confession, and it may make a difference in which of us you decide upon." Clayton stiffened. "And that is?" "I told your mother the truth about my talent at the pianoforte." With a laughing sigh of relief, Clayton drew her close. "Can you sing any better?" he teased. "No, I'm afraid not." Although his tone was light, Whitney heard the huskiness of desire that deepened his voice as he said, "In that case, I suppose you will have to learn some other ways to please me." Beneath the thin fabric of his shirt, his chest was warm and hard against her cheek. Whitney smiled as she slid her hand upward and spread her fingers over his pounding heart. "The last time we discussed my shortcomings in that area, you said you didn't have the time to instruct a tiresomely naive schoolgirl, but I think, if you have the time, you will find that I'm an excellent student." He was silent a long moment. Then he said, "Perhaps I should begin by teaching you a more suitable response than your last when I tell you that I love you?" Whitney nodded happily, but her voice suddenly filled with tears. "If you'd care to try again, I'll show you that I've already learned that lesson." Tipping her chin up, Clayton looked deeply into her eyes and quietly said, "I love you, little one." "I love you too," Whitney whispered, shyly laying her trembling hand against his smoothly shaven cheek and jaw. "I love you very much." He grinned. "Now that, my sweet, is a vast improvement." She tried to smile back at him, but Clayton saw the tears glistening in her eyes. Cradling her face between both his hands, he gazed at her misty green eyes. "Why tears, darling?" "Because," Whitney whispered brokenly, "until this moment I was certain you would never say that to me again." With a groaning laugh, Clayton hugged her tightly to him. "Oh, little one, I have loved you since the night we played chess at my house, and after announcing that you would never call any man your lord, you called me a conniving, black-hearted scoundrel when I took the game from you." He had loved her from the moment she had laughingly told him a story about a girl who used to pepper her music teacher's snuff-box. Stephen tapped lightly on the door, then stepped into the study and closed the door behind him. He grinned wickedly at his brother, who tightened his arms possessively around Whitney. "Excuse me, brother dear, but your absence is making things increasingly uncomfortable in the other room." Clayton heard this with a frown of distaste. "Is dinner over?" "Long since," Stephen confirmed, "and Vanessa is displaying a marked antagonism toward my charming efforts to enlighten her on the proper care and feeding of racehorses." "Stephen, your brother is in something of a dilemma," Whitney smiled, turning sideways in Clayton's arms. "Let me think. How did he phrase it? Oh, yes. He has only 2 hands, and he has offered them both." Stephen arched a thoughtful brow. "I have 2 hands, and they are neither of them promised, Miss Stone," he offered gamely. "Stephen," Clayton said sternly, but with a slow grin, "do not strain the bonds of brotherly affection beyond what you already have this evening. I'll attend to freeing one of my hands when I take Vanessa home tonight." "I should be leaving, too," Whitney sighed, reluctantly pulling out of Clayton's arms and smoothing her gown. "It will be very late by the time I get back to Emily's." "You, my love, are not setting foot out of this house. I'll send a servant to the Archibalds for your things when I leave with Vanessa, and he can inform them that you will return in a week, not 1 day before." Whitney knew perfectly well that Clayton was issuing this edict because of her unexplained change in attitude between the time she left him at the church and saw him again at the wedding banquet. Since she wanted with all her heart to stay with him, Whitney acceded to his flat command with a demure smile. With one hip perched atop his desk, Clayton watched while Whitney sat behind it and wrote a note to Emily. She assured her that the Duchess was in residence, and asked that Clarissa and her clothes be dispatched post-haste to Claymore. Winsomely, Whitney added a postscript. "This time I'll send the invitations. This one is yours. Will you please be my matron of honor? I love you. Whitney." Clayton took the note from her, and serenely ignoring his brother's presence, pulled her to her feet and kissed her with tender thoroughness. "I'll be back in 2 hours, perhaps a little more. Will you wait up for me?" Whitney nodded, but as Clayton started from the room, she turned away from him, tracing her finger across his gleaming mahogany desktop. "Clayton," she said softly, her voice threaded with tears, "when Vanessa asked about my accomplishments tonight, I forgot to mention that I do have one, and it's so splendid that it compensates for my lack of all the others." Stephen and Clayton grinned at each other, neither of them hearing the emotion that clogged her voice. "What splendid accomplishment is that, little one?" Clayton asked. Her shoulders hunched forward and began to shake. "I made you love me," she whispered brokenly. "Somehow, some way, I actually made you love me." The laughter faded from Clayton's face, replaced by an expression so intense, so profoundly proud, that Stephen quietly left the 2 of them alone. Clayton emerged from his study a few minutes later on his way to face Vanessa in the salon and take her home. He flashed a quick, grateful grin at Stephen, inclined his head toward the study doors, and said in a low, laughter-tinged voice, "Stephen, do not let her out of your sight." While Clayton was leaving with Vanessa, Whitney sat across from Stephen in the study, trying to vanquish her sudden embarrassment over the earlier part of the evening. Finally, she clasped her hands in her lap and regarded him directly. "Whatever made you want me to stay for dinner, when it was so obvious that Clayton didn't want me here at all? What made you help me, when I could have been just any female who—" "I knew you weren't just any female," Stephen corrected. "Your name was Whitney, and you had green eyes. And one drunken night many weeks ago, my fair brother could talk of little else." 2 hours later, Clayton strode into the salon, and Stephen dryly remarked, "I suppose Lord Stanfield was not in the best humor when you left?" "He was reasonable," Clayton said briefly. He sat down beside Whitney, and, defying all the proprieties with his usual careless elegance, he put his arm around her shoulders, drawing her close. With a meaningful look at his smiling mother and brother, he ungraciously hinted, "I imagine you're both exhausted from your trip this morning, and would like to retire?" "I happen to be exhausted from a good deal more than my trip," the Duchess said laughingly, and obligingly she bade them both good night. Stephen, however, did nothing of the sort. Leaning back in his chair, he crossed his arms over his chest and said, "I'm not in the least tired, big brother. Besides, I want to hear about the wedding plans." Ignoring Clayton's dagger look, he glanced expectantly from him to Whitney. "Well, when's it to be?" Clayton sighed, resigning himself to Stephen's continued presence, and smiled at Whitney. "How long will it take you to get ready, love?" Gazing up into his compelling gray eyes, Whitney thought she would much rather have his arms around her and feel his lips moving over hers than discuss the wedding plans right now, but like Clayton, she had no choice except to answer Stephen's question. "I suppose it will be a large wedding?" she mused, considering Clayton's title and the vast number of friends and acquaintances she knew he had. "Very large," Clayton confirmed. "Then it will take a great deal of time to plan. There are so many arrangements to make, the gowns to be chosen, endless fittings, and the dressmakers take forever. The invitations must be prepared, sent out, and acknowledged." She paused. "About how many guests will there be?" 500 or 600, I imagine," Clayton said. "Closer to 1,000, unless you want to offend half the ton and alienate our relatives," Stephen corrected, grinning at Whitney's expression of stunned horror. Taking pity on her, he added, "Westmoreland dukes are always married in a church, and the wedding celebration is always here at Claymore. It's an ancient tradition, and everyone will know it, so you needn't worry about anyone thinking it queer that it's at Clay's home instead of yours." "Always married in a church? And the celebration here?" Whitney repeated, with an accusing look at her grinning fiancé. "When I think of how you threatened to abduct me and take me to Scotland." "The custom, madam," Clayton chuckled, tracing the elegant curve of her cheek and jaw with his forefinger, then tilting her chin up, "began because the first Duke of Claymore abducted his lady from her parents' castle, which was several days' journey from Claymore. On the way here was a monastery, and since my ancestor had technically compromised her honor, one of the monks was more than willing to marry them, despite the lady's temporary reluctance. The celebration," he emphasized, "took place here because the young woman's outraged relatives were in no mood to celebrate in their home an occasion which, at the time, they viewed as more a reason to fight than to feast." His grin widened devilishly. "So you see, had I carried you off to Scotland, married you there, then brought you back here, I'd have been honoring the tradition almost to the original letter." Having been silenced on that subject, Whitney returned to the length of time required to prepare for the wedding. "Thérèse Youville's wedding was not even half so large, and it took a year to accomplish—" "No," Clayton said irrevocably. "Absolutely not." 6 months? Whitney offered to compromise. 6 weeks, Clayton announced flatly. His imperious tone didn't daunt Whitney in the least. "If it's to be such a large wedding, it could scarcely be planned even in 6 months. Clayton winked conspiratorially at Stephen. "Very well," he sighed. "I'll give you 8. 8 months, Whitney agreed with a sad little sigh. "It will barely be time enough, yet it seems like forever." 8 weeks, her fiancé corrected with finality. "Not 1 day more. My mother will help you, and so will Hudgens. I'll put an entire staff of assistants at your disposal. 8 weeks will give you plenty of time." Whitney shot him a dubious look, but since she didn't want to wait 8 months either, she happily agreed. Clayton was sitting with his arm around Whitney's shoulders, chatting amiably with Stephen, when the weight against his side suddenly grew heavier, and she didn't respond to his teasing remark. He glanced down and saw her long lashes lying softly against her cheeks. "She's asleep," he said quietly. Gently he moved her aside, then scooped her up into his arms. "It's been a more than exhausting day for you, sweetheart," he murmured, as she stirred and snuggled into his chest. To Stephen he said, "Wait for me here. I have some things I want to say to you when I come down." A few minutes later, after summoning a maid and seeing Whitney sleepily installed in one of the guest rooms, Clayton strode back into the salon and firmly closed the doors behind him. When he turned around, Stephen thrust a glass of brandy into his hand and raised his own in a silent toast. "I have 2 questions to ask you," Clayton said calmly when they were both seated. Grinning, Stephen stretched his long legs out in front of him and crossed them at the ankles. "I rather thought you might, Your Grace. How did you know who Whitney was, to me?" "You told me. During a very drunken night at Grand Oak, you told me all about her, including her green eyes, which, God knows, she has." Leaning forward, Clayton rested his forearms on his knees, staring into his brandy glass as he rolled it between his palms. "How much did I tell you that night?" Stephen considered lying because it was kinder, but he abandoned the idea when Clayton's disconcertingly perceptive gaze lifted to his. "Everything," Stephen admitted with a sigh. "Everything, including the harm you did her. So, when she appeared here tonight, thinking you'd received her note, which I understand Hudgens has, I took one look at her and decided that since her loss had done such damage to you, I would restore her to you." Clayton nodded his acceptance of Stephen's explanation. "I have one further question," he said gravely. "You said you had 2 questions, and you've already reached your limit," Stephen warned lightly. Ignoring that, Clayton said in a low, solemn voice, "I would like to know what I have within my power to give you, to express my gratitude." "Your money or your life?" Stephen ventured with a lopsided grin at his bandit's demand. "They're yours for the asking," Clayton said quietly. Later that night he lay on his bed, his hands linked behind his head, staring at the ceiling. He could hardly believe that Whitney was here, that after fighting against him so fiercely for so long, she had come tonight and fought to recover what they had begun together. He thought of the way she had faced him in the study, daring him to deny that he still wanted her. And then he smiled in the darkness, remembering the way she had crossed the long room to him, her head held high, her eyes shining with love and surrender. That memory, that one memory of her coming to him, casting aside her pride because she loved him, would endure in his heart for as long as he lived. Nothing would ever mean more to him. Tomorrow he would insist on a complete explanation for what had happened to change her attitude so drastically between the wedding and the banquet. No, he corrected himself with a wry grin. He would ask her for an explanation. That tempestuous beauty sleeping across the hall would be far more likely to respond to a question than a demand. Chapter 30. Whitney awoke from a deep sleep, groggy with unfinished dreams, and rolled over, unwilling to relinquish them. She opened her eyes, simultaneously recognizing her approximate location and Mary, the red-headed maid who had helped her the last time she was here. "The master has been prowling about below for over an hour, watching the stairs." Mary's Irish voice gaily announced from the foot of the bed. "He said to tell you that the day is unseasonably warm, and he asked that you dress for riding." "That man thinks he's the King of England," Clarissa grumbled, bustling into the room with her mop-cap askew. "He decides he wants to marry my little girl, and we're shipped home from France. He wants to go to a ball, and we're bounced off to London. This morning he wants to ride, and he has me hauled out of bed at dawn and carted here with the rest of your luggage." "Dawn!" she exclaimed sourly, pulling back Whitney's covers, "when decent folks aren't even about on the roads." Whitney laughed, scrambling out of bed. "Oh, Clarissa, I love you." She bathed quickly and put on the amber riding habit that Clarissa had brought with her trunks that morning. Eager to see Clayton, to reassure herself that he didn't regret letting her win last night, she pulled her long hair back and caught it at the nape with a bow. Then she dashed out of the room. She crossed the wide balcony and stopped. Clayton was waiting for her at the foot of the stairs, the winter sun glinting down on his dark hair through the domed glass ceiling 3 stories above. Dressed in a soft chamois peasant shirt with a deep V at the throat and snug fitting, coffee-brown riding breeches, he looked so masculine, so like a tall, broad-shouldered god, that Whitney's pulse raced giddily. Clayton watched her coming toward him down the broad, curving staircase. Warily he scanned her lovely face for signs that she regretted her capitulation last night, or resented him for making it so difficult for her. And then she stood on the last step, gentle still, smiling shyly into his searching gaze. "It's most embarrassing," she said softly, "to know that everyone is going to say that the groom is much more beautiful than the bride." Clayton couldn't help himself. He caught her into his arms, crushing her to him, burying his face in the fresh fragrance of her hair. "My God," he whispered hoarsely, "how will I ever wait 8 weeks to make you mine?" He felt her whole body go momentarily rigid in his embrace. That hadn't been what he meant at all, but he realized that Whitney had just recoiled in fear from the thought of his making love to her. He grinned against her hair. He had 8 weeks to hold and caress her. 8 weeks until his desire could run its natural course to fulfillment, and, in that time, she would come to want him too, and to realize that he would never hurt her. And on her wedding night, even if the act itself frightened her, she would trust him enough to let him make love to her. Then he would show her how it was supposed to be, how it was meant to be. He would make her wild with wanting, until she was clinging to him, writhing beneath him in a sweet yearning to be taken. "Would you like to see the estate?" he asked her as soon as they finished breakfast. "Very much," Whitney said happily. It was one of those bright blue winter days when the sun warmed whatever it touched. Together they strolled through vast formal gardens with sleeping flower beds arranged in lavish geometric patterns, their borders precise and manicured. The gardeners and groundskeepers, who were gathering fallen twigs and heaping them onto a small fire, took no apparent notice of the couple strolling through the gardens. But when the young lady said something that made the Duke roar with laughter and snatch her into his arms in a quick bear hug, several of them glanced up to stare in astonishment, and then exchanged knowing grins before quietly continuing with their tasks. At Clayton's side, Whitney wandered through the dappled sunlight of the arbor, her mind picturing the splendor of spring, when the trees would burst into bloom, strewing flowers along the wide, winding paths, blanketing the white ornamental iron benches in blossoms of pink and rose and white. They turned and walked along the perfectly tended banks of an immense lake with a graceful pillared pavilion overlooking it from a wide knoll on the opposite bank. Clayton took her hand, and they walked around the lake toward the pavilion. It was, Whitney thought, in a daze of happiness, sheer bliss to have her hand firmly clasped in Clayton's strong, warm one, to be with him in quiet, joyous peace, without the barriers she had always kept between them. She gazed at the bright blue sky, where fluffy white clouds slowly drifted past, and decided it was a halcyon day, the happiest day of her life. The view of the lake and surrounding grounds from the higher pavilion was glorious. Whitney leaned her shoulders against one of the white pillars, breathing in the splendor of it. She knew perfectly well that Clayton had guided her here because, inside, the pavilion would offer some scant privacy, but she stood there anyway, delightfully prolonging the moment when they would step inside and he would take her in his arms. Unexpectedly, he stepped in front of her, blocking her view as he braced a hand on either side of her shoulders. Laughter lurked in his gaze as his mouth slowly descended to hers. "Have it your own way," he said huskily, his tone amused. "I'm not shy, so it matters not in the least to me if I kiss you out here or in there." When at last he lifted his mouth from hers, Whitney was shaky with awakened desire. "Clayton," she whispered, He interrupted her in a deep, quiet voice. "I love to hear you say my name. It makes me want to take you in my arms, to have your sweet tongue in my mouth, to caress your breasts and feel your nipples rise up proudly against my hand." Whitney drew an unsteady breath and dropped her eyes, but not before Clayton glimpsed the fires kindling in their jade depths and the warm peach tint creeping up her soft cheeks. He smiled to himself. She might be afraid of his making love to her now, but she was still a warm, passionate creature, and she would soon dismiss her fears. He glanced over her shoulder into the pavilion. He wanted to hold her and leisurely kiss that stirringly provocative mouth, but not here, where he knew they could be seen. Idly he let his gaze wander over the landscape, a little irritated by the lack of privacy available to him. Then he saw the wooded ridge off in the distance to the west. That ridge would offer both privacy and a view. "The home woods?" Whitney asked, following his gaze. Clayton grinned at her. "Part of them. The view is supposed to be the best for miles. We'll ride up there in a bit. But not entirely for the view," he added silently. Turning, he leaned against the pavilion wall, pleasuring himself with the view of her vivid profile. With her glossy tresses caught at the nape in a wide velvet bow, she reminded Clayton of a little girl who ought to be wearing white stockings and a ruffled dress, sitting on a swing, while the boys argued over the honor of pushing her. But here the image ended, for there was nothing childish about the lush, tantalizing curves displayed to such advantage by her amber riding habit. Reluctantly, Clayton turned his attention toward a less pleasant direction. "There are some things between us that need to be settled, and I would sooner do that now, so that the past can be buried and forgotten." Whitney turned her head away, and he added quietly, "I think you already know what I want to ask." Whitney knew he wanted an explanation for her actions the day of Elizabeth's wedding, and she nodded, drawing a long breath. "You see, when I saw you at the church, I thought we were still betrothed, and I had no idea that you'd received an invitation to the wedding. I thought you'd come there to try to see me." She told him the whole story, simply, without trying to hide the hurt and anger she'd felt toward him. Clayton listened without interrupting. When she was finished, he asked, "What made you decide to come here last night, after hating me as you have for all these weeks?" "Emily made me realize that I was misjudging you." "What," Clayton said on a note of alarm, "does Emily Archibald know about us?" In a small voice, Whitney admitted, "Everything." She saw him flinch, and hesitantly said, "Now may I ask you something?" "Anything," Clayton said gravely. "Anything," Whitney teased, "within your power and within reason?" "Anything," he declared firmly, but with a grin. "Why did you do that awful thing to me? What made you think I had given myself to Paul?" With self-disgust filling his voice, Clayton answered her question. "But how could you have believed Margaret, knowing how much she hates me?" Whitney gave him a hurt, accusing look, realized that she was only adding more pain to his memory of that night, and quickly pressed a kiss on his mouth. "It doesn't matter." "It matters," Clayton said harshly. "But some day I'll make it up to you." A smile softened his voice. "Let's see if you can handle my favorite mare. We'll race up to that ridge." The view from the top of the ridge was spectacular. While Clayton tied their horses, Whitney stood, gazing out across the wooded valleys, trying to imagine how they would look in the lush greens of summer or the vibrant red gold of autumn. "There is more to be enjoyed here than the view, my lady," a husky, laughing voice announced from behind her. "Come here, and I'll show you." Whitney turned around and discovered Clayton sitting with one knee drawn up, his shoulders propped against a tree trunk behind him. She saw the warm sensuality in his gray eyes, and she felt a small tremor of dread. She wanted very much to be in his arms, to be kissed and held, but she suspected Clayton had more than that in mind. Because he had already lain with her, he might feel that marriage was no longer a necessary prerequisite for the two of them. Whitney not only felt that marriage was still a prerequisite to the sexual act, she wished she could avoid the sexual intimacy forever. She couldn't, of course, but she had 8 weeks before she would be obliged, as his wife, to endure that painful, embarrassing act, and she wanted this 8-week reprieve. Reluctant to tell Clayton that unless it was absolutely necessary, she turned back to the valleys below and tried to divert him from thoughts of love-making. "The view is breathtaking," she rhapsodized. "Could we ride down there?" "We could," he said agreeably. Then he added, "another day." "Why don't we do it now?" Whitney suggested with pleading determination. "Because I want to kiss you," he replied simply. Whitney spun around in relieved disbelief. "You only want to kiss me? I mean you won't try to... "Oh, darling, come here." Clayton laughed softly, noting her flaring color. "That's all I want to do." "That's all I'm going to do," he amended silently. With a sigh of joyous relief, Whitney went to him. She started to sit down beside him, but Clayton caught her arms and drew her down onto his lap. "The view will be better if you're up higher," he teased. Sliding his arms around her, he moved her tighter against him. Without urging, she turned her face up for his kiss. Clayton brushed his lips against her temple. He kissed her smooth forehead and her cheek. He closed her eyes with his lips, avoiding her mouth lest he frighten her with his ardor, but he drew back in surprise at her muffled laugh. "Unless your aim improves, my Lord Duke," she warned, her eyes aglow with laughter, "I shall be forced to buy you a quizzing glass after all." "You will you?" Clayton growled huskily as his mouth crushed down on hers. He felt her hands glide up his chest and go around his neck, and his heart began to hammer. As her lips parted beneath his, desire began to heat his blood, and when her tongue crept timidly into his mouth, a jolt slammed through Clayton's entire nervous system, exploding his control. He kissed her deeply, his mouth moving with half-fierce, half-gentle urgency, and she moaned, kissing him back with desire and passion exquisite on her lips. He tormented her with his tongue, retreating, then thrusting deep until she instinctively responded in the way he wanted. His hand moved of its own accord, opening her jacket to cup her breasts, his thumb circling her hardened nipples. Under her silken shirt, her thrusting breasts came to life in his hand, thrilling and warning him at the same time. Her soft moan of pleasure raced through him, throbbing in his ears. He forced his hand away, only to have it slide downward, lightly grazing her flat stomach, then her shapely thigh, instinctively seeking the place where, without the barrier of her skirts, he could part her silken thighs and gently, tenderly, tease his beautiful trembling girl until she was melting with desire for him, wanting him as badly as he wanted her. His mouth began to plunder hers more urgently, more hungrily now, and he started to reach for the hem of her skirt. With the last vestige of control he possessed, Clayton tore his mouth away from hers, and firmly pulled her arms down from around his neck. His breathing was hard and fast, his blood was roaring in his ears, and a fire was raging wildly through his veins. He moved Whitney up against his chest, off his lap, to avoid shocking or frightening her with the rigid evidence of his desire, and he looked down at her, still desperate to join his body with hers. He wanted to pour his life into her, To be able to look at her across a room and know that his seed was deep inside of her, to see her slender body swell with his child. Clayton drew a long breath and slowly expelled it. Whitney was watching him, her beautiful upturned face mirroring puzzlement and concern. He grinned at her, feeling slightly betrayed by his own body's uncontrollable reaction to her. "Little one," he explained ruefully, "unless it is your wish to see me driven to madness, I'm afraid we can't do very much of this." Whitney's eyes widened with bewilderment, then grew huge with understanding. She lurched into an erect sitting position, starting to pull away from him, but Clayton drew her back against his chest. "No," he said quietly. "Stay in my arms a while longer. I just want to hold you." And she did. "Is this ridge the boundary of your property?" Whitney asked later, as they walked toward their tethered horses. Clayton looked a little stung. "No, the boundaries are farther away." "How much land do you have?" Whitney asked, wondering at his odd, faintly wounded expression. "About 112,000 acres. She gasped. Her obvious shock reminded Clayton of something else, and he stopped abruptly, regarding her with laughter glinting in his eyes. "While I think of it, I've been meaning to ask you if you find my house dingy." Whitney gave him a plucky smile. "I said dismal. Dingy was your word, and it is splendid, just like you." To a man who had waited for months just to hear her call him by his given name, being told in the same morning that he was beautiful and splendid was unequivocally reason for another long, stirring kiss. Standing at the wide bow windows overlooking the side lawns, the Duchess and Stephen watched Whitney and Clayton walking hand in hand toward the house. "They are splendid together, aren't they?" Her Grace happily observed. "Yes, sweetheart," Stephen chuckled knowingly. "And you will have half a dozen splendid grandchildren, and in none too long a time, I'll wager," he added with a bald grin. "Stephen, that is too bad of you." "Can't imagine why. I think it's rather wonderful." His mother shot him an exasperated look that dwindled into laughter when she met his contagious grin. "What I meant, you wretched boy, is that she is a marvelous girl, and she makes your brother happier than I have ever seen him." "She does indeed." Stephen looked out the window and saw Whitney, who had been walking beside Clayton, suddenly draw back laughing. She spoke rapidly to him, then turned and fled. In 2 long strides, Clayton caught her at the waist, flung her over his shoulder as if she were a sack of flour, and continued striding toward the house. Whitney struggled and pushed against him until he finally put her down, whereupon she walked sedately beside him with her hands clasped demurely behind her back. "I believe that settled that," the Duchess laughed. "Don't count on it," Stephen chuckled. Even as he spoke, Whitney began moving ahead of Clayton, a good 4 or 5 paces this time. Then she turned, taking little backward-skipping steps. She shook her head, laughing at whatever Clayton told her. Then she pivoted on her heel and fled out of their line of vision. Instead of chasing her this time, Clayton leaned a shoulder against a tree, crossed his arms over his chest, and called something after her. Whitney was back in a flash, flinging her arms around him. "Now that settled it," Stephen laughed. "Remind me to ask Whitney if she has a sister," he added thoughtfully. "Really, Stephen," Her Grace expostulated, "with half the mammas in London trying to put their daughters in your way these past 5 years, I can't imagine why you haven't already chosen a wife, and—" She paused as if struck with an idea. "I believe Whitney did say she has a second cousin." A lazy smile, very much like his brother's and just as fatal to a lady's heart, flashed across Stephen's features. "If she's like Whitney, I'll marry her out of hand and give you enough grandchildren to make you blush." "You can't possibly be serious," the Duchess gasped at lunch, when Clayton announced his intention to be wed in 8 weeks. "I am perfectly serious." Rising from his chair, he pressed a kiss on Whitney's forehead and lightly mocked, I'll leave the little details of the affair to the two of you." He strode toward the door, turned back toward his mother and Whitney, who were staring at each other, overwhelmed, and took pity on them. "Just draw up a list of things to be attended to, and give it to Hudgens. He'll be able to prevail upon the various establishments to act with haste." "Exactly who is Hudgens?" Whitney asked. "I've never seen him." "He's Clayton's secretary, and he's a wizard," the Duchess sighed. "He'll employ the magic of Clayton's name, and everything will be ready in 8 weeks. But I had so hoped to have more time for parties, and—" Her sentence was interrupted by Clayton, who poked his head back into the room and, grinning like a devil, said, "Well, is the list ready yet?" Chapter 31. In response to Whitney's note, Lady Anne Gilbert arrived the following morning, ready to help with the wedding preparations, and an almost instant friendship sprang up between her and the Duchess. For Whitney, the next 4 days drifted by in a haze of comfort and togetherness, of smiles exchanged across the table, and stolen moments of joy in each other's arms. True to Clayton's mother's prediction, all the various shops agreed to meet their 8-week deadline, despite the fact that the fashionable modistes were already overburdened with orders for the next season. Frequently it was the proprietors themselves who arrived, carrying large sketches and boxes of swatches, all of them eager to claim that they had been of assistance to the future Duchess of Claymore in her wedding preparations. On the 5th day, however, Whitney received a rather perfunctory summons from a footman who informed her that "His Grace wishes to see you in his study, at once." Trying to smother the apprehensive feeling in her breast, Whitney hurried down the hall, nodded toward a distinguished-looking man she passed, who was carrying a large, flat, oblong case under his arm, and entered Clayton's study. Closing the doors behind her, she bobbed a funny little servant's curtsy and said teasingly, "You rang for me, Your Grace?" Clayton was standing in front of his desk, and he gazed at her silently across the room, his expression very somber. Is something wrong?" Whitney breathed after a moment. Although he spoke gently, there was a strange new gravity to his tone. "No. Come here, please." "Clayton, what is it?" Whitney said, hurrying toward him. "What has—" He caught her to him in a crushing embrace. "Nothing is wrong," he said in an odd, rough voice. "I missed you." With one arm still around her waist, he turned aside and picked up a small velvet box from the desk behind him. "I thought about an emerald," he said in that same gentle, grave voice, "but it would be outshone by your eyes. So I decided on this instead." He unsnapped the lid of the box with his free hand, and a magnificent diamond shot prisms of color across the intricate plasterwork scrolls at the ceiling. Whitney stared at it in awed wonder. "I've never seen anything so—" She stopped as tears of poignant happiness welled in her eyes. Taking her hand, Clayton slid the exquisite gem onto her long finger. Whitney looked down at her own hand, which now bore the first tangible proof that she was actually Clayton's. She belonged to him now, and all the world would see the ring and know it. No longer was she Whitney Allison Stone, her father's daughter, Lord and Lady Gilbert's niece. She was now the promised bride of the Duke of Claymore. In the space of 1 moment, she had lost her identity and been given a new one. She wanted to tell him that his ring was beautiful, that she worshipped him, but she only managed to whisper, "I love you," before the tears came, and she turned her face into his chest. "I'm not sad," she tried to explain as the reassuring strength of his arms encircled her. "I'm happy." "I know, little one," he whispered, holding her until the same emotion that had unexpectedly rocked him when he'd chosen the ring a few minutes ago had passed through her. Finally, Whitney drew back, smiling a little sheepishly, and held her hand out in front of her to admire the glittering splendor of the single stone. "It's the most magnificent thing I've ever seen," she said, "except for you." A surge of hot desire swept through Clayton at the sound of her words, and he bent his head to capture her mouth with his. Then he checked the motion. There was a limit to how much stimulation his body could tolerate these days. Instead, he said in a tone of mock severity, "Madam, I hope you'll not make a habit of crying whenever I give you a jewel, else we'll have to send for buckets when you see the ones that belong to you from my grandmother's." "Didn't this ring belong to one of your grandmothers?" "No. Westmoreland duchesses are never betrothed with a ring that has belonged to another. It's tradition. Your wedding band will be an heirloom, though." "Are there any other Westmoreland traditions?" Whitney asked. Her smile filled with love. Clayton's restraint broke. He gathered her into his arms, his mouth descending with hunger and need on hers. "We could start one," he whispered meaningfully. "Tell me you want me," he said thickly, his mouth fiercely tender as it ravaged hers. "I love you," she answered instead, but Clayton felt her intoxicating body straining automatically to be closer to his. A deep, knowing laugh sounded in his chest as he drew back. "I know you love me, little one," he said, tipping her chin up. "But you want me, too." Whitney conveniently remembered, then, that her aunt and the seamstresses were waiting for her in the other room. Only half reluctantly, she stepped away. "Will that be all, Your Grace?" she smiled, bobbing another servant's curtsy. Clayton's tone was politely impersonal. "For now, thank you," he said, but when she turned, he gave her an affectionate smack that landed squarely on her derriere. Whitney halted. Over her shoulder she regarded him with an expression of exaggerated severity, and warned, "If I were you, I'd not forget what happened when you did that to me after the Rutherfords' party." "At the Archibald's house?" he clarified. "When I brought you home?" Her lips twitched with laughter, but she managed a slow, haughty nod. "Precisely." "Am I to understand," Clayton mocked, trying unsuccessfully to keep his face straight, "that you're threatening to knock these paintings off the wall?" Puzzled, Whitney glanced at the portraits in heavy carved frames hanging along the wall, and then at Clayton's laughing face. "I thought I slapped you." "You missed." "I did?" "I'm afraid so," he confirmed gravely. Whitney muffled a giggle. "How provoking!" "Undoubtedly," he agreed. Bemused, Whitney turned and started to walk away. His second smack landed with a little more force upon her derriere than the first, and although she managed to look quite disapproving, she couldn't stifle her laughter. That night after dinner, the family all retired to the drawing-room. The Duchess and Aunt Anne were deeply engrossed in gossip, while Stephen was regaling Whitney with hilarious versions of Clayton's most infamous boyhood transgressions, to which Clayton was listening with alternating expressions of extreme discomfort and bored disgust. Then there was the time when Clay was 12 and he didn't come down to breakfast. When he wasn't in his room either, Father and the servants began combing the grounds. Late in the afternoon, Clay's shirt was found on the bank of the stream where the water is fast and deep. His boat was still there, because Father had forbidden him to take it out for 1 month. Breathless with laughter from the last story, Whitney turned to her betrothed and gasped, Why weren't you allowed to take your boat out?" Clayton glowered his displeasure at Stephen, then gazed down into Whitney's vivid, laughing face, and grinned in spite of himself. "As I recall, I had not come down properly attired for dinner the night before." "Not properly attired?" Stephen hooted. "You appeared a half-hour late, in riding boots and hacking clothes, positively reeking of horse sweat and leather, with gunpowder on your face from sneaking out and practicing with Father's old dueling pistols." Clayton hurled a look of excruciating disgust at Stephen, and Whitney dissolved with laughter. "Go on, Stephen," she gasped merrily. "Tell me the rest about finding Clayton's shirt by the stream." "Well, everyone thought Clay had drowned, and they came rushing to the scene, with Mother in tears and Father as white as a sheet, when around the bend came Clay on the most rickety makeshift raft you have ever seen. Everyone held their breath, expecting the raft to swamp when he tried to bank it, but Clay guided it right in. With his fishing pole in one hand and a string of prime fish in the other, he got off and looked around at us as if he thought we were all odd for standing there, gaping at him. Then he strolled up to Father and Mother, still carrying that huge stringer of fish. Mother promptly burst into tears, and Father finally recovered his voice. He was in the middle of delivering a thundering tirade about Clay's irresponsible behavior, his recklessness, and even his lack of a shirt, when your future husband said very patiently that he did not think it was seemly for Father to be dressing him down in front of the servants. "Oh, you didn't," Whitney whispered hoarsely, slumping lower in her seat. "Then what happened?" Clayton chuckled. "Father obliged me by sending the servants away," he said, "and then he boxed my ears." Into this utterly congenial atmosphere of charming conviviality intruded the black-coated figure of the butler, who intoned magisterially, "Lord Edward Gilbert has arrived." This announcement was immediately followed by the appearance of Lord Edward Gilbert himself, who strode into the drawing-room, glanced around, and beamed his general approbation of all the occupants. "Good heavens, it's Edward!" gasped Lady Anne, coming to her feet and staring at her beloved husband. Afraid that her letters had finally caught up with him, and that he had hastened here to rescue Whitney from an unwanted match with the Duke, she thought madly for some concise explanation to give him for the momentous events which had led to this gathering at Claymore. Whitney also lurched to her feet, her thoughts identical to her aunt's. "Uncle Edward!" she burst out. "Glad that everyone recognizes me," Lord Edward Gilbert dryly remarked, looking from Anne to Whitney in obvious expectation of some more sentimental greeting than he had thus far received. Unnoticed, Clayton rose and strolled over to the fireplace, where he leaned an elbow upon the mantel, and with visible amusement watched the unfolding scene. Edward waited for someone to introduce him to the Duchess and Stephen, but when neither his wife nor his niece seemed capable of speech, he shrugged and strode directly over to the Duke. "Well, Claymore," he said, warmly returning Clayton's hand-clasp, "I see the betrothal has come off without a hitch." "Without a hitch?" Lady Gilbert whispered in a strangled voice. "Without a hitch?" Whitney echoed as she slowly crumpled to the sofa. "Almost without a hitch," Clayton corrected mildly, ignoring the gaping stares of the other occupants of the room. "Good, good. Knew it would," said Lord Gilbert. Clayton introduced him to his mother and Stephen, and when the civilities had been exchanged, Edward finally turned again to his rigid wife. "Anne," said he as he advanced upon her, and she retreated, step for step. "After months apart, madam, it strikes me that your greeting thus far has been less than enthusiastic." "Edward," Lady Gilbert breathed, "you cloth-head?" "Can't say that's much of an improvement over good heavens, it's Edward," he pointed out with asperity. "You knew about this betrothal from the very beginning," she accused, transferring her dark frown from Edward to a grinning Clayton, who immediately smoothed his face into more suitably grave lines. "I have been subjected to enough suspense to drive anyone to raving lunacy, and the two of you have been in communication all along, haven't you? I can't think which of you I should more like to murder." "Do you want your hartshorn, my dear?" "No, I do not want my hartshorn," his lady replied. "I want an explanation." "An explanation for what?" Edward asked, bewildered. "For why you have not answered my letters, for why you did not tell me you were aware of this betrothal, for why you didn't advise me what to do." "I only got one of your letters," he defended a trifle brusquely, "and all you said was that Claymore was in residence near Stone's place, and I can't imagine why you needed me to tell you what to do, when it was perfectly obvious that all you had to do was chaperone two people whom anyone could see were ideally suited to each other. And I did not tell you I was aware of the betrothal, because I was not aware of it until Claymore's letter was brought to me in Spain a month and a half ago." Lady Gilbert was not to be so easily pacified. With a brief glance of apology to Clayton, she burst out, They most certainly were not ideally suited. Of course they were, Edward defended stoutly. What possible objection could you have to a match with Claymore? Suddenly a look of amused understanding crossed his face. So you were worried about his reputation, were you? Lord, madam, he chuckled tolerantly, momentarily oblivious to the presence of the Westmoreland family in the room. Haven't you ever heard the saying that reformed rakes often make the best husbands? Why, thank you, Lord Gilbert, Clayton said wryly. Lord Gilbert cast a puzzled look at Stephen, who was suddenly seized with a fit of strangled laughter, then continued speaking to his wife. I thought they would make an excellent match the night I saw them together at the masquerade, and I knew something was in the wind when I was informed the Westmoreland solicitors were making inquiries about Whitney in Paris. Then I thought Martin had spoiled everything by sending for her. But when I got your letter and you said Claymore was in residence not 3 miles away from Stone's doorstep, I knew exactly what was happening. "Oh, no, you didn't," Lady Anne exclaimed heatedly. "I'll tell you what happened. From the moment Whitney clapped eyes on his Grace in England, she was at daggers drawn with him, and—" Lord Gilbert turned his head and peered sternly at Whitney over the top of his spectacles. "Oh, so Whitney was the problem, was she?" He transferred his gaze to Clayton and said, "Whitney needs a husband who'll keep a firm hand on the reins. That's why I was in favor of your suit from the very beginning." "Why, thank you, Uncle Edward," Whitney said ungratefully. "It's the truth, and you know it, my dear." To Lady Anne he added, "She's much like you in that respect." "How very kind of you to say so, Edward," Anne said tartly. Edward glanced from his wife's indignant face to Whitney's rebellious one, and then toward Clayton, who was regarding him with a dark brow arched in sardonic amusement. He looked at Stephen Westmoreland, whose shoulders were rocking with silent laughter, and then at the Duchess, who was much too polite to show any emotion at all. "Well," said he to the Duchess with a sigh, "I can see that I've now offended everyone. Amazing, is it not, that I am purported to be a competent diplomat?" The Duchess broke into a smile. "I am not in the least offended, Lord Gilbert. I have a decided partiality for rakes. After all, I was married to one, and I have raised—" she looked meaningfully at Stephen— "2. Chapter 32. The announcement in the papers of the betrothal of the Duke of Claymore to Miss Whitney Allison Stone struck London with the force of a hurricane, and Whitney was caught in its backlash. Invitations to every conceivable social function arrived daily at the Archibalds' house in staggering numbers. Between the parties in their honor, which Whitney and Clayton had to attend, and the extensive wedding preparations, which required every available minute of her time, Whitney was feverishly busy and almost limp with exhaustion. Added to that was the anxiety which increased as her wedding day, ergo her wedding night, approached. Often she lay awake in Emily's guest room, telling herself sternly that if other women could endure the sexual act, she could too. Besides, she repeatedly reminded herself, the act itself, and the awful pain that accompanied it, didn't last all that long. And she adored Clayton, so if he wished to do that to her, then she would bear the pain to make him happy, and hope that it happened with minimal frequency. Yet she hated knowing not only the day, but practically the hour when he was going to do it to her again. In one of her more philosophical moments, she decided that the reason virginity was so prized for a bride was because early man must have realized that a bride who knew what was in store for her on her wedding night would not be smiling quite so radiantly when she walked down that aisle. Unfortunately, by the time the wedding was a week away, her philosophical attitude had deserted her entirely, and her dread was steadily mounting. To make matters worse, as their wedding day approached, Clayton's attentions became decidedly more ardent, and therefore more frightening. Even her ivory wedding gown, which was hanging in her dressing-room, sent a trill of fear up her spine when she looked at it, because it reminded her of the ivory satin gown that Clayton had torn from her body. Not that she was idiotic enough to think that the gentle, understanding man she worshipped was going to tear her clothes from her on their wedding night, but neither did she think Clayton was likely to allow her to keep them on for very long, either. Surreptitiously, she began watching Emily when Michael asked her if she were ready to retire. Emily didn't seem to dread going to their bedroom. Neither, Whitney recalled, had Aunt Anne tried to evade retiring with Uncle Edward. Why, then, was Whitney the only woman who winced at the thought of the pain which came with the marital act? The more Whitney considered it, the more horrifyingly convinced she became that there was a physical defect within her which made the act hurt her, and only her, so dreadfully. To add to her misery, as her wedding day bore down on her, her agitated mind began tormenting her with constant visions of that terrible night when Clayton had cruelly and deliberately shamed her with his hands and mouth and body. The humiliation of that night came back to haunt her, magnifying her remembered physical pain until she was a mass of fear and trepidation. 5 days before the wedding, she was simply too worn down to attend the ball being given by one of Clayton's friends. The next day she sent Clayton a note, asking him to excuse her from an afternoon party at the Rutherfords. Clayton, who had removed to his townhouse in Upper Brook Street to be near Whitney during the weeks preceding the wedding, read her brief note declining the Rutherfords' party with a faint frown of bewilderment. After a moment's thought, he ordered his carriage brought round, and went directly to the Archibald townhouse, where he was informed that Miss Stone was in the blue salon, and that Lord and Lady Archibald were out for the day. Whitney picked up a fresh piece of stationery, dipped her quill into the ink-pot, and continued with the exhausting task of writing notes of appreciation for the awesome number of wedding gifts which had been arriving in droves for weeks. In the doorway of the salon, Clayton stopped and gazed at her. She was seated at a desk, her dark chestnut hair twisted into thick curls bound with narrow green ribbons. Her head was bent slightly as she wrote, her flawless profile turned to him. With the sun streaming in the window beside her, Clayton thought she looked so fragile and lovely that she seemed ethereal. "Problems?" he said after a long moment, closing the doors behind him. He crossed to her, took her by the hand, and pulled her gently, but firmly, out of her chair and over toward the sofa. "Young lady, is it your intention to treat me as a bystander in all of this, and only remember my existence when you walk down the aisle?" Whitney sank down beside him. "I'm sorry about the Rutherfords affair," she said with a tired smile that made Clayton instantly regret his mild reprimand. "It's just that I'm so busy with everything that even I feel like a bystander at times." Turning her face into the comforting curve of his shoulder and neck, she said, "I missed you terribly last night. Did you have a pleasant time at the ball?" Clayton tilted her chin up. "Not without you," he murmured, as his mouth covered hers. "Now, show me how much you missed me." Within moments, Whitney's tension and exhaustion had melted away in the heat of Clayton's passionate kiss. In a kind of sensual haze, she was dimly aware that he was inexorably drawing her down to lie beside him on the silk sofa, but with his lips moving persuasively against hers, and his tongue teasing and exploring, the shift in her position scarcely seemed to matter. Her senses swam dizzily, assaulted by his deep kisses and the gentle, arousing things he whispered against her parted lips as he kissed her. "I can't get enough of you," he murmured, leaning over her. "I'll never get enough of you." His hand roamed possessively over the sensitive skin above her bodice, his fingers nimbly unfastening the row of tiny buttons at the front of her lime-wool dress. Before Whitney could react, her chemise was down, and his mouth was moving leisurely toward her naked, exposed breasts. "The servants!" she gasped. "They're scared to death of me," Clayton said. "They wouldn't come in here to warn us of a fire." His tongue touched a rosy nipple, and Whitney struggled in genuine, frantic earnest. "Don't, please," she said hoarsely, lurching into a sitting position and clutching her open bodice, clumsily refastening it. Clayton started to reach for her, but she leapt off the sofa. Amazed, he sat up and stared at her. She looked slightly flushed, very beautiful, and frightened half to death. "Whitney?" he said cautiously. She jumped, took 3 steps backward, then sank onto the sofa across from him, her expression tortured and embarrassed. As Clayton watched, she started to speak, changed her mind, then ran her hand over her forehead. Finally she raised pleading green eyes to his and drew a long, unsteady breath. "There's something I've wanted to ask you, a favor, but it's dreadful and embarrassing. It's about our wedding. Night." Frowning with worry over the tension and anxiety he saw on her face, Clayton leaned forward and rested his forearms on his knees. "What favor do you want to ask of me?" he said quietly. "Promise me you won't be angry when you hear it?" "You have my word," Clayton assured her calmly. "Well, you see," she began hesitantly, I would like to be able to really look forward to our wedding, but I can't, because I keep thinking about what is going to happen. You know, later that night. Other brides don't understand. Not exactly, but I do now, and She was as pink as roses when she trailed off into pathetic silence. "What is it that you wanted to ask of me?" Clayton said, but he already knew. God help him, he already knew. "I was wondering if you might agree to wait," she explained miserably. "I mean, agree not to do that to me on our wedding night." Unable to meet his steady gaze any longer, Whitney looked away in sheer embarrassment. Uninformed she might be about some things, but she knew full well that wives made no such bargains with husbands, and that marriages were consummated on the wedding night. Why, in days gone by, a marriage was consummated with observers in the room, in the old, and, thank heavens, antiquated custom of bedding the newly wedded couple. A wife's duty, her vows, required that she submit to her husband in all things, and that included satisfying his passion. "Are you absolutely certain this is the way you want it?" Clayton asked after a long silence. "Positive," Whitney whispered, her eyes downcast. "What if I refuse to agree?" Staring at her hands, Whitney swallowed. "Then I'll submit to you." "Submit to me?" Clayton repeated, stunned and a little irritated by her choice of words. He could hardly believe that after 8 weeks, Whitney still thought of the final culmination of their desires as some form of punishment to which she must submit. She always came eagerly into his arms, returning his kisses with a fervor and hunger that almost matched his, and whenever he held her, she instinctively fitted her voluptuous body to the contours of his. What in the living hell did she imagine he was going to do on their wedding night? Turn into a crazed animal and tear her clothes off again? "Is it me you're afraid of, little one?" he asked quietly. Her gaze flew to his, and her response was emphatic. "No. I couldn't bear it if you thought that. I know you aren't going to treat me the way you did before. It's just that I feel embarrassed, because I know exactly what you are going to do to me. And there's something else, too. Something terrible that I should have told you weeks ago. Clayton, I think I am malformed in some way. You see, whatever you did to me that night, hurt dreadfully, and I don't think other females feel such pain or—" "Don't!" Clayton interrupted harshly, unable to bear hearing how badly he had hurt her. With an inward sigh, he accepted this as the penalty he was going to have to pay for his callous cruelty that night. And in view of what he had actually done to her, it seemed a small price at that. "I will give you my word to wait, on 2 conditions," he told her quietly. "The first is that, after our wedding night, the option of choosing the time is mine." She nodded so eagerly and looked so relieved that Clayton almost smiled. "The second condition is that you promise that during the next few days you will seriously consider what I am about to say." Again she nodded. "Whitney, what occurred between us before was nothing more than an act of outrage on my part. It was not making love. It was an act of selfish revenge. She was listening, and Clayton realized she was trying to understand. But to her at this point, an act was an act, and if it was painful and humiliating before, it would be again. "Come here," he said gently. "I can explain better with a small demonstration." Apprehension flitted across her face, but she obediently crossed to sit beside him. Clayton tipped her chin up and kissed her deeply and tenderly. Her response was longer than usual in coming, but when it did, it was exquisitely warm and filled with love. "Do you remember the first time I ever kissed you, on the balcony at Lady Eubank's house?" he asked, drawing back and searching her eyes. "I was punishing you for trying to use me to make Severin jealous. Remember?" She nodded. "I slapped you," she recalled with a smile. "Do you feel like slapping me now? Do you feel in any way the same about this kiss as you did that first one?" "No." "Then believe me when I tell you that what will happen between us the next time I take you to my bed will be as different from before as this kiss is from that first one." "Thank you," she said with a beaming smile of relief. She didn't believe him for a minute, Clayton knew, but she was overjoyed with her wedding night reprieve. Chapter 33. At the first light of dawn, Whitney climbed from beneath the cool sheets, groped for her dressing robe in the dark, then settled into a chair at the windows to watch the sunrise over London on her wedding day. She bent her head and tried to pray, but all her prayers began with "thank you" instead of "please." She heard the house slowly stirring to life, the sound of servants moving about the halls, of footsteps passing her door. The wedding was not to begin until 3 o'clock, and that seemed like an eternity from now. For hours, time scarcely seemed to move, and then, just after noon, time leapt forward, picking up extraordinary speed. People scurried in and out of her bedroom, while Aunt Anne sat perched upon the bed, watching Clarissa brush Whitney's thick mahogany tresses until they shone. Emily came into the room wearing a dressing robe, ready to slip into her gown, and Elizabeth was right on her heels. "Hello," Whitney said in a quiet, joyous voice. "Nervous, or just not talkative?" Emily teased gaily. "Neither. Just happy." "Aren't you the tiniest bit nervous?" Elizabeth persevered hopefully, darting a conspiratorial wink at Emily and Whitney's aunt. "I hope His Grace hasn't changed his mind." "He hasn't," Whitney assured her with perfect serenity. "Well," Clayton's mother laughed, coming into the room, "I can see things are not much different here than they are in Upper Brook Street this afternoon. Stephen is driving Clayton to the brink of madness." "Is Clayton nervous?" Whitney asked incredulously. "Beyond belief," her Grace said, smiling and sitting down beside Anne Gilbert on the bed. "Why?" Whitney asked in alarm. "Why? There are at least a dozen reasons why, and all of them are either directly or indirectly related to Stephen. At 10 o'clock this morning, Stephen arrived at the house and told Clayton that as he passed here, 2 traveling chaises were being loaded, and that he was quite certain he saw you getting into one of them. Clayton was already bounding down the stairs to come after you before Stephen shouted that he was joking." Whitney smothered a laugh, and the Duchess said, "You may find that amusing, my dear, but Clayton did not." After that, Stephen convincingly reported that he had discovered a non-existent plot among the groomsmen to kidnap Clayton and delay his arrival at the wedding, which is why all 12 of the groomsmen are now cooling their heels under Clayton's watchful eye at his house, and that is only the beginning. "Poor Clayton." "Poor Stephen," the Duchess corrected dryly. "I came here because I couldn't bear to watch my elder son murder my younger, which is what Clayton was threatening, rather seriously, I might add, to do if Stephen came within arm's reach of him again." Time flew on rapid beating wings, and suddenly Whitney was fully dressed, walking into the bedroom for her aunt and her future mother-in-law's inspection. "Oh, my dear child," the Duchess gasped, her eyes shining with wonder. "I have never seen anything like you in all my life." Stepping back, she surveyed Whitney's ivory, pearl-encrusted gown, which had been designed as a glorious representation of a medieval bride. Its low, square-cut bodice hugged Whitney's full bosom, then tapered to a narrow waistline, where a gold chain with clusters of diamonds and pearls set in each shining link rode low on her hips. The undersleeves were tightly fitted satin tubes, terminating in deep points at the tops of her hands, but the satin oversleeves, stiffly encrusted with pearls, ended in wide bells at her elbows. A flowing satin cape trailed behind her, bordered in pearls, and attached at her shoulders with jeweled links that matched those at her waist. She wore no veil. Instead, her long hair was pulled back off her forehead and held at the crown with a diamond and pearl clip. It cascaded over her shoulders in curving waves, ending in soft, thick curls, midway down her back. Clayton had once said he liked it best this way. "You look exactly like a medieval princess would have wished to look," Clayton's mother breathed reverently. But Anne Gilbert only stared in silent joy at this serenely beautiful young woman who was about to become a duchess, while in Anne's mind she saw Whitney as she had been not so long ago, wearing groom's breeches and balancing barefoot on the back of a cantering horse. When she finally spoke, tears of happiness and pride thickened her voice. "We should leave early for the church. Your father said there were crowds of spectators already gathering when he passed there hours ago, and he said the traffic was dreadfully bogged down." That turned out to be an understatement. 4 blocks from the massive church, the coach bearing Whitney, her father, and her aunt was at a complete stop, hopelessly caught in the tangle of conveyances and would-be spectators blocking the streets. It was as if all London had turned out to witness the wedding. In a large anteroom of the church, 12 groomsmen looked up hopefully as Stephen came in from a side door. He walked over to Clayton, who was leaning against a table, his rigid features reflecting the gathering storm brewing within him, as it seemed more and more likely that Whitney had jilted him at the altar. Stephen, however, was imperturbably cheerful as he reported, "There is the most unbelievable snarl out there. The streets are swarming with pedestrians, and the horses and carriages can't move." Clayton straightened abruptly and jerked his head toward the door. "Find McRae. He's in this church somewhere, and tell him I want the coach waiting in front. If she isn't here in 5 minutes, I'm going after her." "Clay, unless your cattle have sprouted wings, it wouldn't do any good. Would you mind stepping over to this door and seeing for yourself why Whitney is late?" With long, angry strides, Clayton followed him to the door, which looked out from the side of the church onto a square. The street was teeming with humanity and hopelessly entangled conveyances. "What in the living hell is going on?" he snapped. "A duke is getting married." Stephen grinned. "And to a beautiful girl who has neither aristocratic lineage nor even immense wealth. Apparently yours is the fairy tale wedding of the century, and the Cits mean to be here to see it." "Who in God's name invited them?" Clayton demanded, his mind on where Whitney might have gone to elude him. "Since we don't own the church, they undoubtedly think they have the right to be here. Although," Stephen added wryly, "there's no more room left out there. Even the balconies are filled to capacity." "Your Grace?" a serene masculine voice interrupted. 14 concerned male voices turned toward the Archbishop, who was arrayed in all his ecclesiastical finery. "The bride is here," he said quietly. 20,000 white candles illuminated the aisles and the altar of the church. The organ pipes gave forth an expectant note, and then music rose majestically, filling the echoing church from its marble floor to the high vaulted ceilings. One by one, Whitney watched her 12 bridesmaids drift down the aisle. Thérèse Duville-Ronsard accepted her bouquet from the maid and straightened her train. Then she turned to Whitney with a soft smile. "Niki gave me a message, which I am to give to you at this moment. He said to tell you, bon voyage, again." The poignant message from Nicky almost shattered Whitney's composure. Tears momentarily blurred her vision, and she purposefully focused her eyes on Emily, who was just stepping out into the aisle in a trail of apple-green silk and satin. Alone now with her father, with whom she had only exchanged polite, impersonal comments since his arrival for the wedding 2 days ago, Whitney turned to him. He looked austere and gruff. "Are you nervous, Papa?" she asked softly, watching him. "Nothing to be nervous about," he said in an oddly hoarse voice. "I'm walking down the aisle with the most beautiful female in England on my arm." He looked at her, and Whitney saw that his eyes were moist as he added, "Don't suppose you'll believe this, because you and I have always been at 6s and 7s, but I never would have promised you to the Duke if I didn't think he was man enough to handle, no, the man for you," he corrected clumsily. "I thought to myself that first day, when he came to the house, that the two of you were cut from the same cloth, and I agreed to his suit right then. We never even discussed money until after I had agreed to the betrothal." Whitney's eyes were misty as she leaned up and kissed his furrowed brow. "Thank you for telling me that, Papa. I love you too." The organ music suddenly stopped, followed by a long moment of suspenseful silence. Then it gave forth 2 expectant blasts, and Whitney laid her trembling hand upon her father's arm. With the music soaring through the eaves and 4,000 people staring in awed, hushed silence as she took each step, Whitney started down the long aisle. Clayton had carried a picture in his mind of how she would look at this moment, a picture of a beautiful bride in a veil and flowing white gown. But the vision he saw coming toward him through the candlelight snatched his breath away. Pride burst within him, exploding through his entire body until he ached with it. No bride had ever looked the way she did. Whitney was coming to him without shyness, without even a veil to cover herself from him. As he watched, she raised her eyes to his, then kept them there, deliberately letting every man, woman, and child in that church see that she was proud to be going to him. Her luxuriant hair spilled over her shoulders. The gold chain that rode her slender hips swayed gracefully with each step, and behind her trailed a magnificent cape glowing with pearls. She was a queen in all her breathtaking glory, serene but not haughty, provocatively beautiful, yet aloof, untouchable. "Oh, my God, little one," Clayton whispered in his heart. The crowd watched in breathless anticipation as the Duke stepped forward, his tall frame resplendent in rich royal purple velvet. They saw him take her hand and smile into her eyes, and they knew he said something to her. But only Whitney heard his softly spoken, "Hello, my love." The sight of the handsome Duke gazing down upon his beautiful bride with such gentle pride brought handkerchiefs to eyes before the couple ever began to say their vows. Clayton led her to the altar, to her place beside him, the place that would be hers for all eternity. Whitney stood with her hand in his strong, reassuring grasp. When the Archbishop asked her to repeat her vows, she turned to Clayton and lifted her eyes to meet his warm, reassuring gaze. She made her voice sound firm and sure, but when she was promising to obey him, Clayton's expression changed. He lifted one brow in a look of such humorous skepticism that Whitney almost missed a word as she choked back a stunned giggle. At last they were pronounced man and wife. The organ music rose and swelled, and Clayton claimed his right to kiss his bride. It was such a chaste peck, so unlike any kiss he had ever given her before, that Whitney's eyes registered visible surprise. "I will have to practice," Clayton whispered teasingly as they turned, "until I get the hang of it." His gloriously beautiful bride nodded with sham solemnity and whispered demurely, "I shall be happy to help you with your lessons, my lord." Which is why, as it was later reported, the Duke of Claymore's shoulders were shaking with laughter as he left the altar with his Duchess on his arm. Whitney sat beside Clayton in his coach as they swept over the smooth roads toward Claymore. The Gilberts' conveyance was still hopelessly snarled in traffic at the church, so Whitney's aunt and uncle were grateful, but reluctant passengers in the vehicle with the bride and groom, which, as the four of them were all acutely aware, left no privacy for the newlyweds. Listening to Clayton conversing with them, she looked at the heavy gold band he had slid onto her hand. It felt strange there, covering her long, slender finger almost to the first knuckle, a bold proclamation to the world that she belonged to her husband. Her husband? Whitney stole a glance at Clayton through her lashes. "My husband," she repeated to herself, and a thrill shot through her. Dear Lord. He was her husband. 6 feet 3 inches of bold masculinity, elegant and sophisticated, but forceful too, a gathered power carefully restrained. She even bore his name now. She belonged to him. It was a scary thought, and a little wonderful, too, she decided. The bridal entourage moved decorously through the main gates at Claymore, then swept along the winding private drive where festive torches were already ablaze on both sides of the road to light the way for the guests who would soon be arriving. When they pulled up before the main house, Clayton helped Whitney to alight, and she was amazed to see that all the staff, from butler, steward, housekeeper, footman, and maids, to gardeners, keepers, foresters, and stable-boys, were lined up on the front steps in immaculate livery and uniforms, according to their individual rank. Clayton led her, not to the front door as she expected, but rather to the foot of the steps to stand before them. Whitney smiled a little uncertainly at the 150 faces, then glanced at Clayton. "Brace yourself," he whispered, grinning. A second later, the air was split with the thunder of cheers and applause. He waited for the clamor to die down. "This is another tradition," he explained to Whitney, as he remained there regarding the servants gravely, but with a smile in his eyes. End of Side 12. Side 13. Whitney, my love. Continuing on page 464. "Behold your new mistress, my wife." Clayton spoke the ancient words of the first Duke of Claymore, who had returned with his abducted bride, in a deep, resonant voice that carried to all. "And know that when she bids you, I have bidden you. What service you render her, you are rendering me. What loyalty you give or withhold from her, you give or withhold from me." Wide smiles wreathed the faces of the staff, and as Clayton turned to lead Whitney away, a cheer twice as uproarious as the last went up. In the white and gold salon, Clayton poured champagne for Whitney, Lord and Lady Gilbert, and himself. Stephen and his mother joined them, and Clayton automatically filled 2 more glasses. All 126 rooms of the main house and the 70 rooms of the combined guest houses were occupied with wedding guests, many of whom had arrived the day before. Already there was the incessant sound of carriages pulling up in the drive, which meant the house guests were returning from the church. "Would you like to rest, love?" Clayton asked as he handed Whitney her glass. Whitney glanced at the clock. It was 7, and the festivities were to begin at 8. In the meantime, Clarissa would need to press her gown, which meant she had no time to finish her champagne. Reluctantly, she nodded and put down her glass. Clayton saw her wistful glance at her wine-glass, and, giving her a mocking grin, he picked up both their glasses and led her up the broad curving staircase toward their chambers. At the suite which adjoined his, and which she would occupy from this day forward, he stopped, opened the door for her, and handed her a glass of champagne. "Shall I have a full bottle sent up, my lady?" he teased, and before Whitney could make a suitably audacious reply, his mouth came down, lightly playing over hers in a sweet, fleeting kiss. A crimson carpet stretched from the drive up the terraced steps leading to the great house, which was ablaze with lights. The guests arrived in a steady, endless stream, making their way up the grand staircase. which was flanked by 30 footmen standing stiffly at attention in burgundy and gold Westmoreland livery. Beneath a 6-tiered chandelier in the ballroom, Whitney stood beside Clayton while the butler intoned, "Lord and Lady, Sir, Mr. and Mrs.," as each individual passed beneath the marble portals into the flower-decked room. "Lady Amelia Ewbank," she heard the butler say. Automatically, Whitney tensed as the gruff old dowager bore down on them, wearing an outrageous green turban and purple satin gown. "I trust, madam," Clayton mocked, grinning at the old harridan, "that I did not fail to provide you with adequate competition for Severin?" Lady Ewbank gave a sharp crack of laughter, then leaned closer to Clayton. "I've been wanting to ask you, Claymore, precisely why you happened to select the Hodges place for your rest?" "Precisely," Clayton said as he tipped his head toward Whitney, "for the reason you think I did." "I knew it," said she with a triumphant chuckle. "It, though, you arrogant young pup," she added almost affectionately, as she put monocle to eye and turned, looking for one of her unfortunate neighbors from the village to pounce upon. Dinner was a magnificent affair, which began with a round of champagne toasts, the first of which was offered by Stephen. "To the Duchess of Claymore," he said. Looking over at Clayton's mother, Whitney smiled gaily and lifted her glass, prepared to toast her. "I believe Stephen means you, love," Clayton whispered with a chuckle. "Me? Oh, yes, of course," Whitney said, quickly lowering her hand as she tried to cover her mistake. But it was too late, for the guests had seen her and were already roaring with laughter. After toasts had been offered for the bride and groom's health, their happiness, and long life, the guests began calling for a toast from the groom. Clayton rose from his chair, and Whitney felt a burst of pride as he stood there, surrounded by that aura of quiet command that was so much a part of him. He spoke, and his deep voice carried to the farthest corners of the silent room. "Several months ago in Paris," he said, gazing for a tender moment at Whitney, "a lovely young woman accused me of pretending to be a duke. She said that I was such a poor impostor that I really ought to choose some other title to which to aspire, some title that would suit me better. I decided there was only one other title I wanted, that of her husband." He shook his head ruefully, while laughter kindled in his gray eyes. "Believe me, my first title was far more easily acquired than the second." When the deluge of laughter subsided, Clayton added solemnly, "and of far, far less value." When the musicians struck up the first waltz, Clayton led her onto the dance floor. Taking her in his arms, he whirled her around and around for all to behold, but when the guests joined them on the floor, he relaxed and danced more quietly with her. His senses were alive to the elusive perfumed scent of her, to the light touch of her fingertips. He thought of tomorrow night, or the night after, when he would truly make her his, and his blood stirred so hotly that he had to force the thought aside. He tried to concentrate on something else, and in the space of 10 seconds was mentally undressing and kissing her, caressing her with his hands and mouth until she was wild for him. Her father claimed her for the next dance, and Clayton danced with his mother, and so it went for hours. It was long after midnight when Whitney and he left the dance floor to stroll together, arm in arm, laughing and talking with their guests. Whitney was obviously enjoying herself, and Clayton was certainly in no hurry to take her away from her party. After all, he had nothing to look forward to tonight except sleeping alone in his bed. As the clock neared the hour of 1, however, Clayton began to have the uneasy feeling that the guests were expecting them to retire, a suspicion which was confirmed when Lord Marcus Rutherford remarked to him in a low, laughter-tinged voice, "My God, man, if you're wondering when you can leave without causing talk, it was about 2 hours ago." Clayton went to Whitney. "I'm sorry to put an end to your evening, little one, but if we don't leave soon, people will begin to talk. Let's say good night to your aunt and uncle," he urged, but he wasn't particularly eager to leave either. and it irked him to be evicted from his own damned party in his own damned house by his own damned guests, which, he instantly realized, was an entirely hilarious way for a bridegroom to be thinking on his wedding night, particularly when that bridegroom was himself. Grinning, he shook his head at the irony of it. Unfortunately, Clayton was still grinning when Whitney bade her uncle good night, and that gentleman, mistaking Clayton's grin as a leer, felt it incumbent upon himself to give the bridegroom a dark, reproving frown. Clayton stiffened under the silent reprimand, and, feeling unfairly vilified, said flatly, "We shall see you at breakfast," when he had intended but a moment before to bid Lord Gilbert a friendly good night. In silence, Clayton led Whitney down the long hall from the west wing. Tension twisted within her as they crossed the balcony, and at the staircase her steps began to lag. Clayton, however, was grappling with a new problem, and did not notice. Should he take Whitney to his chambers, or should he take her to hers? There were servants swarming all over the damned place, and he didn't want their lack of marital intimacy on their wedding night to be common knowledge among the staff. He had just decided to take her to her chambers when 2 footmen came up the stairs, and, feeling guilty as a thief in his own house, Clayton quickly changed direction, stepped back, and opened the door to his rooms instead of hers. He had started into his suite before he realized that Whitney had stopped in the doorway and was staring in stricken paralysis at the familiar room where he had savagely torn her clothes off. "Come, sweet," he said, casting a quick look down the hall and forcibly drawing her within. "There is nothing to fear in here, no madman to ravish you." With a toss of her head, she seemed to shake off the memories that were haunting her, and she stepped inside. Sighing with relief, Clayton closed the door behind them and guided Whitney over to the long green sofa at right angles to the fireplace, across from the chair he had sat in that fateful night. He started to sit down beside her on the sofa, took one look at her enticing profile, and thought it would be wiser if he sat in the chair across from her instead. Whitney couldn't possibly sleep in her rooms tonight, and he in his, he decided, because the servants would think it odd if both beds were slept in. She would have to sleep in his bed, and he would sleep on the sofa. He looked at her. Her dark head was turned toward the blazing fire on the hearth, away from the large bed on the dais. It dawned on him then that she must be wondering why, if he meant to keep his promise, he hadn't taken her to her bedchambers instead of his. "You will have to sleep in here, little one. Otherwise the servants will gossip. I'll sleep on the sofa." She looked up at him and smiled, as if her thoughts had been far away. After an awkward moment, he suggested, "Would you like to talk?" "Yes," she agreed readily. "What would you like to talk about?" "Oh, anything." Clayton racked his brain for something interesting to discuss, but his mind and his body were both riveted on her exciting presence in his bedroom. "The weather was extremely fine today," he announced finally. He could have sworn that laughter flickered across her features, or was it only a trick of the firelight? "It didn't rain," he added, beginning to feel utterly ridiculous. "It wouldn't have mattered if it did rain. It still would have been a beautiful, wonderful day." God, he wished she wouldn't look at him with those glowing green eyes and smile at him in that entrancing way. Not tonight. There was a discreet knocking upon his door, and also hers. "Who in the hell would—" "I imagine it's Clarissa," Whitney said, already rising and looking about her for the connecting door which would lead into her bedchambers. Clayton went to the door that led into the hall, pulled it open, and stared irritably at his valet, who said blandly, "Good evening, Your Grace," and automatically came in. Damn! He'd forgotten about his valet and Whitney's maid. For his part, Clayton thought it would be less trying on his aroused senses if they both slept in their clothes. Mentally cursing all servants in general, Clayton showed Whitney to the connecting door, then turned on his heel and strode into the study adjoining his bedchambers, already having forgotten his valet's presence somewhere in his suite. Staring at the shelves of books lining the study walls, he tried to decide what to read. What to read, for God's sake? On his wedding night, after 8 weeks of the barely restrained passion they had shared. Why was she still so frightened? And what insanity had possessed him to make her that promise? As he reached for a book, Armstrong padded silently into the study behind him. "May I assist you, Your Grace?" Jerking his hand self-consciously away from the bookshelf, Clayton rounded on his hapless valet. "I'll ring if I need you," he said curtly, trying to keep his annoyance hidden. The servants would say he was as nervous as a boy on his wedding night, if he snapped and growled. "That will be all, Armstrong. Good night," he added. Then he personally escorted the surprised valet to the door of the suite, thrust him out into the hallway, and locked the door behind him. Clayton strode back to his study, stripped off his jacket and neckcloth, and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Pulling the stopper out of the decanter on his desk, he poured a liberal amount of brandy in a glass. Then he took a book off one of the shelves, sat down, and stretched out his long legs. Intending to relax, he sipped his brandy and read the same paragraph 4 times before he finally gave up and slammed the book shut. He was genuinely annoyed with himself, and a little surprised at being so unnerved by what was, after all, only one more night of celibacy. After 8 weeks of celibacy, why did this one extra night matter so much? It mattered, he realized ruefully, because he couldn't shake the conviction that a wedding night automatically, irrevocably, meant love-making, because that was the way it was supposed to be. Considering that in his entire adult life he'd never paid much heed to the way things were supposed to be, Clayton couldn't imagine why he should be doing so tonight. Unless it was because his wife's, he liked the sound of that, his wife's intoxicating body was his now, by marital right, and it was also tantalizingly near his own starved body. He allowed Whitney twice the amount of time she could possibly need before he finally got up and re-entered his bedroom. She wasn't there. The connecting door was ajar, and he went through her dressing room into her bedroom. She wasn't there either. His heart began to hammer, even though he told himself she could not have, would not have, actually fled from him. Surely she had more faith in his word than that. With quickened pace, Clayton retraced his footsteps, drawing to a relieved halt in the doorway of his bedroom. Whitney was at the opposite end of it, standing near the dais, staring at the huge 4-poster bed upon it. In the glow of candlelight, he could see the memories, the fear in her expression. He moved into the room, and his shadow lengthened down the long wall. Whitney looked up at him, and Clayton saw her quickly hide her fear behind an enchanting smile. "Who are you? Really?" she asked, in the same conspiratorial tone she'd used at the Armands' masquerade so long ago. "A duke," he offered, smiling as he remembered the way they had bantered that night. "Also your husband. Who are you?" "A duchess," she exclaimed with a mixture of joy and disbelief. "Also my wife?" She nodded, slowly, her smile widening delightfully. In his mind, Clayton saw the provocative goddess she had been that night, with yellow and purple flowers entwined in her hair. At the same time, he beheld her standing there near his bed, and suddenly it didn't matter that he couldn't make love to her tonight. All that mattered was that he had finally made her his. He had done it. She really was his wife. He felt exhilarated and triumphant. "My obedient wife?" he teased, emphasizing the word obedient. Whitney nodded again, and he could almost see the laughter in her eyes. "Then come here, my obedient wife," he commanded huskily. A shadow of apprehension crossed her vivid features, but she turned fully toward him and began walking to him with that natural, fluid motion of hers. That was when Clayton realized what she was wearing, and he almost groaned aloud. Her dressing robe was made entirely of fragile white lace, revealing glimpses of skin along her arms, her breasts, and even her long legs, and there was enough soft flesh swelling above her bodice to send him into fresh agonies of desire and regret. She stopped a few steps away from him, gazing at him in fear and confusion, as if she wanted to come the rest of the way but couldn't make herself. About your promise, she said in a hesitant voice. Remember? Did he remember his promise? I remember it, little one, Clayton said quietly. He went to her and gently enfolded her in his arms, trying to ignore the incredible feel of her almost naked breasts softly crushed against his thin shirt. He wanted to kiss her, but she was trembling so violently that he was afraid to, so he just held her with her face cradled against his chest and slowly stroked her long, lustrous hair. When I was a little girl, she whispered unsteadily against his heart, lying in bed at night, I used to imagine that there were things in the closets. She fell silent, and Clayton urged her. There were toy soldiers in my closets. What were in yours? Monsters, she whispered. Huge, ugly ones with claws for feet and enormous, bulging eyes. She drew a shaky breath and said, There are monsters in this room, too. Hideous memories lurking in the shadows and corners. Clayton flinched with pained remorse. I know there are, but you've nothing to be afraid of. I'll not ask anything of you tonight. I gave you my word. She leaned back a little and looked up at him, her face so lovely and vulnerable that Clayton wondered for the 1000th time how he ever could have hurt her that night. She tried to say something and couldn't. Instead, she rested her cheek against his chest, sliding her arms around his waist. After a moment, she began again. I used to lie in bed at night, afraid of what was in the closet. And then, when I couldn't endure it any longer, I would run across the room and snatch the door open and make myself look inside. Clayton smiled inwardly. It was like her to grow weary of cowering under the blankets and confront the darkness, monsters or no monsters. When she spoke again, her voice was so low that he had to strain to hear it. The closet was always empty. No monsters. Nothing to fear. She drew a shuddering breath. Clayton, I don't want to spend our wedding night lying alone in your bed, afraid of what is in the shadows. Clayton's hand froze in midair. Then he made himself continue the soothing motion, giving her time to reconsider. You're certain? He asked quietly. Whitney nodded and whispered, Yes. Leaning down, he swung her up into his arms and carried her to the big four-poster where he had taught her how degrading the act could be, promising himself, every step of the way, that this time would be so perfect for her that the other time would be banished from her memory. He slipped his hand from beneath her knees, and the gliding feel of her legs sliding down his thighs made his hands tremble as he untied the ribbons at her breasts and tenderly shoved the lacy gown aside. Her ivory shoulders and full, rosy-tipped breasts gleamed in the light from the fire across the room. My God, you are beautiful, he breathed, and felt her body quiver sharply when his hands slid down her arms, sending the fragile lace gown spilling onto the floor. He took her dewy lips in a long, sweet kiss, then swept the satin coverlet back and lifted her gently, laying her on the cool sheets. She closed her eyes and turned her head away, and Clayton saw the flush that swept up her long, shapely legs, her slender curves, staining the glowing ivory skin right up to her hairline. Out of consideration for her obvious embarrassment, he reluctantly extinguished the candles burning on the bedside table. Afraid to leave her alone with the memories she was ready to confront, he undressed there beside the bed, then stretched out alongside her and carefully pulled her into his arms. Whitney stiffened. He ran his hand soothingly over her naked back, and she stiffened even more. Clayton stopped caressing her and lay back against the pillows with her head on his chest. In the next few moments, her breathing went from slow and shallow to rapid and shallow, and he was not even touching her. Christ, how he hated himself for what he had done to her that night. She was so tense, so taut in every fiber of her body that, unless he could help her relax, he would hurt her no matter how gentle he was. So that she wouldn't be overly conscious of their nakedness, Clayton reached down and drew the sheet over them. I want to talk a while first, he explained. Relief flooded her features, and he chuckled because she looked as if she'd just been granted a last-minute reprieve from the guillotine. If you possibly can, I would like you to try to put out of your mind what happened before. I'd also like you to forget whatever you may have heard about what happens between a husband and wife in bed, and simply listen to me. Yes, she whispered. Expressions such as submitting to him or taking her should never have been applied to lovemaking, yet I know this is the way you must think of it. The first implies a duty, performed reluctantly. The second is rape. I am not going to take you, and you are not going to submit to me, nor are you going to feel any pain. With a tender smile at her upturned face, he said, I promise you that you are not malformed. You are perfectly and exquisitely made. He ran a forefinger over her lovely cheek. What is about to take place between us is a sharing, born of my desire to be as close to you as I can be, to actually become a part of you. Little one, when I am inside of you, I am not taking, I am giving. I am giving my body to you, as I gave you my love before, and my ring today. When I am inside of you, I will put the seed of my own life into you, and leave it there for you to keep and shelter within you, a symbol of my love and need for you, like your betrothal ring. In the flickering orange glow from the fireplace across the room, Clayton saw her hesitate, and then imperceptibly tilt her face up, offering her lips for his kiss. Very slowly and gently, Clayton leaned over and began to kiss his wife. He kissed her long and lingeringly, with all the aching tenderness in his heart, and she, after a few moments of tense passivity, laid her slender fingers against his cheek and began to kiss him back with all the shy, trembling love Clayton knew she felt. Her soft lips parted with only the slightest urging from his probing tongue, and her arms went around his neck as she drew his tongue into her mouth, then gave him hers. He teased her, tormented her, offered himself to her by thrusting deep with his tongue, then slowly retreating and thrusting again and again, until Whitney was clinging to him, her mouth moving back and forth over his in passionate surrender to the wildly erotic kiss. He stroked her hair and slid his hand down over her throat to her breasts, circling the pink crests with his thumb until they stood up proudly. Whitney shivered with delight and started to fit herself to his hardened length, then jerked away as if she had been scorched. Clayton immediately knew what had terrified her, and although she resisted, he moved his arm to hold her hips against his. No, he said gently as she tried to pull her lower body away from his rigid manhood. Nothing is going to hurt you. Her long lashes swept up, and she gave him such a doubtful, accusing look that he nearly smiled. Put your hand on my chest, he instructed gently. Only on my chest, he assured her when she lifted her hand to obey, and then hesitated. The instant she moved her fingers over his warm skin, his muscles leapt reflexively. See how my body responds to your touch, he told her quietly. The part of me that you are afraid of is only responding to your nearness, reaching for you. He gathered her closer against his thighs and hips, but she remained stiff and tensed. You aren't still afraid that I am going to hurt you, after I promised I won't? Whitney swallowed convulsively and shook her head against the pillow. If Clayton said this wasn't going to be painful, she would believe him. Tentatively, she moved her fingers over the furring of dark hair on his chest, and felt the slight increase in the steady thudding of his heart, the rippling of his powerful chest muscles when she slid her hand a little lower. Clayton felt it as a flame racing uncontrollably through his veins. Oh, darling, he half laughed, half groaned. Please feel pride in what you can do to me. It humbles me to know you can make my body respond to your slightest touch, even if I will against it. It humbles me more to tell you so. But I tell you anyway, because if you can take pride in having such power over me, I can find a reason for joy in it as well. But if it frightens you or makes you ashamed, Then our love must be a timid thing, a thing of shame. Whitney drew a long, unsteady breath, and, reaching her arms around his neck, she pressed herself to the full length of his hard, unyielding contours and began to kiss him. Trembling in his embrace, she kissed his forehead and his eyes and his mouth. She slid her tongue over his lips, feeling the warm smoothness of them, and Clayton groaned, his mouth opening passionately over hers. And when he shifted her onto her back and leaned over her, kissing her and caressing her with his gentle, skillful hands, Whitney didn't know if what she was feeling was pride, but whatever it was drugging and delirious and wonderful. "I want you," he whispered against her parted lips. "I want you so badly that I ache for you." He took his mouth from hers, and his hand trembled as he lifted it to cup her face. "I'll never hurt you, little one," he promised, his voice hoarse with tenderness and love. Whitney's answer made his throat ache. "I know you won't," she whispered, "but it wouldn't matter if you hurt me every night, as long as you always say those things about wanting to be a part of me." Clayton couldn't help himself. He covered her mouth with his and devoured her with tender violence. He fondled her breasts and teased her nipples with his fingers, and she moaned softly when his mouth began retracing the path his hands had taken. Every slight movement of her awakening body twisting beneath his gentle assault, every sound she made, raced through his bloodstream like an aphrodisiac. He could not believe the passion she contained, nor the violence of his body's craving for her. He was ravenous for her. Her hands were tangling in his hair, running over his shoulders and back, her nails digging into his flesh. But when he moved his hand down to the soft triangle between her legs, Whitney gave a leap of fear at his intimate touch and clamped her thighs together. "Don't, darling," he murmured hotly, capturing her mouth in a deep, consuming kiss as he gently, inexorably parted her thighs, his fingers teasing and toying with her, exploring and delightfully tormenting her until she was soft and damp and more than ready for him. When he shifted up and over her, however, Whitney was jolted from the sensual whirlpool that had been sweeping her toward sweet oblivion. In fright that would not be banished, she felt Clayton part her legs, felt her hips being lifted to receive him, and she swallowed back a cry of sheer panic at the probing hardness of him coming into intimate contact with her. Despite his promise, her body automatically braced itself for pain. But there was only the proud heat of him sliding slowly into her. Instinctively she relaxed and opened for him, then gasped with exquisite pleasure as he plunged full length into her welcoming softness. She wrapped her arms around him, lost in incoherent yearnings to have him stay inside of her like this forever, to draw him somehow deeper. She thought this was how it ended, and she could have wept with longing to have it continue. And then Clayton began to move within her, and Whitney ceased to think at all. Something small unfolded in the pit of her stomach, then spread like a mellow glow, slowly building and gathering force, until it began to race in a trembling fury along her every nerve. Twisting her head fitfully on the pillows, she began arching to meet his deep plunging thrusts. "Please," she begged him in a whisper, but she did not know what she was asking for. Clayton did, and he wanted it so badly for her that his own rampaging desire was secondary. "Soon, darling," he promised, and began to steadily quicken the rhythm of his driving strokes. The volcano that had been threatening to erupt inside of Whitney exploded with a force that tore a low scream from her throat. Instantly Clayton throttled the scream with his mouth. When her tremors had subsided, he took her sweet lips in a long kiss, and with one deep thrust he poured his shuddering warmth at the mouth of her womb. Afraid that his weight would crush her, Clayton gathered her to him and rolled onto his side, taking her with him. Lying there, with Whitney cradled in his arms, his body still intimately joined to hers, he experienced a joyous contentment, a languorous peace, unlike anything he had ever known. He half expected Whitney to fall asleep in his arms, but after several minutes She tilted her head back and raised shining green eyes to his. Clayton brushed a wayward curl off her cheek. "Are you happy, love?" She smiled at him, the sated, happy smile of a woman who loves, and who knows that she is beloved. "Yes," she whispered. He kissed her forehead, and she snuggled closer against him, while he tenderly caressed the lovely contours of her back and hip, waiting for her to fall asleep. Instead, she lapsed into silence, tracing small circles on his chest, but she did not seem any more inclined toward sleep than he. "What are you thinking about?" he asked her finally. Whitney's gaze flew to his. Then she buried her face against his chest. "Nothing," she murmured unconvincingly. Tilting her chin up, Clayton forced her to look at him. He had no idea what she could be thinking, but after having just removed the last barrier between them, he didn't want any new ones erected, ever. "What?" he persisted with gentle firmness. She bit her lip in a combination of shyness and laughter. "I was thinking that if it had been like this, that other time, instead of fleeing from here, I would have stayed and demanded that you do the proper thing and marry me at once." She looked so beautiful that Clayton was torn between laughing and kissing her. So he did both. It was heaven to hold her in his arms like this, to be able to talk to her in the darkness and have her bare arms around him. Clayton felt more in the mood for celebrating than sleeping. When he looked down at her a while later and found her still awake, gazing into the firelight, he said, "Do you want to sleep?" "I don't think I could. I'm wide awake." "Good. So am I." He grinned. "Will you light all 3 of those candles on the table beside you?" "Your smallest wish is my command," his obedient wife told him, as she leaned up on an elbow and kissed him full on the mouth. But before she turned over to light the candles, she carefully drew the sheet up. Clayton's lips twitched with laughter as she modestly clutched it to the luscious breasts he had just fondled and kissed. He propped their pillows up so that they could sit back against them. Then he relaxed back and pleasured himself with the sight of her. When she turned from lighting the candles and saw him gazing at her, she self-consciously ran her fingers through her tumbled tresses and gave the luxuriant mass a hard shake that sent it spilling down her back. "Madam," Clayton reassured her with a roguish grin, "you are beautiful en dishabille, if that sheet you are trying to wear qualifies you for being in that fashionable state of partial dress." "I don't think it does," Whitney mused thoughtfully. "In France, and even here, it is all the rage for ladies to receive gentlemen en dishabille, but I'm certain they must be wearing more than this." Then Whitney realized with a rosy blush that Clayton undoubtedly knew a good deal more about that particular rage than she did, and the thought made her feel a little forlorn. Everyone knew that Clayton had had mistresses before, and married men frequently kept mistresses discreetly tucked away, too. It crushed her to think of him doing the things he had just done with her, with another woman, too. Emboldened by her distress, and ashamed of her shocking effrontery, Whitney said hesitantly, "Clayton, I think I would have a very difficult time pretending not to notice... No, passively accepting... Accepting what?" Clayton whispered, his lips against her temple. "A mistress," Whitney blurted. Clayton's head jerked up. For a moment he stared blankly at her. Then he wrapped his arms around her and burst out laughing. But because he knew she was genuinely distressed, he made his face more appropriately solemn, as befitted the lifetime renunciation he was about to make. Then, gazing into her glorious eyes, he said in quiet earnest, "I will not take a mistress." "Thank you," Whitney whispered. "I'm afraid I would feel very strongly about it." "I'm sure you would," he said, striving to keep his face straight. A few minutes later, Clayton remembered the velvet box tucked away in the table beside the bed. Reluctantly easing his arm from beneath her shoulders, he explained, "I have a gift for you." Whitney remembered that she had one for him, too, and was out of the bed in a flurry of long, shapely limbs and creamy curves. I asked Clarissa to put yours in my room, she explained, as she started away from the bed. Clayton was devouring the sight of her exquisite naked form when she noticed his look, then hurtled herself toward the discarded lace robe. He presented her with a necklace of square-cut emeralds, each surrounded with a row of glittering diamonds, and a matching bracelet and eardrops. "Fit for a duchess," he whispered as he kissed her. Whitney laughed as she handed him his gift. "Fit for a duke," she said, sitting beside him with her legs curled beneath her, watching him open it. Clayton snapped the lid up, then threw back his head and shouted with laughter at the sight of the gorgeously made, solid gold quizzing glass she had given him. In exactly the same tone she had used at the Armands' masquerade, she said, "A quizzing glass is an indispensable affectation of royalty." Then she reached behind her and produced another gift in a small velvet box. As she handed it to him, the laughter vanished from her face, and her whole expression changed. Clayton looked at her for a long moment before opening the box, wondering why she suddenly seemed almost shy. Puzzled, he opened the lid and beheld a magnificent ruby set in a heavy gold ring. He took the ring from its bed of black velvet, and it glittered in the dim light. Holding it closer to the candles to admire it, he was about to ask her sentimentally if she would like to put the ring on his finger, as he had placed her wedding band on hers, when he caught sight of a small inscription on the inside of the band. In handsome scroll were 2 words, the first of which was underlined, "My Lord." He groaned and pulled her almost roughly down onto his chest. "God, how I love you," he whispered hoarsely as his mouth captured hers. When the kiss ended, Whitney remained in his arms, and her long fingers lightly stroked the hair at his temple. Between the touch of her hand and the feel of her breasts against his naked chest as she half lay atop him, Clayton was acutely aware that his body was stirring to life with alarming intensity. His senses were alive to every inch of her form languorously stretched across him, but he didn't want to risk frightening her with too much love-making their first night. He stirred, and Whitney raised herself up on her forearms, bracing them against his chest, affording him a view of her swelling breasts that made desire pour like boiling lava through his veins. "Am I too heavy?" she asked him softly. "No, but I think you ought to get some sleep, my love," he suggested with a tinge of regret. "I'm not in the least sleepy," his wife said. She looked like an innocent goddess draped across him, her softly tousled hair spilling over his shoulders. "You're certain you don't want to sleep?" Clayton asked absently, brushing his knuckles over her smooth cheek, marveling at her vivid beauty. "Then what would you like to do?" In answer, Whitney looked at him and blushed. Then she quickly hid her overheated face against his shoulder. A chuckle rumbled deep in his chest as he shifted her fully atop his aroused length and wrapped his arms around her. "I suppose we could do that," he laughed huskily. Chapter 34. A week later they left for France on their wedding trip. They stayed 1 month. When they returned to London, the couple did not, as everyone expected they would, repair to the Duke's handsome mansion in Upper Brook Street. Instead, they seemed to prefer the seclusion and serenity of Claymore. They did, however, appear regularly at social functions in town, sometimes arriving back at Claymore just as dawn broke. In a society where it was considered unfashionable for a husband and wife to be too much in each other's company when they were out together, the Duke and Duchess of Claymore created a fashion of their own. For the Duke and his Duchess were rarely far from each other's side, and one could scarcely fail to notice how desirable they made being together appear. They were a striking couple, of course, the Duke splendidly tall and elegantly masculine, grinning that lazy, approving grin at his beautiful young wife, who seemed to be able to make him laugh with a joy that no one had ever before observed. But it was more than what one saw. It was a feeling that one had when watching them, as if the couple were joined together by more than just affection or even wedlock. It was, the ton remarked with collective sighs of surprise and occasional envy, a most unusual marriage by modern standards. A few members of the haughty elite quite forgot to be brittlely sophisticated, and even went so far as to muse aloud that it was quite obvious that the Duke and Duchess were in love with each other. Clayton harbored not the slightest doubt of the correct term for what he felt. He loved Whitney with a passion and devotion that were rooted deeply in his soul. He could not see, or hear, or touch her enough to satisfy his craving for her. At night he would feel that hot need rising within him that seemed to increase instead of diminish each time he exploded inside of her, and she would press herself against him as if she, too, could not be near enough to him for long enough. In bed she was a passionate, irresistible mistress intent on pleasing him. Clayton taught her, in the first weeks of their marriage, that there was no place for embarrassment or shyness between them, and Whitney responded by abandoning herself to his caresses. He allowed her to hold nothing back from him, and, after a few feeble attempts to hide her passionate responses to his love-making, she surrendered herself willingly to the wild and stormy tides that he caused to rise and crash until she cried out, and then he held her in his arms, tracing the curves of her body, whispering until they both slept, happy, peaceful, and sated. Whitney's days were filled with contentment. Whenever possible, she would curl up in a corner of Clayton's spacious study during the day, reviewing the household accounts, planning menus, or simply reading, stealing surreptitious, admiring glances at him as he leaned back in his chair, going over the correspondence and reports on his business ventures. Occasionally, Clayton would look up as if to reassure himself that she was there, and grin at her, or give her a quick wink before turning his attention back to the business at hand. In the beginning, Whitney had never dreamed that he might like having her here. This was his private world, where he talked about staggering amounts of money with his business agents and gambled in investments that she soon realized were amazingly perceptive and prudent. He liked this work, though. He didn't have to do it. He told her that one night. And Stephen told her once that in the last 5 years, Clayton had nearly doubled the vast Westmoreland wealth. He even handled Stephen's investments for him, and, surprise of surprises, now her father's as well. She loved listening to him meeting with his solicitors and business acquaintances. She adored the thread of quiet authority in his voice as he spoke with them. He was so quick and sure and decisive. He was also devastatingly handsome, she thought, with a burst of pride whenever she looked at him. She felt cherished and protected when he was near, safe and loved. When she went shopping in town or to a play with Emily, she missed the sound of his voice, his warm glances and engaging smile. Her nights were a celebration of their love. Sometimes he lingered over her as tenderly as he had on their wedding night. Other times he teased her, deliberately tantalizing her, making her tell him exactly what she wanted. Then there were times when he took her swiftly, almost roughly, and Whitney could never decide which way she loved the most. At first she had been a little frightened of the stormy, tumultuous passion she could arouse in him with a kiss, a touch, an intimate caress. But it took very little time before she was shamelessly glorying in his bold, virile masculinity. She was his, body, heart, and soul. She was at peace with her world. She was also pregnant 5 months later. Now, when Clayton slept cradling her in his arms, Whitney lay awake feeling both excited and vaguely distressed. Her monthly flux was 3 weeks overdue, yet for several reasons she postponed telling Clayton. Thérèse Duville had confided to Whitney at the wedding that she was going to enjoy the rest from her husband's amorous attentions that being enceinte would provide. Thérèse might be looking forward to it, but Whitney definitely was not. On the other hand, she didn't want to risk harming the baby if such might be the result of their continued lovemaking. To complicate things, Clayton had never voiced any desire for children, although it seemed to Whitney that all men must want children, particularly men with titles to be passed on to their heirs. When she missed her second monthly flux and began to experience occasional queasiness and the yearning to nap in the middle of the day, she was positive, but still she held her silence. One day shortly thereafter, As Whitney went upstairs to change for their daily breakneck gallop across the open countryside, Clayton stopped her on the steps. "Con is favoring his right leg a little," he said with a peculiar gravity, mingled with profound gentleness in his voice. "Suppose we go for a walk instead, little one." Whitney hadn't noticed Con favoring his leg at all, and there were dozens of other splendid mounts at the stables, but she didn't question his decision. She was a little relieved because they always rode at such a hell-for-leather pace that she shuddered to think of what might happen if she fell, and she hadn't been able to think of a way to suggest they slow down without telling Clayton why. That night, Clayton's lovemaking took on a new pattern that repeated itself consistently thereafter. He would arouse her until she was delirious with wanting his possession, and then enter her with painstaking gentleness, penetrating deeply but slowly, withdrawing lingeringly. It prolonged the inevitable moment of joyous release unbearably, and very pleasurably. It also provided Whitney with the rationalization that such a gentle invasion of her body could not possibly be harming their baby. The next week, she took herself firmly in hand and told herself she was being ridiculous. In the first place, she was bursting with her news. In the second, if she delayed much longer, her own body would provide him with the announcement of his impending fatherhood. Accordingly, Whitney went to London and purchased 6 tiny items of infant apparel at a particular shop. Immediately upon her return, she set to work in earnest with the embroidery thread in the privacy of her rooms. She summoned Mary and Clarissa for an opinion of her needlework, and said with a sigh as she produced her handiwork, "Amazing, is it not, that I could master Greek and not this?" Mary and Clarissa, who were both secure in their positions in the household, took one look at her embroidery, then looked at each other and collapsed on the bed amidst shrieks of laughter. By dinner the next evening, Whitney was finally satisfied with a W she had embroidered in blue on the collar of an unbelievably tiny baby gown. "This will have to do," she sighed to Clarissa. "When are you going to tell His Grace that my baby is going to have a baby?" Clarissa asked, with fond tears sparkling at the multiple creases at the corners of her eyes. "That isn't quite what I planned to say to him," Whitney giggled, giving Clarissa a pat on her wrinkled cheek. "Actually, I'm not going to tell him at all. I'm going to let this tell him," she said, indicating the little infant gown. "And I think tonight after dinner will be a perfect time." With a gay conspiratorial smile, Whitney tucked the little gown into the drawer of her desk beside her stationery and trooped downstairs for dinner. She waited until Clayton had finished his port after the meal, and they were sitting in the white and gold salon. Feigning absorption in her book, Whitney sighed. "I can't think why I have been feeling so tired lately." She did not look up, and so missed the look of gentle pride and laughter that Clayton beamed on her. "Can't you, sweet?" he asked cautiously. He thought she knew she was with child, but he wasn't certain, and if there was a chance she feared childbearing, he wanted to spare her the worry as long as possible. "No," Whitney said in a musing tone, "but I wanted to answer my aunt's letter tonight, and I have just realized that I left it in the drawer of my writing desk upstairs. Would you mind terribly getting it for me? Those stairs seem like a mountain to climb lately." Clayton got up, pressed a light kiss on her forehead, affectionately rumpled her heavy hair, and strode briskly up the curving marble staircase. He went into her room and grinned to himself as he looked about him. A faint scent of Whitney's perfume lingered there. Her combs and brushes were on her dressing table. Her presence filled the airy room and made it seem pretty and fresh and vibrant, like she was. Wondering again if she knew she was with child, and wondering why in the world, if she did know, she wasn't telling him, he pulled open the drawer of her rosewood writing desk. Clayton took some stationery off the top of the thick stack for Whitney to use, then rummaged through the drawer, looking for her aunt's letter. Unable to find it, he pushed aside what he thought was a white handkerchief and flipped through the stack of unused stationery. Near the very bottom he finally discovered a folded letter. Uncertain if it was the one Whitney wanted, He unfolded it and scanned the words Whitney had written many months ago at Emily's house in a foolish and discarded attempt to force Clayton to come back to her. To my very great mortification, I find I am with child. Please call at once here to discuss what can be done. Whitney. To her very great mortification? Clayton repeated to himself with a bewildered frown. What an odd way for her to feel about the living culmination of the exquisite joy they had found in one another. And what a peculiar way for her to choose to give him the news. Please call at once. In the space of the next 3 seconds, 3 realizations stunned him. The note was dated 2 months before they were married. In fact, it was written on the day before he had brought Vanessa here and found Whitney waiting for him. There was no name on it to indicate who the note had been intended for, and the note was in Whitney's elegant, scholarly hand and signed by her. God help him. She had written it to some man she believed had made her pregnant. Clayton's mind registered disbelief. It started to shout denials, even while something inside of him slowly cracked and began to crumble. He felt as if he were shattering and all of his pieces flying apart. Whitney had been play-acting the night she came here to him. After all those months of treasuring the memory of the way she had surrendered her pride and crossed the study to come to him, it had been a lie. A contemptible, filthy lie. That tender scene in which she had whispered, "I love you," had been an act. She had played it because she believed she was pregnant, and whoever this note was intended for either refused his responsibility or couldn't accept it. Perhaps the son of a bitch was already married. Whitney had come to Claymore that night to get herself a father for someone else's brat. Christ! They had probably concocted the scheme of her coming here together. Except in the end, she hadn't really needed a father for her bastard. She must have miscarried, Clayton thought with feverishly clear hindsight. No wonder she had looked so tired and wan in the weeks preceding the wedding. And what a goddamned act on their wedding night. By then she had to have known she wasn't pregnant, but she must have been so horrified by her near calamity that she was willing to go ahead and marry him anyway. Perhaps it made it more convenient for her lover and her if Whitney were married. No one would think a thing about her becoming pregnant now. And then Clayton recalled all the times in the last months when she had gone to London on shopping trips and to visit friends. Bile surged up in his throat. This child she was carrying now was as likely someone else's as his. That bitch. That lying, deceitful little... No, he couldn't call her that again, even in his twisted torment. He had loved her too much, until a minute ago, to curse her. But he had loved a sham, a consummate actress, a hollow shell of a woman. A body, nothing more, and the body wasn't even his alone. What an instinct for survival she had. You had to give her that. She had faced him in that study with Vanessa in the same house, borne his fury and pressed her body against his, kissing him as if her whole heart were in it, because she was pregnant. Clayton wanted to believe the baby might have been his. He even tried to convince himself of that for a moment. But he knew better. The night he had ravaged her, there had been no more than a moment's penetration. The act had never been consummated. The chance of the child's having been his was too minuscule even to consider. Their lives were a charade. Each word she spoke, every look on her face, the way she was in bed, all of it was a performance she put on every day. It was all an obscene, disgusting act. His hand tightened on the piece of blue stationery, slowly crumpling it into a tight, hard ball. The pain inside of him began to dull as a cold, black rage swept over him. He dropped the crumpled note blindly into the desk drawer and slammed it shut, but it wouldn't close. A tiny white garment with a small W embroidered in blue threads on the collar had jammed between the drawer and the desk, half in and half out of it. Clayton stared at it, then gave it a vicious jerk. This was what he had been meant to find, he realized with fury. How very touching of her to tell him this way. What a flair for tender drama she had. Distastefully, he dropped the tiny garment on the floor and deliberately ground it beneath his heel as he turned to walk away. "I see you found it," Whitney whispered from the doorway, her gaze frozen in misery on the little gown crushed beneath his foot. "When?" he said icily. In about 7 months, I think." Clayton stared at her, violence emanating from every pore. With deliberate cruelty, he carefully enunciated each vicious word. "I don't want it." Clarissa and Mary, who had been hovering on the balcony to have a look at their employer's beaming countenance when he heard the news, recoiled in amazement as he passed them on the way down the stairs, moving with an unleashed savagery that threatened to strike down anything in his path. The front door crashed into its frame behind him, and Clarissa slowly turned and walked into Whitney's room, then froze in horror at the sight that greeted her. Whitney was kneeling on the floor near her desk, her shoulders jerking spasmodically with her silent weeping. Her head was thrown back, and tears were streaming from her tightly closed eyes. And in her hands was a tiny white gown with a little W she had lovingly embroidered in blue. "Here, don't cry so, darlin'," Clarissa said in a suffocated whisper as she bent down to help her up. "You'll harm the babe." Whitney thought she would never be able to stop. She cried until her sobs were dry and choked. She cried until there were no more tears left to weep, and she felt dry and barren. "I don't want it." The 4 words coiled around her heart, squeezing and twisting until she couldn't breathe. When dawn came to lighten the sky, Whitney turned onto her side, staring out into the early gray light. She was alone in her bed, alone all night for the first time in their marriage. Clayton didn't want her baby. Their baby. Did he mean to disown it? Oh, God, no. He couldn't. He wouldn't. Why would he? Squeezing her eyes closed, she turned her head into the pillow. He was going to make her give up the baby. That's what he meant to do. He was going to get a wet nurse, as soon as it was born, and send the child away to have it raised on one of his other estates, out of their way. Was his need for her so selfish, then? So consuming that there was no room for their child? A few hours ago, she might not have known how she felt about her pregnancy, but she did now. Clayton's rejection of her baby had brought on a tidal wave of protectiveness in her, so fierce that it shook her to the roots of her being. She would never let him send their baby away. Never. Whitney awoke very late. Her head was aching, and she felt horribly sick and dizzy, but she made herself go down to breakfast. Clayton's place across from her was still set. "His Grace said he had no appetite for breakfast, my lady," the servant informed her. Whitney ate a Spartan meal for the sake of the baby, then went outdoors for a long walk. She didn't know where Clayton was. He hadn't come into his room until just before dawn. She walked through the formal rose gardens, vibrant with separate beds of red, white, pink, and yellow roses, and then across the lush, manicured banks of the immense lake where swans floated aimlessly upon the tranquil surface. Her steps carried her to the white pavilion on the far bank overlooking the lake, and she went inside and sat down on the brightly colored pillows strewn across the benches. She sat there for 2 hours while her thoughts tumbled over each other, trying to reconcile the fact that she was the same person she had been only yesterday, that this was the same lifetime she had inhabited. She went back to the house and slowly walked up the staircase, only to find Clayton's valet and 3 servants busily moving his clothing out of his room. "What are they doing?" Whitney breathlessly begged Mary. "Mary, tell me why they are moving my husband's things." She felt as if she were teetering on the brink of insanity. "His Grace is moving into the East Wing," Mary explained, forcing herself to sound both brisk and unconcerned. "We'll move your things into his room, and your room will make a nice nursery when the time comes." "Oh," Whitney whispered faintly, knowing she could never bear to be in that suite without Clayton. Would you show me where his new rooms are? I have to ask him about tonight. We were to go out." Mary led her to an elegant suite at the far end of the east wing and kindly left her alone there. Whitney walked slowly into the room. Clayton had been there today, but he was gone now. His shirt was thrown over a chair, and a pair of gloves lay on the bed where he had tossed them. She wandered into the dressing-room and ran her fingers over the onyx backs of his brushes, and had to swallow back a fresh onrush of tears. She opened a wardrobe and tortured herself by touching his shirts and jackets. You could tell what broad shoulders were needed to fill those jackets. Such broad shoulders, she thought. She had always loved his broad shoulders. And his eyes. Whitney was walking toward the door when he came in. Without a word, he strode right past her, went into his dressing-room, and began shrugging out of his jacket. She followed him, unable to keep the tears from her voice, as she said, "Why are you doing this, Clayton?" He jerked his shirt off, but did not deign to answer her. Because of our baby?" she persisted in a whisper. His eyes raked over her. "Because of a baby," he corrected her. You don't like children?" "Not another man's children," he informed her icily. Flinging his shirt onto a chair, he turned, caught her elbow in a bruising grip, and began forcibly escorting her from the room. "But you must want children of your own," Whitney said brokenly, as she was unceremoniously thrust into the hallway in full sight of a passing servant. "Of my own," Clayton emphasized in a menacing voice. He loomed over her with one hand on the door, as if he were about to shut it in her face. "Are we going to the Wilsons tonight? I accepted their invitation weeks ago." "I am going out. You can do as you damn well please." "But," Whitney pleaded, "are you going to the Wilsons? If you are—" "No," he snapped. Then, in a terrible voice, he added, "And if I ever find you in this room, or even in this wing of the house again, I will personally remove you. And I promise you, Whitney, you won't like the way I do it." The door slammed in her face. Clayton stood rigidly still in the room on the other side of the closed door, his hands clenching and unclenching, as he tried to bring this new onslaught of fury under control. By dawn this morning he had managed to drink himself into near oblivion in his study, but not before he had carefully, coldly considered all the ways he could avenge himself for his misplaced love and trust. He would take a mistress, flagrantly flaunt her until Whitney learned of her existence. Society would overlook a married man with a mistress. It always had. But Whitney would be caught in a vice. She'd not be able to go out alone very often without causing talk. And if she appeared with another man, she would be publicly scorned and ostracized. But even that wasn't enough. If she was going to bear a child, and he was going to have to give it his name, then by God he wasn't going to have to look at it and wonder whose it was. He'd send the brat away from his sight, but not right away. First, he would let her keep the child for a year or two, until she was deeply attached to it. Then he would wrench the babe away from her. The child, that would be his ultimate weapon. He didn't care whether it was the result of her dirty little liaison with her lover, or whether it was the living proof of his own desires. Whitney stood there staring at the oak panel. Her throat ached and her eyes burned, but she would not cry. The more she had tried to plead with him, the more pleasure he'd taken in verbally abusing her. Stiffly she walked down the long hall to the sanity. No, not the sanity. This was all insane. To the safety of her rooms. Mary and Clarissa were both working in the master suite, moving Whitney's clothes into the next room, and everything was in disorder. "If you don't mind," Whitney said, drawing a shaking breath, I would like to be alone for a while. You can finish this later." They both looked so sad and so sympathetic that Whitney couldn't bear it. When they left, she looked all around her, trying to assimilate what was happening to her. Clayton was actually casting her aside because their love-making had resulted in her pregnancy. For the first time since last night, Whitney felt a surge of genuine anger. Since when was pregnancy entirely the woman's fault? And just exactly what had he supposed was going to happen if they made love together? Naive she might have been, but even she had known that this is how babies were made. She had half a mind to go storming back to his rooms and inform him of that. The more she thought of it, the angrier she became. Putting up her chin, Whitney marched over to the bell pull and summoned Clarissa. "Please have my blue silk pressed," she said, "and have the carriage brought round after dinner. I am going out." 4 hours later, Whitney swept into the dining room. Her hair was twisted into elaborate coils entwined with a rope of sapphires and diamonds, with soft tendrils falling at her ears. If they were going to live like strangers, then they could live like friendly strangers. But if Clayton thought for one moment that after she bore his child, he was going to be permitted to come to her bed again and take up where they had left off before yesterday, well, he didn't know her quite so well as he thought. Except that when he automatically came to his feet when she walked into the room, Whitney took one look at him and felt a pang of longing and need so strong that she felt faint. He was so splendid, so unbearably handsome, that if he had just smiled at her a little, she would have flung herself against him and begged him. But begged him for what? For forgiveness for loving him? Or for carrying his child? Several times during their silent meal, Whitney was aware of his gaze resting momentarily on her breasts, which swelled beautifully above the sapphire bodice of her gown. And each time Clayton looked away again, she had the feeling that he was more furious than the time before. She almost wondered if it were possible that he was the least bit jealous. After all, this was the first time that they had ever gone to separate affairs in the evening. The next time his gaze slid to her breasts, she asked innocently, "Do you like my new dress?" "If you mean to display your charms to the world, it suits you admirably," he said cynically. "Are you settled into your new rooms?" she asked. Clayton shoved his plate aside, as if her conversation had ruined his appetite, and rose from the table. "I find them vastly preferable to the ones I occupied before," he said icily. Without another word, he turned on his heel and strode from the room. A few minutes later, the front door closed behind him, and Whitney heard the sound of his coach pulling away. She felt deflated, ill, and miserable. But she went to the Wilsons' party, and purposely stayed until well past midnight, in the vague hope that Clayton might not like her being out late without him, and would accompany her the next time. She was weary to the bone, but she woke up abruptly as her carriage pulled up in the Claymore drive, just as Clayton was alighting from his. They walked up the stairs together, and Whitney could see the taut anger in the set of his jaw. "Continue to stay out this late, and you will have all London gossiping about you within a week," he said tensely. Whitney stopped with one hand on the door to her room. "I will not be able to go out in society once my condition becomes apparent," she informed him, and then out of sheer obstinacy, she gave her head a toss and added, "Besides, I was having a wonderful time." She was not absolutely sure, but she thought he swore under his breath. The next morning she went down to the stables and was bluntly refused a mount. She was hurt, confused, and angry. She was also embarrassed, as were the grooms who had to tell her that those were his Grace's orders. Whitney was too distressed to reconsider her actions. Without a word, and looking very much like the young duchess she was, she swung on her heel and marched toward the house, through the front door, and down the hall to Clayton's study, which she entered without bothering to knock first. He was in conclave with a large group of men seated in a semicircle around his desk. They all leapt to their feet, with the exception of Clayton, who rose with noticeable reluctance. Smiling angelically at the circle of surprised men, Whitney said, "I beg your pardon, gentlemen. I didn't realize my husband had visitors." Then to Clayton, who was standing rigidly behind his desk, "There has been a misunderstanding at the stables. No one there seems to realize that Khan belongs to me. Shall I tell them, or would you prefer to explain?" "Do not," her husband said in a terrible voice, "even consider getting on him. "I am sorry to have interrupted your meeting," Whitney said, hot with embarrassment that he had spoken to her in front of strangers in that degrading tone. She stormed up to her room. This was madness, cruel, perverse insanity. Now Clayton intended to keep her from doing anything to occupy her time. He wanted to deprive her of her smallest joys in life. She jerked off her riding hat. She hated wearing those silly hats when half the fun of riding was feeling the wind in your hair. She took 2 steps toward her dressing room, intending to change her clothes, and changed her mind instead. She stormed back to the stables, gave the first groom who stepped in front of her such a haughty look of disdain that he stepped aside, and then she strode into Khan's stall. She curried him herself. She bridled him herself, and then she marched over to the rack where her saddle was kept and dragged it down. She gained courage with each second. After all, not one of them would dare to lay a hand on her to prevent her from doing what she had set out to do. It took 3 tries to swing the heavy side-saddle up and over Khan's back, but she finally made it. She tightened his girth strap as best she could, and prayed that it would be tight enough to hold. Then she led him out of his stall. Whitney rode for 3 hours. She was tired after the first hour, but she hated to go back. From the minute she rode off on Khan, she had known that Clayton would be informed of her action, and she dreaded having to face him. She had expected a confrontation later. She had not expected to find Clayton waiting for her at the stables. He was standing there with one shoulder propped casually against the whitewashed fence, his features composed as he conversed with the head groom. Inwardly, Whitney quailed at the sight of him. She knew that relaxed, almost indolent stance of his was only a surface calm, beneath which was a murderous fury which he would unleash on her. As she trotted briskly past him, Clayton reached out in a deceptively casual move and caught Khan's bridle, jerking the horse around to a teeth-jarring stop. His eyes held a terrifying menace, and his voice was so icy, so soft, that Whitney's heart pounded in fear. "Get down." Whitney had scarcely conceived the notion of whirling Khan and racing for parts unknown, when in that same awful voice he said, "Don't try it. I'm warning you." To her consternation and fury, Whitney felt her cheeks grow hot and her hands shake. She swallowed and reached her arms toward him in an unconsciously childlike gesture. "Then will you help me down?" Clayton lifted her roughly from the side-saddle. "How dare you disobey me?" he hissed, his fingers closing cruelly on her upper arm as he marched her away from the curious grooms and stable-keeps. Whitney waited until they were out of earshot of the stable and approaching the rear door of the house before she pulled her arm away and turned on him. "Disobey you?" she repeated, stamping her foot. "Do you mean to actually remind me of my vows? Why, of all the... Would you like me to remind you of yours, my lord?" "I will give you a warning. Just one," Clayton enunciated viciously. "Call it advice, if you prefer." "If I wanted advice," Whitney retorted, her eyes sparkling with jade fire, "you would be the last person on earth I would ask." She opened her mouth to say more, then changed her mind at the boiling wrath her outburst brought to his features. "Defy me one more time, just once more, and I will have you locked in your rooms until your brat is born." "I'm sure you would like nothing more," Whitney said, hating him for calling her baby a brat. "You are the meanest, cruelest. You're a fraud and a liar. How dare you have told me you love me and then treat me so? And another thing, my Lord Duke," she added in choking fury, "which I'm sure will come as a tremendous surprise to you. It so happens that making love makes babies." Clayton was so stunned by her ridiculous revelation that he never saw the blow coming. She caught him full on the side of the face with the flat of her hand, then reared back, looking like a tempestuous goddess in all her fine fury. "Go ahead and hit me back," she raged. "You want to hurt me? What's wrong? Have you lost your desire to torture me?" she taunted, ignoring the drumming pulse at his temple. Well, good, because I'm just angry enough to do it again. She swung wide, then gasped with pain as her wrist was caught in a vice-like grip a split second before her hand would have crashed into his face. Jerking her wrist up behind her back, Clayton brought her slamming against his chest. "You are a beautiful, conniving, deceitful little bitch," he said furiously. "For just once in our misbegotten lives together, tell me one small truth. Just one honest admission. I swear that whether the answer is I don't know or yes, I won't care either way." "You swear to me?" Whitney hurled back at him. "As you swore at our wedding? As you swore in this house never to hurt me? Your word isn't worth the—" "Is the child mine?" Clayton snapped, viciously tightening his cruel grip. Her eyes widened until they were huge green orbs. Her soft lips parted in shocked disbelief that was so convincing Clayton wondered for a split second if somehow he was wrong about everything. Tears of outrage sprang into her eyes. "Is it yours? Yours?" Her voice rose, and then, unexpectedly, she collapsed against him, her shoulders quaking violently. Clayton released his grip on her wrist. He wanted to thrust her slender, shaking form away from him, and he wanted just as much to gather her into his arms and bury his face in her hair. But more than anything, he longed to take her into the house and ease the pain in his heart with her body. She was clinging with both hands to his lapels, her shoulders shaking, her face buried in his chest, saying over and over again, "Is it yours?" Clayton put his hands on her arms, not gently but not roughly either, and moved her away from him. She was sobbing, he thought, with an unwanted pang of guilt. He dropped his hands, and Whitney slowly raised her head. She wasn't weeping. She was laughing. She was laughing hysterically. She was still laughing when she hit him full across the side of the face with a crashing blow that snapped his head around, and then she ran inside. Slowly, thoughtfully, Clayton followed her into the house. He went into his study, closed the doors behind him, and poured himself a liberal drink. He now knew two things for certain. Whitney had a powerful right arm, and the baby was his. Whatever else she had lied about, the reason for her coming to him here, the reason she had married him, whatever else, her look of contemptuous scorn when he asked if the child was his, that look had been real. She had not lain with her lover on her trips to London. No human being alive who was guilty could have fabricated that look of stunned horror or shocked outrage. She had not betrayed him since they were married. Whatever else she had not done that. The child was his. Clayton knew it as surely as he knew she had come to him here 7 months ago because she thought she needed a father for someone else's child. His wrath went from a roiling boil to a steady simmer. Unfortunately, Whitney's did the opposite. Of all the vile, vulgar, contemptible, he was insane. Insane! And she would be too, if she stayed with him. For even when he had called her terrible things a few minutes ago and hurt her arm with his punishing grip, she had felt joy in being pressed tightly to his heart again. Even then she had wanted his arms to go around her. If she stayed, she would go mad. Whitney tried to ignore the stab of anguish that came with knowing she had to leave him, while she tried to think of a place she could go. Her father wasn't strong-willed enough to shelter her from her husband if Clayton chose to demand her return to Claymore. Aunt Anne and Uncle Edward would help her. She would write to them and ask if she could come to France for a visit. When she was there, she would explain. She didn't know if Clayton's awesome power could touch her in France, or if he would retaliate by using his influence in England to damage her uncle's diplomatic career. All she could do was explain to her Uncle Edward and let him decide. Whitney sank down into the chair at her writing desk, pulled open the drawer, and, as she reached for a sheet of blue stationery, she saw the crumpled ball of blue paper on top of the neat stack. Without much curiosity, she turned it in her fingers, saw that it had writing on it, and smoothed it out to see if it was something she had kept because she might need it. To my very great mortification, Blankly, she remembered having secreted the unsent note among her unused stationery when she had been at Emily's because she didn't want a servant to find it. But now it was crumpled up and on top of the stack. Someone had found it, but only Mary and Clarissa served her at Claymore, and they would never search through her desk. It was humiliating to think of someone reading that note, and she tried to imagine who could have been in her desk. 2 days ago, when she had joyously tucked the little infant gown in the drawer for Clayton to find, the drawer had been neat, and no one, other than Clayton, had been... Oh, my God! Whitney half rose from her chair. She had sent Clayton to her desk and asked him to find her aunt's letter. "And you found this," she breathed aloud, as if he were in the room. "Dear God, you found this." Her hands were shaking, and her mind was reeling as she tried to concentrate on what Clayton might have made of what he had read. End of Side 13. Side 14. Whitney, my love. Continuing on page 500. She forced herself to look at the note as if she had found it, instead of written it. The date. They had promised to celebrate, each year, the date she had come to Claymore, and the note was dated just 1 day before that. Reading this, Clayton would wonder if, no, believe, she had come to him that night because she thought she was pregnant. That would hurt him deeply, because he had told her once that nothing she could ever do would mean more to him than the way she had come to him that night, because she loved him and wanted him to know it. Very well. Then the next thing she would wonder about, if she had found the note, was whom it was meant for. Getting up with the note still in her hand, Whitney began to pace agitatedly back and forth. Based on Clayton's reaction, he must have thought the note had been meant for someone else. All right. But he knew he had taken her virginity that terrible night, and she could have been carrying his child as a result of that. How dare he be so angry merely because she might have turned to someone else for help or advice? Well, why shouldn't she have done so? After all, when that note was written, they weren't even on civil terms with each other. Why, she could have been writing to her father or her aunt or anyone. But judging from the violence of Clayton's reaction, he obviously thought not. He was torturing her this way because he was hurt, and because he was angry that she might have turned to another man, for help. He was hurt and jealous. "You fool!" Whitney hissed into the empty room. She was so relieved and so happy that she could have flung her arms out and twirled around. It wasn't because Clayton didn't want their baby. Yet, weak with relief though she was, she could also cheerfully have killed him. He had done it again. Just what he had done the awful night he had dragged her here. He had accused her of something in his mind, tried and convicted and sentenced her, without ever telling her what crime she was accused of committing, without ever giving her an opportunity to explain. And now, he actually believed he could just set her aside, move to another wing of the house, and pretend that their marriage was as dead as if it had never existed. Whitney was shaking with relief and quaking with determination. This was the last time his temper was going to explode against her before she was given some explanation for the reason first. And if Clayton thought for one moment that he could love her as deeply as Whitney knew he did, yet turn his back on her and coldly walk away, well, he was now going to learn differently. How could he be so wise, so intelligent, and actually think he could set her aside in anger, no matter what she did, or what he thought she did? Somehow, someway, she was going to make him explain why he was acting this way. Whitney didn't care how it came about, or how he did it. He could hurl the accusations in her face for all she cared. In fact, she thought with a sad smile, that was undoubtedly how it would happen, because she was not going to plead with him to explain. She had tried that already, and it did no good, which left her with no choice but to force his hand, to make him angry enough or jealous enough to lose control completely and confront her with what he thought she'd done. And when he did, she would coldly explain about the note. She would make him grovel at her feet and beg for her forgiveness. A brilliant smile dawned across her features. Oh, rubbish! She would never be able to do that. She would explain as quickly as she could, and then fling herself against his hard chest, and feel faint with joy and longing when his strong arms went around her. But for now, she had to make herself be anything but meek or sad. She would be charming and gay until Clayton missed what they had together so badly that he couldn't stand it. She would goad and needle him gently at first, and only if that didn't work would she force his hand by making him truly angry. The Cliftons were having a huge affair tonight. Whitney couldn't be sure whether Clayton still meant to go, but she did. She dressed with great care in an emerald green gown she had ordered in Paris on their wedding trip. It was the most revealing gown she had ever worn, and she smiled to herself as she put on the emerald and diamond necklace and matching bracelet and eardrops. "How do I look?" Whitney asked Clarissa, twirling around. "Bare as the day you were born," Clarissa decreed, with a censorious stare at Whitney's bodice. "It's a little less than I normally wear," Whitney agreed with a faint twinkle in her eyes. "But I don't quite think my husband will want me going anywhere without him in this gown. Do you?" In a rustle of emerald silk, Whitney swept into the drawing-room. Clayton was pouring himself a drink at the sideboard, his tall, athletic frame resplendent in midnight blue jacket and trousers. In contrast to the deep blue superfine, his shirt and neckcloth were dazzling white. He looked unbearably handsome. He also looked utterly furious as his insolent gaze swung over the shimmering green gown and froze on the daring display of tantalizing flesh swelling above her bodice. "Where," he asked in a low, ominous voice, "do you think you are going?" "Think I am going?" Whitney repeated, managing to look extremely innocent, despite the seductive allure of her gown. "We promised to go to the Cliftons tonight. I would love a glass of wine if you wouldn't mind," she added with a languorous smile. Clayton jerked a bottle of wine from the rack built into the cabinet. "That's too damned bad, because we aren't going to the Cliftons." "Oh?" Whitney said as she crossed to him to take her glass. "That's a shame, for you will miss a splendid party. I have always thought the Cliftons' parties are the most delightful of any, and—" Clayton turned slowly and perched a hip on the cabinet beside him, one leg swinging idly, his weight braced against the other foot. "I am not going to the Cliftons," he told her icily, "and you are not going out tonight at all. Is that clear enough, Whitney?" "The words are quite clear," Whitney told him. She turned, carrying her glass, and swept regally off to the dining-room, trailing emerald silk in her wake. She was crushed. Clayton wasn't going to take her to the Cliftons, and he wouldn't let her go alone. In the candlelit dining-room, their meal progressed in stiff silence. Whitney watched him surreptitiously throughout the meal. It was nearly over when her gaze fell on his hand. It was devoid of the ruby ring she'd given him on their wedding night. Her heart constricted as she stared at the light mark across his finger. From the moment she had placed the ring on his hand on their wedding night, he had never taken it off. She looked up and found him observing her pained reaction with a smile of cynical amusement. And as hurt as she was, Whitney was even angrier. She was going to that party, she decided with a determined lift of her chin. If she had to walk, she was going without him. Before dessert was brought in, Whitney stood up and said, "I am going to my room. Good night." She was going to her room because she didn't want to alert him to the fact that she was also going to the party and risk having Clayton forbid their drivers to take her anywhere. It was well past 1 o'clock in the morning, but in the exclusive gentlemen's gaming club to which Clayton belonged, time was never of much importance. He was relaxing in his chair, not paying much attention to the discussions going on around him, or, for that matter, to the cards he held. No matter how much he drank tonight, or how hard he tried, he couldn't concentrate on the game or the hearty masculine conversation of his friends and acquaintances. He had married a witch who had gotten under his skin like a thorn. It hurt unbearably to have her there, and it hurt to pull her out. His mind kept riveting itself on the way Whitney had looked tonight in that goddamned green gown with her charms displayed in such gorgeous wantonness. His hands had actually ached for the feel of that petal-soft skin against his palms, and his lust had been almost past bearing. Lust, not love. He wouldn't call it love anymore. All he felt for Whitney was an occasional pang of desire. More than an occasional pang. How dare she even consider going out in that dress alone? And what in hell did she mean by acting as if he'd forbidden her to ride in order to torture her? He had given that order at the stable days ago, when he had suspected her pregnancy and thought she was unaware of it. Not that he gave a damn what the conniving little liar thought. He didn't have to offer explanations for his actions. She would have to do as she was bidden. And that, he thought as he threw chips onto the pile in the center of the table, was irrevocably that. "Good to see you, Claymore," William Baskerville said with amiable cordiality as he took a vacant chair at the table of 6 across from Clayton. "Surprised to see you, in fact." "Why is that?" Clayton said indifferently. "Just saw your wife at the Clifton's Crush." "Thought you must be there, too," Baskerville explained, absorbed in stacking his chips into piles, preparatory to joining the heavy play in progress. "She looked lovely. Told her so, too." This innocent discourse earned Baskerville a look of such stunned disbelief from the Duke that Baskerville hastened to heap on polite reassurances. "Your wife always looks lovely. I always tell her that." In dismayed bewilderment, Baskerville watched the Duke slowly come erect and rigid in his chair, his expression glacial. Searching his mind frantically for how he could possibly have given offense, Baskerville unfortunately arrived at the incorrect conclusion that his compliments must sound watery to the lady's husband, who was, according to gossip, inordinately fond of his young bride. With a helpless glance at the other men seated around the table, Baskerville said desperately, "Everyone thought the Duchess looked ravishing. She was wearing a green gown that matched her eyes. I told her it did, too. Had to wait in line just to tell her, in fact. Surrounded by all the young bucks and old fossils like me, she was. Quite a gathering of admirers." Very quietly, very deliberately, Clayton turned his cards over on the table and slid his chair back. He stood up, nodded curtly to the other men seated at the table, and without a word to any of his friends, turned on his heel and strode purposefully from the room. All card play suspended as the 5 remaining men at the table watched the Duke making his way to the door leading out onto the street. Of the 5, 4 were married. Baskerville, a confirmed bachelor of 45 years, was not. Of the 5 faces at the table, 4 of them were either grinning or valiantly trying to hide a grin. Only Baskerville's expression was alarmed. "Blast it," he whispered, looking around at the others. "Claymore gave me the devil of a look when I said I'd just seen his Duchess at the Cliftons." He paused, seized by a terrible thought. "I say, have the Westmorelands been married long enough to quarrel, would you think?" Marcus Rutherford's lips twitched with laughter. "I would say, Baskerville, that as of about 3 minutes ago, the Westmorelands have now been married long enough to quarrel." Distress furrowed Baskerville's kindly brow. "Good God, I'd never have mentioned seeing her if I thought it would cause a quarrel. She's a lovely young thing. Feel wretched about causing trouble for her. I'm sure she'd never have gone to the deuced party if she realized Claymore wouldn't approve." "You think not?" Lord Rutherford said, after sharing a derisive grin with the other married men. Baskerville was positive. "Well, of course not. If Claymore told her not to go, she wouldn't have gone. She's his wife, after all. Vows, you know, obedience, and all that." Guffaws greeted this announcement, bursting out around the table like cracks from a cannon. "I once told my wife that she didn't need the fur she was pining for. She had a dozen already," Rutherford told him, as the gambling was temporarily forgotten. "I put my foot squarely down and told her she could not have it." "Surely she didn't buy it anyway?" Baskerville asked, in a horrified tone. "Certainly not," Rutherford chuckled. She bought 11 new gowns instead, to match the furs she already had. She said that if she had to appear in outer rags, at least no one would have cause to criticize her gowns. She spent 3 times the cost of the new fur. My God! Did you beat her? Beat her? Rutherford repeated in amusement. No, beating's not at all the thing, you know. I rather dislike the idea of it myself. I bought her the new fur instead. But why? Baskerville sputtered in shock. Why, my good man? I'll tell you why. Because I'd no wish to own all of Bond Street before she got over her being miffed. Gowns are devilish costly things, but jewels she hadn't even thought of yet. I saved myself a fortune by getting her the fur. Dawn was already streaking the sky as Whitney trailed quietly up the broad marble staircase to her room. She had missed Clayton terribly tonight, missed the feel of his hand lightly riding her waist, of his bold gaze capturing hers, and of the joy of knowing he was near. How could he have become so essential to her life in so short a time? She felt desolate without him, and it was an awful temptation to bring the note to his room and explain. But what would happen the next time if she couldn't find a clue like the note, to explain his fury? Then he would punish her again with his wrath, and she would be helpless to defend herself, and it was agony to have someone you loved furious with you, without knowing why. She did not in the least regret her open defiance of Clayton's command tonight, because she was hoping that when he discovered her disobedience, it would bring about the confrontation she wanted and needed. In fact, she wondered if she ought to mention, quite casually, that she had had a lovely time at the Cliftons when she saw Clayton at breakfast in the morning. Yes, Whitney decided, as she groped in the darkness of her room for the lamp, it would be an excellent idea. On second thought, it was not a good idea at all, she realized with a lurch of fear as the room flared to light, and from the corner of her eye she glimpsed a gleaming, booted foot resting casually atop the other knee, a pair of dark blue gloves being idly slapped against a blue-clad thigh. From somewhere in the depths of her momentary panic, inspiration seized her, and Whitney pretended not to have seen him. She reached up behind her and began to unfasten her dress on the way into her dressing room. If she could just make him wait until she could change into one of her most seductive negligées, she might have a slight advantage. Then desire might overcome anger, and... "Keep it on," his voice slashed out, "until I leave." Whitney swung around, startled by his scathing tone. Clayton came to his feet, advancing on her with the predatory grace of a stalking panther. Reflexively, Whitney started to back away, then checked herself and held her ground. He loomed over her, his gaze a frigid blast. In a silky, menacing voice, he said, "Do you remember what I told you would happen if you dared to disobey me again, Whitney?" He had threatened to lock her in her rooms until her baby was born. Whitney was angry and frightened, and so much in love with him that even her voice throbbed with it. "Yes, I remember," she said in an aching whisper. "I remember all sorts of other things, too. I remember the words you have whispered to me when you are so deep inside of me that you have touched my heart. I remember—" "Shut up," he snapped furiously, "or so help me God, I remember exactly the way your hands feel against my skin when you touch me, and—" He caught her shoulders in a bruising grip and shook her so hard that Whitney's head snapped back. "Damn you! I said stop!" "I can't." Whitney shuddered from the pain his hands were inflicting. "I can't stop, because I love you. I love your eyes, and your smile, and your—" With a vicious jerk, Clayton yanked her into his arms, his mouth capturing hers in a savage, punishing kiss that was meant to silence and hurt and retaliate. He was bruising her lips, and she was crushed so tightly against him that she couldn't breathe. But Whitney didn't care. She could feel the hardness of his need swelling rigidly against her, and when his mouth began to slant fiercely over hers with wild hunger and desperate urgency, she wrapped her arms around his neck and clung to him. As abruptly as he had caught her to him, Clayton pushed her away. His breathing was harsh and ragged, his expression so incensed, so bleakly embittered, that Whitney almost lost her resolve and brought up the note herself. Instead, she raised her chin to its bravest angle and said in quiet defiance, "I will willingly commit myself to being locked in this room for as long as you wish, provided you are willing to stay locked in here with me. Otherwise, nothing, and no one, will keep me in here. If I have to set fire to the house to get out, then I will." It took a moment for Clayton to react. She looked so unbearably beautiful, so young and vulnerable, facing him in this outrageous mutiny, that if he didn't hate her and hate himself, he would have grinned. He had to remind himself that she was a calculating schemer. Even so, his earlier wrath was momentarily diffused by her impertinent suggestion that he lock himself into her room with her. Lock himself in with her? Christ! He could barely stand to live in the same house with her, despising her with an uncontrollable virulence half the time, and wanting her until he ached with it the rest. "If you ever again leave the grounds of this estate without my permission," he said in a low, savage voice, "you will yearn for the tenderness I showed you the first time I brought you here." Clayton had taught her to be proud of the power she held over his body, and that one brutal kiss had shown Whitney how badly he still wanted her. The knowledge gave her the courage to look at him and say with a faint blush, "I already do yearn for it, my lord." Then, reverting to her former air of proud rebellion, she added as she turned and walked into her dressing-room, "However, I shall obey you to the extent of at least asking for your permission before I leave the grounds." Whitney heard the outer door close and leaned weakly against the wall of her dressing-room, more shaken by the confrontation than she had let him see. Her idle threat about setting fire to the house had not been what had stopped him from having her confined to her room. She knew, and he knew, that he could very easily have her kept there with a loyal servant acting as guard in her room to prevent her from doing anything harmful. But she had thrown him off balance by boldly inviting him to stay here with her. She was playing with fire, Whitney knew. She couldn't risk angering him to the point where he might have her removed entirely from his presence. She had to be with him so that she could force him into accusing her of this nonsense he believed. She had to be near him so that he could continue to stoke the fire of his desire. One of them, either fury or desire, was going to drive him from his stony silence. In the east wing, Clayton lay awake in his bed, coldly contemplating his past and his future. By now he had managed to find an explanation for every heretofore unexplainable word or action on Whitney's part. At long last, the reason for her behavior at Elizabeth's wedding banquet was crystal clear. She had meant every cold, vile word she had said to him as they danced. After the banquet, in the ensuing weeks, Whitney had discovered her pregnancy, or thought she was pregnant, and when the father couldn't or wouldn't offer her his name, she had concocted the scheme of coming here and renewing their dead betrothal. And he, like a goddamned fool, had, with great joy, allowed himself to be cuckolded. He didn't know how long he could stand this living arrangement. His heart and his mind understood the harsh reality that there could never be anything between Whitney and him again, but his body tormented him with the same insatiable desire for her he'd always felt. If they weren't living under the same roof, perhaps he could find some relief from his agony. He could remove to his townhouse in Upper Brook Street and resume a semblance of his former life, or he could go to France or Spain for a few months. That would be ideal, but Whitney was, after all, carrying his child, and, in the event of some complication with her pregnancy, he shouldn't be so far away. No, the townhouse would be better. His need for diversion and his physical needs could both be satisfied in London. All he had to do was take Whitney to a few social affairs during the next month or two. Then, once her pregnancy was apparent, she would not be able to go out into society anyway, so no one would find it odd that she was no longer seen on his arm. When they saw him with other women, the old biddies would cluck their tongues and whisper to one another that the little nobody he had married hadn't been able to hold him very long, and that they had known all along that this was how it was going to end. The thought gave Clayton a certain perverse pleasure. He hoped to God that Whitney was carrying a boy, for this was going to be his only opportunity to get an heir. Otherwise, he would have to leave it up to Stephen to sire the heir. Thank God he could count on Stephen for that. The lands and title had always been held by a Westmoreland, and his father had been the only boy of 5 children. The following morning, Whitney composed a carefully worded note to Clayton to the effect that Lord Archibald's parents were celebrating their anniversary, and that Whitney had promised Emily and Michael to attend the gala affair this evening, and that she would appreciate it very much if Clayton would escort her. She sent the note into the east wing with Clarissa, then paced back and forth, waiting for Clayton's response. With trembling fingers, she unfolded her note, across the bottom of which was a curt reply in Clayton's bold handwriting. Advise my valet whether the dress is formal or informal. She could have laughed with joy. That night she spent more time than ever in her life on her appearance. Clarissa swept her hair up into intricate coils entwined with a finely wrought gold chain which had belonged to Whitney's grandmother. Nestled in the hollow between her breasts was a simple topaz pendant surrounded by a ring of diamonds, which had belonged to Whitney's great-grandmother. She was not wearing any of the Westmoreland jewelry. She was not, in fact, wearing her splendid betrothal ring. For a few minutes, Whitney actually considered removing her wide gold wedding band, but that she could not do, not even to make her point. Clayton was standing at the far end of the white and gold salon, staring moodily out the windows with a glass of whiskey in his hand, looking utterly magnificent in his black evening clothes. With a gleam of mischief dancing in her eyes, Whitney floated into the salon in a swirl of glittering gold-spangled chiffon. She did not remove the golden stole that was lying softly across her breasts, draped in a gentle half-circle down her back, nor did she intend to do so until they arrived at Michael's parents' home. The hour-and-a-half ride was made in frosty silence, but Whitney contented herself by relishing what Clayton's reaction was going to be when he saw the tantalizing display of swelling breasts exposed by the gown's provocatively plunging bodice. If Clayton hadn't liked the emerald gown in his current mood, he was definitely not going to approve of this one. "We don't clash," Whitney remarked when they arrived at their destination and Clayton was helping her down from the closed carriage. "Meaning what?" he said coldly. "Meaning the colors we are wearing," she innocently explained. In a deceptively casual gesture, Whitney pulled off the gold stole and let it flutter from her fingers as she stepped forward beside him toward the house. "I can't imagine what damned difference—" Clayton came to a complete halt, his eyes like shards of ice as they froze on the swelling expanse of glowing skin exposed above the glittering bodice. In a low, incensed voice, he said, "Are you trying to see exactly how far I can be provoked?" "No, my lord," Whitney replied demurely, aware of the curious looks from other arriving guests. "How could I possibly provoke you more than I already have, simply by offering you a child?" "If you will take some advice," he snapped, making a visible effort to control his fury, "you will remember your condition and behave accordingly tonight." Whitney gave him a vivacious smile, aware that his blazing eyes were riveted on her swelling breasts. "Of course," she said lightly. "I meant to do exactly that, but my knitting wouldn't fit inside my reticule." In humorous proof, she held up her little beaded bag, then gasped aloud in surprised pain as Clayton's hand locked onto her forearm, his fingers biting cruelly into her flesh. "Do not fail to enjoy the party this evening to its fullest, because it is the last you will be attending. You will remain at Claymore until the child is born, and I am moving into the townhouse." All the optimistic hope and determination went out of her, leaving Whitney numb and desolate. She tried to pull her arm free, but his painful grip was relentless. Then please don't shame us both tonight by leaving the marks of your contempt on my arm." His grip loosened so abruptly that it seemed as if he had been unaware of even touching her. "Pain," he snapped at her as they passed by the butler, "like love, is a thing to be shared." From the first minute she entered the drawing-room, Whitney was vaguely aware that something was amiss, but she could not quite put her finger on what it was. It was just that everyone seemed so normal. No, too painstakingly normal, as if they were making a concerted effort to seem normal. Nearly an hour later, Whitney glanced up and saw Lord Esterbrook. She smiled at him, and he nodded and bowed, but when he would have started toward her, Whitney made a great show of being deeply involved in her conversation with the group surrounding her. She had never believed that Lord Esterbrook had said unkind things about her to Vanessa at the Rutherfords' party, but he had an extremely perverse sense of humor, and could deliver a cut with a razor's edge, so she always made a practice of keeping him at a distance. Emily, who arrived shortly thereafter, immediately provided the answer to the strange atmosphere pervading the evening. "Oh, good Lord in heaven," she said, hauling Whitney off to one side and whispering while she cast furtive looks around her. "My father-in-law is the veriest loose screw about some things. I could not believe my ears when he told me 5 minutes ago what great pains he'd taken to lure her here as a surprise for my mother-in-law." "What are you talking about?" Whitney whispered back as premonitions of disaster began to pound in her brain. "Marie Saint-Ellerman. She's here. Michael's father went through friends of friends to entice her to come and sing here tonight. She's a guest at the palace where she is to perform tomorrow night, and—" Whitney didn't hear the rest. Her legs and arms had begun to tremble from the moment Emily had mentioned the name of Clayton's beautiful and most famous former mistress. Marie Saint-Ellerman was in London, in the very house with Clayton, and not more than an hour ago he'd announced his intention of moving into the London house. Whitney didn't remember what she said to Emily, or how she managed to return to the circle of acquaintances she'd left. She waited in sick dread for the moment when Marie Saint-Ellerman would walk into the room. The huge drawing-room was packed beyond capacity. From the corner of her eye, Whitney watched Clayton enter the room at the same time the accompanist seated himself at the big grand piano, and the musicians picked up their instruments. There was a crackling tension in the room, although whether it was due to the appearance of a woman whose voice and beauty were legendary, and who was in demand in all the capitals of Europe, or whether it was because everyone was secretly waiting to see Clayton and her come face to face, Whitney didn't know. Clayton, who had paused to talk to someone, finally made his way to Whitney's side. It was as if the crowd parted to clear a path so that they could both stroll to the very front row of guests clustered around the piano. Whitney stood with her hand linked through Clayton's arm. She knew he didn't want it there, but she was feeling ill and desperately needed something to hold on to. "No voice in the world like Saint-Ellerman, if you ask me," the elderly man beside Clayton said. Beneath her fingertips, Whitney felt the muscles in Clayton's forearm tense into rigidity and then slowly relax. He hadn't known, she realized. Oh, God! Why did he have to look so devastatingly handsome tonight, so completely desirable? And why, she thought, with tears burning behind her eyes as the blonde singer entered the room, did Marie Saint-Ellerman have to be so lushly, provocatively, enchantingly beautiful? Whitney could not tear her unwilling gaze from the woman. She had the body of a slender Venus, and the magnetism of a woman who is confident of her extraordinary beauty without being at all obsessed with it. And when she began to sing, Whitney felt the room swim dizzily. She had the sort of lilting voice that could fall gently upon the ears, or deepen until it was rich and sensual. There was a glint of laughter in her eyes while she sang, as if she found the silent adoration being lavished upon her by the hundreds of people who were listening and watching her secretly very silly. In comparison to her, Whitney felt girlish and plain and unsophisticated, and deathly ill. For she now knew exactly what being Clayton's mistress really meant. That woman with the laughing blue eyes had known Clayton's drugging kisses, had lain naked in his arms and shared the exquisite ecstasy of his body driving deeply into hers. Whitney knew she must be as pale as death. Her ears were ringing, and her hands felt like ice. She was going to faint if she stayed in here. If she left, she would create a scene that would feed the malicious gossips for years. She tried to tell herself that, after all, Clayton had broken off his affair with Marie to pursue her. But that was before. Now he detested and despised her. And very soon, even if he came back to Claymore, her body would be ungainly and swollen with child. Whitney wished, very sincerely, that she were dead. She was so anguished that she had no idea precisely when Clayton's hand had come to rest upon her cold, clammy one, which was linked through the crook of his arm, or for how long he had been lightly, reassuringly, squeezing her fingers. But when she realized it, she shamelessly took what little support he was offering her and curled her fingers tightly around his. At least now she felt as if she could breathe. But only momentarily, for when Marie Saint-Allermain was accepting the thunderous applause with a faintly amused inclination of her head, her blue eyes met Clayton's, and a current leapt between the two of them that Whitney felt with a painful jolt. Soon after, the ballroom was opened for dancing. For the next half hour, Clayton did not leave her side, but neither did he speak to her or so much as glance at her. He was there, though, and Whitney clung to that fact as if it were the beginning of the reconciliation she had been waiting for. Her hopes were dashed to pieces the moment Clayton led her onto the dance floor and took her in his arms. "Where in the living hell is your betrothal ring?" he snapped angrily as he whirled her effortlessly in perfect time to the waltz. "The token of your love?" Whitney asked him, her chin proudly high, her pale face fragile and beautiful. "That betrothal ring?" "You know damned well which ring." "Since it was a token of the love I no longer have from you, I felt it was hypocrisy to wear it." She waited breathlessly for Clayton to say his love for her wasn't dead. "Do as you damn well please," he said with cynical indifference. "You always have." When the dance ended, they remained together, each of them putting on a convincing performance of participating in the light-hearted conversation directed at them by the dozen guests surrounding them. A short time later, however, an imperceptible tension seemed to take root and spread through the group, and their laughter suddenly became too hearty and forced as they flicked nervous glances over Whitney's right shoulder. In her heightened state of nervous awareness, Whitney noticed the change in the atmosphere and turned to see what was causing it. One glance, and she jerked her head around, but it was too late to do more than brace herself. Lord Esterbrook, with Marie Saint-Allermain on his arm, was approaching them from behind. "Claymore!" Esterbrook's mocking voice cut through the little group's forced joviality like a hot knife through butter. "I'm sure that no introductions are necessary between the two of you." Every pair of eyes swiveled to them as Clayton turned automatically at the sound of his name and found himself confronted by a grinning Esterbrook and his former mistress. Whitney, who had no choice but to turn around also, heard the frantic buzzing and gasps, the muted laughter, and felt the weight of avidly curious gazes focusing on them. There was no doubt that everyone present in the huge ballroom was now fully cognizant of the import of the meeting taking place. Everyone, that is, except Clayton and Marie Saint-Allermain, who seemed to find the situation rather amusing. With a lazy grin, Clayton lifted Marie's hand to his lips for a brief kiss. "I see, madam, that you still have only to walk into a room to bring the entire male population to your feet." An answering sparkle twinkled in Marie's smoky blue eyes as she inclined her head in a gracious acceptance of his gallant compliment. "Not quite the entire population," she said meaningfully. "But then I would be astonished to find you in such an excessively silly position, Your Grace." Whitney listened to this light repartee in a state of angry, humiliated pain, wondering if Clayton were going to introduce his wife to his mistress, being absolutely certain that he could not, in the interest of politeness, do so, nor avoid doing so without being impolite. In that moment, Whitney hated Clayton. She despised Esterbrook. She loathed every prying eye in that room. They were all her enemies, brittle, sophisticated, gossiping strangers who resented her intrusion into their select society, and who were relishing the mortifying position in which she was now placed. They were Esterbrooks, one and all, including her polished, urbane husband. She wished she had married Paul and lived quietly in the security of a place where she could belong. And that was before Whitney realized that Esterbrook, with a look of sham innocence, was now introducing Clayton's mistress to her. Fortified by her anger, Whitney met Marie Saint-Allermand's silently assessing gaze with quiet composure. Graciously, in flawless French, Whitney said, "Thank you for sharing the gift of your beautiful voice with me, mademoiselle. It was a joy to be able to hear you." With equal graciousness, Marie replied, "Most accounts of feminine beauty and charm are gross exaggerations. However, I can see that accounts of yours were not." A slow, sensual smile curved her lips. Glancing provocatively at Clayton, she added with devastating candor, "And I must say it is excessively disappointing to find it so." With that, she nodded regally at both of them, took Esterbrook's arm, and swept away to content herself with the fawning admiration of the other 300 male occupants of the room. For a while, Whitney basked in the warmth of Clayton's unspoken approval. She knew he was proud of the way she had handled the confrontation. She also knew when, an hour later, Clayton and Marie each left the room via separate doors out onto the terrace. She had seen the subtle look Marie passed to him across the ballroom, and witnessed the imperceptible inclination of Clayton's dark head in reply. Smiling in the summer moonlight, Marie extended both her hands to be clasped in his strong, warm ones. "It is wonderful to see you, Clayton. Esterbrook must bear you great malice to have deliberately manipulated our brief encounter in there." Clayton grinned down at her. "Esterbrook is a stupid son of a bitch, as you have already surmised on your own, Marie." He watched the way the moonlight turned her hair to shining silver, while he relished her lush beauty and the keen intelligence in her violet blue eyes. She took no missish offense at his blunt summation of Esterbrook. She was as astute a judge of character as was he, and they both knew it. "Marriage does not agree with you, my lord?" She said it as a question, but it was more a quiet observation. Clayton stiffened slightly. He reminded himself that nothing would rock the foundations of London society so violently as his taking Marie Saint-Allermand as his mistress again. They were both so well known that the gossip created by a renewed liaison between the two of them would be endless, and the humiliation Whitney would suffer as a result of it would be immeasurable. And Marie was a passionate bed partner who suited him perfectly. And even while he told himself all this, he could almost feel Whitney's cold, trembling hand on his arm, the way her fingers had clutched his for support while Marie was singing. Damn her! How dare she take off her betrothal ring? She was a schemer, a liar, and a fraud. But she was also his wife. And right now, she was young and afraid and pregnant with his child. To Clayton's intense disgust, he realized that he could not bring himself to make the overture which he knew would be welcome to Marie. He would take another woman as his mistress, someone who would create less notoriety. Marriage does not seem to agree with your wife, either, Marie was observing quietly. She is very beautiful, and very unhappy. Marriage agrees with both of us, Clayton said grimly. A slow, provocative smile trembled on her lips. If you say so, Clayton. I say so, he said irritably. If Marie had noticed that Whitney was unhappy and distressed, others in the ballroom may have noticed that as well. He didn't want Whitney shamed in front of their friends. It was one thing for him to hate her and humiliate her in private, another entirely for society to be taking notice of it. And he was thoroughly incensed to discover that he even gave a damn. In that case, Marie mused, displaying the perspicacity that Clayton had always enjoyed in her, it might be wise if you now went back into the ballroom. Because I am of the opinion that Esterbrook's intent in bringing us together in front of your wife was to make himself available to console her later. She saw Clayton's shoulders stiffen and the dangerous glitter in his eyes. A winsome smile touched her lips. "I've never seen you look like this before. You are terrifying and devastatingly attractive when you're angry. And jealous." "Leave it at angry," Clayton replied in a clipped voice, which he softened as he bid his former mistress farewell. When he strode back into the ballroom, he looked first for Estabrook, then for Whitney. Estabrook was there. Whitney was not. With a feeling of relief, Clayton noted that no one seemed to have observed his absence with Marie, and judging by the boisterous level of conversation in the room, whatever gossip had begun at their public meeting had died a polite death. Clayton was glad of that, because these people were Whitney's friends as well as his, and she would need to know that she didn't have to cringe from seeing them the next time. Except that Whitney wouldn't know that, because the Duchess, as the butler solemnly explained, had already left. Damned little fool, Clayton thought savagely. What was she thinking of, walking out on him like this? Now there would be hell to pay. He couldn't go back in there without her, or everyone would immediately realize that she had left in distress or anger, and that would cause gossip. Personally, he couldn't have cared less about the talk, but Whitney would be the one who had to face it, and who had left because she couldn't. And he couldn't leave either, damn it, because she had taken the carriage. Emily and Michael Archibald solved that problem within seconds, by walking into the entryway and asking to have their carriage brought round so that they could leave. Without question or comment, they provided him with a ride to his London townhouse, where Clayton spent a very angry, uncomfortable night. He kept seeing Whitney in that glittering golden gown that displayed her ripe breasts to such glorious advantage. She'd worn it deliberately to provoke him, and by God, she'd succeeded. Hadn't he had to stand beside her all night, watching men's gazes lingering lustfully on the tantalizing display of her creamy flesh? If she hadn't worn that damned gown and taken off her betrothal ring, if her hair weren't so thick and lustrous, with that shining gold chain entwined in it, if she hadn't looked so heartbreakingly beautiful and desirable, he'd never have accepted Marie's silent invitation to join her on the terrace in the first place. Chapter 35. Clayton did not return to Claymore the next day, or the day after, or the day after that, nor did he spend the 3 days entwined in naked splendor with Marie St. as Whitney's feverish, tortured imaginings told her. He spent the 3 days in London, in alternating states of righteous fury and quiet thoughtfulness. He spent the nights at his club with his friends. Very late on the third night, as he sat staring out the window of his bedroom overlooking a fog-shrouded courtyard, Clayton arrived at a few conclusions. In the first place, he did not see why the hell he should have to go to the inconvenience of choosing a mistress and setting her up in a discreet home of her own, which he would have to do now that he was married. He was married to a slut, but she had a ripe, tantalizing body that intoxicated his mind and fitted his own body to perfection. So why should he take a mistress when he had Whitney? And he was not going to continue living like a damned monk, nor was he going to remain living like a guest in the east wing of his own house, either. He was going home, and he was moving back into his own bedroom. And when his body had need of her, Whitney would service him. She would be a servant, nothing more, a well-dressed servant whose duties were to act as his hostess on the occasions when he required one, and as his unpaid whore when he needed one. It was almost what she was anyway, he thought with a fresh surge of boiling wrath, except that her price had been very high, a fortune in money, and his name to boot. But he owned her, permanently. With those tender thoughts, and several more of a similar nature, Clayton ordered his town carriage around on the morning of the fourth day, and impatiently endured the hour-and-a-half drive through an English countryside, decked out in all its lush summer glory. He scarcely noticed the passing landscape as he contemplated the scene that was going to take place as soon as he arrived at Claymore. First, he was going to explain to Whitney her future status and duties in the crudest possible terms. Then he intended to tell her what he thought of her treachery and deceit, her outrageous temper, and her rebellion against his authority. And when he was done with that, He was going to cram that note down her lovely throat, figuratively speaking. The carriage had scarcely pulled to a stop in the drive in front of the house before Clayton was striding swiftly up the steps, through the front doors, and up the staircase to Whitney's rooms. He flung the door to her bedchambers open with a force that sent it crashing against the wall, and brought Mary flying around in surprised alarm. Without a word to the staring servant, he strode quickly through the adjoining dressing room into his old chambers. But Whitney wasn't there, because the Duchess, as Mary tearfully explained, had left yesterday. "Left for where?" Clayton snapped impatiently. She wouldn't say, Your Grace. She said she'd left a note for you in her desk." His formerly loyal housekeeper began to sniffle, but Clayton ignored her as he strode stiffly to Whitney's desk. It was empty, save for a single crumpled ball of blue writing paper in the top drawer. Clayton hated even to touch it, but he smoothed it out and made himself look at it in case she had written something else. She hadn't. It was just her way of telling him she had discovered the reason for his anger. He crammed the despised note into his pocket and turned in the doorway. "I'm moving back into my own rooms," he said in a soft snarl to Mary. "Get her things out of there." "And where shall I put them next?" Mary asked in a mutinous tone. "Back in here, damn it." Clayton was aware that the Irish housekeeper found something to smile about in his reply, but he was too furious at being cheated of his true prey to bother chastising a servant for her impertinence. Besides, he was in the mood for murder, and little gratification would be had in murdering Mary. He was halfway down the hall on the way to the east wing when it dawned on him what had seemed vaguely different about the note in his pocket. It was stained now, as if droplets of water had splashed on it. Tears, he thought with a mixture of disgust and an uncomfortable feeling of guilt. A great many tears. For the next 4 days, Clayton waited like a caged tiger for his errant wife to return. He was positive she would come back when she realized he was not going to pursue her in a frenzied state of alarm over the danger to her delicate condition. She would have to come back. After all, who would shelter her from her own husband, in violation of the law of England? Her father was much too sensible a man not to order Whitney back to her husband's side, where she belonged, Clayton decided in an abrupt change of attitude toward Martin Stone. When she wasn't back by the 5th day, Clayton knew a wrath that was beyond anything he had ever felt in his life. She couldn't be visiting anyone for this length of time. By God, she had actually left him. He could scarcely contain his fury. It was one thing for him to have considered leaving her or sending her away. He was the injured party, after all. Besides, he hadn't actually done it. But Whitney had. She had obviously gone home to her father, and that stupid bastard was letting her remain. He ordered the traveling chaise made ready, and the horses put to, and snapped at McCrae, "I want to be at Martin Stone's house in 6 hours. Not 1 minute more." Based on McCrae's knowing grin, Clayton almost wondered if his driver had been lying about not knowing where Whitney had gone. It was McCrae's story that Whitney had had him take her to the first posting-house on the way back to London, where she had, according to the proprietor of the posting-house, rented a hack. What in the hell was she doing, traipsing all over the countryside, alone, and pregnant with his child? The little fool. Obstinate, infuriating little fool. Beautiful little fool. Martin Stone came out to greet Clayton himself, smiling openly as Clayton alighted. "Welcome, welcome," he said expansively, looking expectantly toward the open door of the coach. "How is my daughter? Where is she?" Clayton tasted bitter defeat. "Whitney is fine, Martin. She wanted me to come and tell you that we are expecting a child," Clayton said, improvising quickly. After all, Martin Stone was a decent sort, and Clayton didn't want to worry him by admitting that he had driven his daughter away with his surly temper. "The Hodges place," Clayton snapped at McCrae, a half-hour later, which was the earliest possible moment he could escape from Martin without either looking ridiculous or raising the man's suspicions. Whitney was not staying in seclusion at the Hodges place, and McCrae was not smiling when Clayton acidly ordered the chaise back to Claymore. According to the investigation Clayton instigated the following morning, Whitney was not staying with the Archibalds. She had in fact vanished somewhere between the posting house and no one knew where. Clayton was no longer angry. He was worried. And when it was reported that she had not crossed the channel on a packet for France, his worry became alarm. Alone in his elegant bedroom suite a week after he had returned to Claymore and found her missing, Clayton considered the possibility that Whitney had gone to the man who had been her lover before they were married. Perhaps the bastard had been unwilling or unable to offer her his name before, but now was willing to keep her neatly tucked away and available to him. That was an agonizing thought, and an infuriating one, but only for a minute, because in the purple light of deepening dusk, Clayton couldn't actually believe that Whitney would go to another man. It might have been the mellowing effect of the half-bottle of brandy he had consumed during the last 2 hours, but it seemed somehow that Whitney must have grown to love him. A little. He thought of the way she had preferred to sit curled up in a chair in his study during the day, while he worked and she read, or wrote letters, or went over household accounts. She had liked being near him, and she had damn well liked being in bed with him. No woman alive would have melted in his arms, and tried in every way to give him as much pleasure as he was giving her, if she weren't at least infatuated. He had loved her desperately on the day they were married. She hadn't loved him then. But surely in the months afterward, in the shared hours of quiet talk and laughter and unbridled passion, surely she must have come to love him. Restlessly, Clayton got up and wandered from his empty, lonely room into hers. It wasn't pretty and alive without her. She was gone, and with her, his reason for living each day. He had driven her away, finally broken her spirit, and defeated her. And she had so much spirit. So damned much spirit. She had stood up to his rage that day she'd taken her horse out, and then defied him openly by going to the Cliftons' party in that glorious green dress that made her eyes turn the color of emeralds. And when he had been waiting here, in this very room in the dark, to confront her with it, she had stood up to him then, too. No woman alive but Whitney would have dared to gaze boldly up into his eyes and flatly refuse to be confined to her rooms unless he stayed there with her. And why would she have wanted him to stay with her if she didn't care for him? Walking back into his room, Clayton leaned a shoulder against the broad expanse of mullioned glass that ran the length of it on one side. Staring out into the dark night, he thought about what she had said when he had grabbed her and shaken her, trying to silence her. "I can't stop," she had whispered, flinching from his harsh grip. "Because I love you. I love your smile and your eyes." Oh, Christ! How could she have said that to him when he had been deliberately hurting her? "I remember exactly how your hands feel against my skin when you touch me," she had said, "and the things you have whispered to me when you are so deep inside of me that you have touched my heart." Clayton slowly walked into his dressing-room and opened the leather case where his shirt-studs were kept. He took out the ruby ring she had given him and turned it in his fingers so that he could catch the inscription inside. With a ragged sigh, he read the 2 beloved words, "My Lord." He hesitated, torn between putting it on now or waiting until Whitney could place it on his hand as she had the night they were married. She had put the ring on his finger. Then she had kissed his hand and held it softly to her cheek. He put the ring on himself. He didn't want to wait any longer. He felt better now that her ring was on his hand, where it belonged, and he sat down and stretched his long legs out in front of him, slowly sipping brandy while he stared in silence at the big 4-poster bed they had shared. He knew he had to come to grips with her betrayal now, before he found her. Otherwise he would take one look at her, and his temper would erupt and destroy them both again. Very well. Whitney had given herself to another man before their marriage. If he didn't let himself wonder who the man was, it was easier to bear. It was he himself who had deprived Whitney of her virginity, he who had probably driven her into the arms of that other man. So whose fault was it that she had given herself once to someone else in a moment of loneliness and despair? Once. He would allow her that much. One time. With a sigh, Clayton leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Or 100 times. Because no matter what she had done before, He could not face living without her now. In a state of frenetic restlessness, Clayton rode for miles the next day. He rode Whitney's horse because Con was something that belonged to her, as Whitney had haughtily reminded him. Ultimately, he arrived at the same high ridge where he had brought her the day after she'd come to Claymore. Sitting down, he propped his shoulders against the same tree trunk where he had sat that day with Whitney cradled on his lap. He gazed idly out across the valley where brilliant sunlight danced and glanced off the wide stream that meandered through it. With one knee drawn up, he idly tapped the side of his boot with his riding crop, remembering how Whitney had wanted to ride down into that valley because she was afraid he was going to try to make love to her. God, that was almost 8 months ago. 8 months. 8 of the most glorious, wonderful, tormented, miserable months of his life. He smiled a little sadly. 8 months. If Whitney had had her way the night she came to Claymore, they would just be getting married in the next week or two. She had insisted she would need 8 months to make the wedding preparations, and 8 months. Swearing savagely under his breath, Clayton surged to his feet, his mind in a turmoil. Whitney had wanted 8 months to prepare for the wedding. Even she was not that naive. If she'd believed she was pregnant, if she'd come to him because she was, or thought she was, pregnant, she'd never have wanted to wait 8 goddamn months. Hating himself with a virulence that nearly strangled his breathing, Clayton pushed her fleet-legged gelding to the limits of Con's endurance. Whitney wasn't naive enough to wait 8 months to get married if she'd thought she was pregnant. But she must have been naive enough to think he could have gotten her with child the night he abducted her, and she was proud enough to consider using that as a ploy to bring him to her, and honorable enough to give up the idea and come to him at Claymore herself. "Cool him down," he snapped at the groom as he flung Con's reins at the surprised servant and began half running, half walking toward the house. "Tell McCrae to have the bays put to and be out in front in 5 minutes," he called over his shoulder. 2 hours later, Emily Archibald received a smoothly worded invitation from Clayton, which she correctly construed as an order to accompany his servant down to the coach, which would carry her to his house in Upper Brook Street. She obeyed the summons with a mixture of concern and trepidation. The butler showed her into a spacious paneled library at the side of the house, where the Duke of Claymore was standing, staring out the windows with his back to her. To Emily's surprise, he didn't greet her with any of his usual open friendliness, nor did he turn around and face her as he said in a cool, remote voice, "Shall we indulge in polite trivialities for the next 5 minutes, or shall I come directly to the point?" A shiver of fear danced up her spine as he slowly turned and studied her. Never before had Emily seen this Clayton Westmoreland. He was, as always, implacably calm, but now he positively emanated ruthless determination. She stood there, staring at him. With a brief, almost curt inclination of his head toward the chair beside her, he told her to sit down. Emily sank into the chair, trying to equate this man with the one she had known. "Since you seem to have no preference, I will come directly to the point. I presume you know why I have asked you here?" "Whitney?" Emily guessed in a whisper. She gave her head a slight shake and cleared her parched throat. "Where is she?" he demanded abruptly, and then with a touch of his former gentleness, he added, "I have not approached you before this because I did not want to put you in the position of betraying her confidence, and because I had every reason to believe I could find her through my own sources. Since that hasn't been the case, I am going to have to insist that you tell me." "But I don't know where she is. I never thought to ask her where she was going. I never dreamt she would stay away so long." A pair of cool gray eyes held her as captive, measuring her response, judging it for truth. "Please believe me. Now that I've seen you, I'd never be so unkind as to keep her from you, if I knew where to find her." He drew a long breath and nodded slightly, his expression no longer coldly forbidding. "Thank you for that," he said simply. "I'll have my driver take you home." Emily hesitated, still vaguely intimidated by his aura of command, and yet grateful that he had trusted her enough to accept what she said as truth. "Whitney said you found that awful note." With a whimsical smile, she shook her head. You know, she couldn't quite decide at the time whether to send it to you as Dear Sir or... Naked pain flashed across his handsome features, and Emily trailed off into silence. I beg your pardon. I shouldn't have mentioned it. Since we seem to have no secrets from one another, he said quietly, do you mind telling me why Whitney wrote the note in the first place? Well, it was her pride she was trying to save. She hoped, no, preferred, to bring you to her, if possible, and she thought that with a note like that, I suppose it was really terrible of her even to consider it, but... The only terrible thing Whitney has ever done in her life was marrying me, Clayton interrupted. Tears sprang into Emily's hazel eyes as she arose to leave. That's not true. Whitney adores you, Your Grace. Thank you again, he said humbly. For a long time after Emily left, Clayton stood there, feeling the minutes ticking by and knowing that, as each moment passed, Whitney's hurt and anger would be hardening into hatred. The Dowager Duchess of Claymore dined quietly with her daughter-in-law that evening, mentally berating her eldest son for his tardiness in coming to fetch his wife, who was growing more lost and forlorn with each day. When Whitney had arrived 8 days ago and asked if she could stay here until Clayton had time to think things through and come for her, Alicia Westmoreland had considered urging her to return at once to her rightful place beside her husband, insisting upon it, in fact. And yet there was something about Whitney's hurt, determined look that had reminded the Dowager Duchess of herself many years before, of Clayton's father striding across her parents' drawing-room, where he had found his wife after an absence of 4 days. Get into that carriage immediately, he had ordered her, and then, please, Alicia. Having thus made her point, Alicia Westmoreland had dutifully and obediently done as she was bidden. But Whitney had been here for 8 days, and Clayton had not made the slightest effort to come for her. Lady Westmoreland wanted grandchildren, and she could not see how she was likely to have any if these two willful, stubborn young people were living miles apart. Really, the entire thing was preposterous. Never had two people loved each other more than they did. It was over dessert that evening that a thought occurred to the Dowager Duchess that brought her half out of her chair. Accordingly, she sent word to Stephen in London that very night to present himself to her at the first possible hour the next morning. The thing is, she told a frowning but faintly amused Stephen the next day in a very private meeting with him, I'm not certain it has occurred to Clayton to come for Whitney here, assuming he wants to come for her. Stephen, who had been completely unaware of the estrangement, flashed a wicked grin at his mother. Darling, this reminds me of some of the tales I've heard about you and Father. The Dowager Duchess bent a quelling look upon her completely impervious son, and continued, I want you to find Clayton. I rather imagine he'll be staying at his London house. But find him tonight if you can. Then drop a hint that she is with me, as if you automatically assumed he would know that. Do not let him think he is being urged to come for her. Under those circumstances, I'm certain Whitney would reject any half-hearted effort of his at reconciliation. Why don't I just take Whitney back to London with me now and have it whispered about that I'm madly in love with her? That'll draw Clay's fire. Stephen grinned. Stephen, don't be flippant. This is serious. Here is what I want you to say. At 7 o'clock that evening, as Clayton lounged in a chair at his club, he was only faintly surprised to look up from his cards and find his brother sitting down across the table from him and stacking his chips as he prepared to join the play. Clayton eyed Stephen with wary friendliness. He didn't want him to ask about Whitney because he couldn't very well explain that he'd misplaced his wife any more than he could ever bear to tell Stephen of the estrangement itself. So it was with a sense of relief that he heard Stephen open the conversation with, Are you losing or winning tonight, Your Grace? He's cleaning us all out, Marcus Rutherford answered good-naturedly. Hasn't had a losing hand in the last hour. You look like hell, brother, Stephen remarked in a grinning undertone. Thank you, Clayton answered dryly as he tossed his chips onto the mounting pile in the center of the table. He took that hand and the next two. Good to see you, Claymore, William Baskerville said, bending a cautious eye upon the Duke, who had left so abruptly the last time they'd been playing cards here. Baskerville was on the verge of politely asking after the young Duchess, but the last time he'd mentioned seeing her at the Cliftons' party, he'd caused a quarrel, so he thought it best to avoid mentioning her. "Mind if I join you?" he asked the Duke instead. "He doesn't mind at all," Stephen said when Clayton appeared not to have heard Baskerville. "He's perfectly willing to take your money along with everyone else's." Clayton gave his brother a mildly sardonic look. He couldn't stay home, or the worry would drive him out of his mind, and yet the cheerful conversation of his brother and the others was already wearing on his ragged nerves, and he'd only been playing for an hour. He was on the verge of suggesting to Stephen that they both adjourn to his house and indulge in an orgy of drunkenness, which was more suitable to his frame of mind anyway, when Stephen remarked to him, "Didn't really expect to find you here. Thought you'd be attending the little affair Mother is having for our relatives tonight." Managing an excellent imitation of a man who has just said something he shouldn't have, Stephen shook his head and added apologetically, "Sorry, Clay. I forgot that with Whitney staying with her and naturally planning to attend the party, you wouldn't—" Baskerville, who overheard the gist of this, forgot his earlier resolution and said with his usual unaffected cordiality, "Lovely young woman, your Lady Duchess. Give her my best, and—" Baskerville's jaw slackened as he watched in horrified surprise while Clayton Westmoreland came slowly erect and rigid in his chair. "I haven't seen her anywhere," Baskerville hastily assured him. But the Duke had already risen to his feet. He stood there, staring down at his brother with a mixture of incredulity, amazement, and something else poor Baskerville was too confused to identify, and then, without so much as picking up the huge stacks of chips that represented his winnings, or bidding a civil goodbye to anyone, the Duke turned on his heel and headed for the door with long, purposeful strides. "Oh, I say," Baskerville breathed to Stephen as they both watched Clayton's retreating form. "You've really put your foot in it. I could have told you. Your brother don't like for his Duchess to attend parties without him." "No," Stephen agreed with a wide grin. "I don't think he does." The drive to Grando, which normally took 4 hours, was accomplished in 3 hours and a half from the front door of Clayton's club. Whitney had been staying with his mother. With his mother, for Christ's sake. The one person alive who should have had sense enough to order his wife home to him. His own mother had collaborated in putting him through this torment. The coach pulled up in front of his mother's brilliantly lit house, and Clayton recalled that Stephen had said there was to be a party tonight. He didn't want to see his relatives. He wanted to see his wife, and he hadn't brought formal clothes, hadn't even considered stopping at his house for a change of attire, and wouldn't have if he'd thought of it. He was sorely tempted to confront his mother with her treachery before he went in search of Whitney. He was tempted, but he wasn't going to. "Good evening, Your Grace," the family butler intoned. "Damn it," Clayton replied, as he stalked past the affronted servant on his way to look into the crowded drawing-room. It seemed that every relative he had was present in those rooms, but not Whitney. He saw his mother, though, and when she started toward him, her face wreathed in a smile, Clayton took a moment to direct a look of such frigid displeasure at her that it stopped her dead. Then he swung around and headed for the main stairs. "Where is my wife?" he demanded of a maid in the upstairs hall. Clayton hesitated outside the designated door, his hand on the brass handle, his heart slamming with a combination of relief and dread. He had no idea how Whitney would react to seeing him, no idea of what he could possibly say to her, but at that moment all that mattered was being able to see her and feast his eyes on her. Opening the door, Clayton stepped silently within, then closed it behind him. Whitney was in a big brass tub with her back to the room. Her maid was hovering behind her, holding soap and a washcloth. Mesmerized, Clayton simply stood there. He wanted to go to her and pull her, naked and wet, into his arms, to absorb her into his body, to carry her to the bed and lose himself in her, and at the same time he didn't feel worthy of even speaking to her, let alone touching her. He wasn't worthy. Twice in their lives now he had treated her with a brutal viciousness of which he'd never known he was capable. God, she was nurturing his child within her womb, and never once had he even asked how she was feeling. How could one slender girl bear the weight of such cruelty without hating him as he deserved? Clayton drew a long, labored breath. Clarissa glanced up, saw Clayton rolling up his shirt sleeves as he walked toward the tub, and gave him a ferocious scowl. She opened her mouth with the obvious intention of endowing him with a liberal piece of her mind, Duke or no Duke, but Clayton forestalled her with a curt nod of dismissal. Reluctantly, she handed him the soap and cloth and silently left the room. With aching gentleness, Clayton soaped Whitney's back, carefully keeping his touch light and his hands out of her view. "That feels wonderful, Clarissa," Whitney murmured as she bent forward and lathered her legs. Normally, Clarissa left her to bathe alone, but lately she had become so worried and solicitous that Whitney didn't give much thought to this unusual added attention. Sleek and glistening with droplets of scented water streaming down her, Whitney arose from the bath and stepped out of the tub. She started to turn and reach behind her for the towel, but Clarissa, in an excess of compassionate helpfulness, was already gently drying her off. Clayton toweled her neck, her soft shoulders, and her trim back. "Thank you, Clarissa. I'll finish. I'm going to have my dinner up here, and then I'll dress to go downstairs for—" Turning, Whitney reached for the towel, drained from her face, and she swayed unsteadily as she beheld the handsome, grave man who said nothing to her, but continued to dry her body. In a state of numb paralysis, she stood stock-still, incapable of movement or speech. When Clayton toweled her stomach and thighs, Whitney was dimly aware that his hands lingered imperceptibly longer there, but they were not caressing her. Desperately, she tried to assimilate what was happening. Clayton was here, no longer angry with her, but not speaking to her, not smiling at her. He wasn't even touching her as a husband, but almost like a servant. A servant! An aching lump began to swell in Whitney's throat as she realized what he was doing. He was acting as her maid as a way of humbling himself to her. His strong hands were gentle as he forced her down onto the chair beside the tub, and, without looking up at her, he knelt down on one knee and solemnly began to dry her calves. "Clayton," she whispered brokenly. "Oh, don't." Ignoring her tearful plea, he continued his humble services, as he said in a ragged, pain-edged voice, "If I ever think you are even considering leaving me again, no matter how good your reasons, I'll have you locked in your rooms and the doors barricaded, so help me God." He lifted her foot and began to dry it. Her voice shaking, Whitney asked, "Will you stay locked in there with me?" He raised her dainty foot to his jaw and tenderly laid his cheek against it, then turned his head and kissed it. "Yes," he whispered. Standing up, he walked over to the wardrobe, removed a blue silk dressing robe, and brought it over, holding it while Whitney put her arms into the sleeves. Like a puppet, she stood there while he reached around her and brought the sash to the front, tying it at her waist. Without a word, he leaned down and scooped her into his arms, carrying her over to the chair where her dinner was waiting on a low table. He sat down, cradling her on his lap. Leaning forward, he removed the silver cover from her dinner tray. When Whitney realized that he intended to feed her, she couldn't bear any more. "Don't!" she cried out softly, reaching her arms around his powerful shoulders and burying her face in his neck. "Please, please don't do this. Just talk to me. Please talk to me." "I can't," he whispered against her shining hair. He drew a long, tortured breath. "I can't find the words." The naked anguish in his voice brought tears to her eyes as she leaned back and looked adoringly at him. "I can," she whispered brokenly. "You taught them to me. I love you. I love you." Threading his fingers through her hair, he framed her face between his hands and gazed at her. "I love you," he whispered hoarsely. "God, how I love you." In the flickering candlelight, the hands on the ormolu clock across the room from the bed had just moved to 1:30. Clayton gazed down tenderly at the beauty who was nestled up against him, asleep in his arms, her tousled head resting trustingly against his naked chest. Brushing a wayward curl gently off her cheek, he drew her closer to him and touched his lips to her forehead. "I love you," he breathed softly. He knew Whitney was asleep and couldn't hear him, but he needed to say the words again. He had said them to her in his heart tonight, each time his mouth touched the dewy softness of hers in hungry urgency or aching tenderness. I love you." It was a song his heart sang when she writhed beneath him and arched sweetly up to meet his thrusts, a melody that rose to a soaring crescendo as he led her to the peak of ecstasy and then joined her there. His wife snuggled closer against him and dreamily whispered, "I love you too." "Shh, darling. Sleep," Clayton murmured. He had lingered over her endlessly tonight, deliberately delaying the final exquisite moment of release until they were both wild with wanting. After such prolonged love-making, he wanted her to rest. "What took you so long?" she whispered. Leaning his head down to better see her face, Clayton grinned. "I can't believe you mean what I think you mean." She looked puzzled at first, then she blushed and looked away. Surprised and concerned by her reaction, Clayton tipped her chin up. "What did you mean?" he asked gently. It doesn't matter. Truly it doesn't." Gazing down into her pain-shadowed green eyes, he said quietly, "I think that, whatever it is, it matters very much to you." Whitney wished she hadn't spoken, wouldn't have, except that the hurt was spreading through her like a bruise that would not stop aching. Knowing that Clayton would now insist on an answer, she gave it in a barely audible whisper. "Marie." "What about her?" "Was she the reason it took you so long to come for me?" Tightening his arms around her, as if he could absorb some of the pain he had caused her, Clayton smiled wryly. "Darling, the reason it took me so long was that 40 investigators could not find a trace of you, and I, who undoubtedly should have known better, failed to consider my own mother as a possible partner in a conspiracy to keep my wife from me." "But I thought this would be the first place you would think of looking for me, once you had time to think things over." "Well, it wasn't," Clayton said quietly. "But then neither did I think things over within 5 miles of Marie Saint-Alarmin, which I gather is what you're trying to ask me." "You didn't?" "No, I didn't." Her green eyes filled with tears as she gazed at him and smiled tremulously. "Thank you," she whispered simply. "You're very welcome," Clayton said with a tender smile at her upturned face. He traced his finger along the elegant curve of her cheek. "Now sleep, my love. Otherwise this bed is again going to be put to another use." Obediently, she closed her eyes and snuggled into his arms. Her fingertips slid up to lightly brush the hair at his temple. A few minutes later, they slipped down his shoulder to his chest. Clayton felt his body's instant response and tried to control the mounting passion which Whitney was inadvertently igniting with her sleepy caresses. When her hand drifted down the planes of his stomach, he caught it and held it firmly in his own to prevent its further descent. He thought he heard a smothered laugh as she turned in apparent sleep, and her lips touched his ear. Leaning back, Clayton gazed suspiciously into her face. She was wide awake, her eyes aglow with love. In one quick, smooth motion, he rolled her over onto her back and pressed her into the pillows, his body half covering hers. "You can't say I didn't warn you," he whispered in a husky voice. "I won't." End of Whitney, My Love, by Judith McNaught.